Good morning and welcome to the County Ground, Northampton, for this LV County Championship match between Northamptonshire and Hampshire. You're watching live pictures on the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club live stream powered by Daffabet. My name is Sam Keir and alongside me is Dan Jazovics. So the news from the middle this morning is that Northamptonshire won the toss and Luke Proctor, the captain, has elected to field first. We've got some information on the pitch, which Dan will give us in a moment. We'll quickly run through the two sides. Northamptonshire are unchanged from the 11 that beat Middlesex by 7 wickets on Sunday, so just a few days ago. We are, of course, back-to-back home games here at the County Ground. So the Northamptonshire side, Ricardo Vasconcelos, Hassan Azad, Sam Whiteman, who scored that excellent 60-not out to get his county season up and running and take Northamptonshire to victory in that game. Luke Proctor, the captain, who chipped in with wickets and important runs in both innings. Rob Keogh, leading run scorer, continuing his fine form. Josh Cobb, Lewis McManus keeping wicket, Gareth Berg, Chris Tremaine, who has been an absolute revelation as overseas player. He's in his last game of his 3-match stint. Ben Sanderson, who needs no introduction, and Jack White. Hampshire have made one change. Tom Prest, the young batter, comes in for Keith Barker. We assume just to rest Keith Barker. He was doing warm-ups earlier on, so we assume he's fine, but perhaps bolstering the batting. And the Hampshire 11, Felix Organ, Fletcher Middleton, Nick Gubbins, captain James Vince, Liam Dawson, wicket-keeper Ben Brown, Ian Holland, James Fuller, Kyle Abbott, Mohammed Abbas, and I think I possibly missed out Tom Prest, who is carded in at number 5, the one change. Dan, good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me back, Sam.
No, don't be silly. The pleasure was all mine. Yes, I believe you had a quick chat with the groundsman this morning. What do you make of this pitch?
I had a little bit of a wander around, had a chat with a few different people, which is always nice. Yeah, I had a chat with a couple of the ground staff, and better than last week apparently, which I thought was an interesting call. We got Ben Sanderson with the new ball from the David Capel end, but yeah, by all accounts we're in for another cracking pitch for a game of county cricket.
Still a little bit of grass on there, but we shall see. The proof will be in the pudding, and of course Ben Sanderson tends to get whatever life is out of any pitch. Like you say, he'll be opening the bowling from the David Capel end with 4 slips. He earned those last week. And he's got a point, a mid-off, short-ish mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Starts with a no ball, not something you see very often from Ben Sanderson. Yeah, we're 2 wickets over from where we were last week. I think last week's wicket was about as far over on, well, what is now the onside of the ground. So we're 2 strips over, so the boundary's a little bit more even, but still longer on the offside towards the signal box.
And without stating the obvious here, Ben Sanderson, and for all Northampton fans, are going to be hoping that he bowls equally as well as what he did with the new ball on the first day against Middlesex just 7 days ago. What a phenomenal spell of bowling it was with him and Jack White opening the attack in last week's fixture. You couldn't, I think honestly, you'd struggle to have wished for a better opening spell and partnership that those guys managed to put together.
Big shout for LBW. Ooh, that looked straight. We'll have a look at the replay.
That looked great.
Yeah, and maybe there was some bat or...
Yeah, it looked like a really good appeal from Ben Sanderson, and encouraging signs to see that so early on. Just nipped back, didn't it, in towards Felix Organ's front pad. So if we can get a replay of it, we will pop it up on screen in a moment. two youngsters at the top of the order for Hampshire with Felix Organ and Fletcher Middleton, which is nice to see. You don't normally see the youngsters up top, so it's exciting to see two young lads being entrusted with that role by Hampshire. I know Fletcher scored a couple of decent innings against Notts in their first game of the season down at the Aegeus Bowl.
Yeah, they've had contrasting starts to their championship season. Felix Organ has struggled somewhat. I don't think he's gone past 11 in his 4 innings yet. Fletcher Middleton, however, who have actually made his championship debut at the start of this season, so very, very new to the rigours of county championship cricket, but has started really well. Scores of 59 and 65 against Notts, and then 32 and 15 against Hampshire. Against Surrey. Yeah, a win and a loss for Hampshire to match Northampton's record.
Almost neck and neck in the table as well, aren't they? I believe there might be a point between them after 2 rounds.
Yeah, and Hampshire obviously fancied as a contender for the title, so I think this match will tell us a lot about where these two sides are. Ooh, and mixture really of bat and pad there as the ball squirts out into the slip cordon, and there was a muffled appeal for an LBW, but certainly some wood involved as well.
Yeah, so just to confirm that Hampshire are currently 4th in the table, having played 2, won 1, lost 1, as you said, picked up 23 points so far. Northamptonshire sitting in 6th, played 2, won 1, lost 1 on 22 points. So just the point between them at the moment as it stands.
Hampshire on the end of that sensational innings from Ollie Pope at the Oval, which really, it was a 9-wicket win for Surrey, but most of that you can probably put down to Ollie Pope. He was playing a different game to everyone else. Pitch did flatten out, so it'll be Jack White, as you'd expect, from the Lynn Wilson centre end to share the new ball with Ben Sanderson.
No, you're right about Ollie. Ollie Pope, he does quite well at the Oval, doesn't he? And it made for an awesome highlights package watching that back through.
I was thinking on the drive up, he can never leave Surrey, because if he does, then his average is going to plummet.
Yeah, plays home for Surrey one week and then plays away wherever Surrey are playing the week afterwards. There must be like a sweet spot where he can just bat every day at the Oval.
Yeah, go on loan.
Yeah,
for whoever's playing again. Although then he can't play Surrey.
Good point. Good point.
It's a glorious day here at the county ground, as you'll see on the pictures by the strength of the shadows emanating from those on your screen. It is glorious, slightly hazy sunshine, quite blowy again, but barely a cloud in the sky. Some tiny little wisps moving briskly across the sky. Caught at 3rd slip, and that is the early breakthrough that Northants wanted. Jack White on the money in his first over, 3rd ball, and Fletcher Middleton goes for a duck.
We complimented Jack last week, didn't we, about how well he bowled from the Lynn Wilson centre end with the new ball against Middlesex, and went largely unrewarded in comparison to his counterpart Ben Sanderson from the other end. And we both sat there and said, well, I think he could bowl that innings again and walk away with 3, 4, maybe 5 wickets in his opening spell. So it's no surprise to me whatsoever that he started so strongly today against Hampshire, and what a start it was.
Yes, an expansive shot early on from Fletcher Middleton, who, if you watched any of the highlights from the game here last week, perhaps would have seen the ball moving a bit. I'm not sure it did a huge amount there. He just didn't quite get his foot to the pitch of the ball, played a big shot, found the edge, and it was catching practice really, wasn't it, at 3rd slip?
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be disappointed with that. As you said, it kind of never really kind of looked like playing that shot with any real authority. But hey, Hampshire's loss is Northamptonshire's gain on this one, and I think looking through the scores, that's the first wicket of the day.
Yeah, what are we? 9 balls, 9 legitimate deliveries into the day. Start, of course, with that no ball. Gareth Berg with the catch. Yeah, and very well deserved by Jack White, who you hope is maybe getting a bit more luck. Bowled beautifully, but as Ben Sanderson said at the close of day 1 last week, it is about bowling in tandem, in units. So you sort of, some weeks it's you that gets the wickets, some weeks it's your partner, and well, certainly the early breakthrough is Jack White's. So the new man is Nick Gubbins.
Left well alone first up from Jack White. Nick Gubbins fresh off 84 last week in Hampshire's second innings against Surrey at the Oval as part of their 258 all out. And a guy that kind of not that long ago was being tipped for England honours, England A duty, England Lions. I think Nas had kind of tipped him for a solution for England's top order woes in that period of time as well.
Oh, this is great stuff from Jack White. Yeah, Gubbins 4 innings so far, 150 runs at exactly an average of 50. Even my maths can cope with that one.
Very, very good player. Very good player. Not far away from 6,500 first-class runs as well. So I think that stat alone shows the quality that Nick possesses. But he is going to have to work really hard against these two with the new ball, based on what we've seen from the two of them so far.
Fabulous opening over from Jack White, a wicket maiden.
Bit of deja vu really about that, wasn't there?
Yeah. Yeah, it's early days. I mean, I think maybe your conversation with the groundsman Craig Harvey is spot on. I know we've lost that early wicket, but there does seem to be a little less lateral movement off the seam. I mean, we've only had 2 overs, of course, but it's hit him outside the line.
Yeah, I think the overheads are going to have a big impact on that, aren't they? The lateral movement last week was not. There was a significant amount off the pitch, but there was still plenty through the air as well. And as you said earlier, I mean, if you look above the pitch itself here, there really isn't a cloud in the sky. And it's similar kind of temperature, I would say, to what it was last week as well. It's definitely a bit brisker out there than what you would think looking at the cameras here.
Those are the first runs off the bat of the morning. They go to Felix Organ. We have the left-handed Nick Gubbins, which prompts a bit of movement in the field. Great to see Northants with this attacking field, as you would expect of these two bowlers, but also just a sign of the confidence that they got from what in the end was a comfortable victory against Middlesex.
It was a really, from a Northamptonshire perspective, it was a really enjoyable 7 sessions of cricket, wasn't it, that we got to watch and commentate on last week. Some high quality bowling from both teams, and a couple of really key and important innings from Ryan Higgins and from Rob Keogh, his counterpart, and then obviously backed up brilliantly by Sam Whiteman in the second.
Well, that's a nice shot to get off the mark. Just erred a little bit on his line there to the left-hander.
Yeah, strong shot straight across the square, wasn't it? I don't think any of the fielders really even looked for it.
No.
Nice turnout today as well. Plenty of people in looking around the grounds.
Yeah, well, with the weather like this, even if it is a little bit cold, in the sun it will be very pleasant.
Wrap up warm, Sam. My granddad used to say, if you've got it with you, you can put it on, or you can take it off. I can't remember exactly which, but you can't put it on if you haven't got it.
Yeah,
I think was the saying.
Exactly. Easier to take layers off.
That's the one. But there's some nice sun traps around the ground as well. So. Two teams that don't play each other all that often. Looking back through the last 5 meetings, last of which was last September down at Southampton, which Hampshire won by an innings and 4 runs. But prior to that, you've got to go back to 2013 before you find the next fixture between the two of them. So 10, just under 10 years ago.
Yeah, 1 meeting in 9 seasons. This is the second meeting in 10. And only the 8th time the two sides have met in first-class cricket this century.
Really?
That's my pre-match research.
That is I like that. That is a stat. Stat is brought to you in association with Sam Keir's late night research. Fairly even Stevens though from the 116 games that they have played. Hampshire have won 38 and Northampton have won 35. Turning into a stat off now, isn't it? So I kind of.
Well, the king of the stats, of course, is Andrew Radd, the club archivist, and he tweeted this morning that the last time Hampshire won here at Wantage Road was way back in 1993. Oh, and a genuine edge, but wide of the man at 4th slip and 4 runs.
He's played that pretty well, hasn't he? Soft hands, gone straight down.
Yeah.
As you said, too wide to really cause any worry for Felix Organ anyway, but straight down as soon as that's come off the bat.
Just seeing that onside boundary on the replay. I think we have had some issues with the replays this morning, but as far as I'm aware, according to our producer, we are back up and running. Yeah, ball seems to be coming on nicely, doesn't it? I think that extra week of relatively dry weather, we obviously had a very wet day last Friday, but basically dry for the last week, has allowed this pitch to probably come on a bit. Certainly seems to be playing reasonably well at the moment.
And it's nice to see. Last week was really, really fun, wasn't it? And it was a straight kind of shootout amongst the bowlers. So hopefully this week the batters feel like they've got a really good opportunity to go out there and contribute towards this game. Because I mean, we did see, who knows what that 4th innings would have ended up with Northampton, but we did see 3 relatively low scoring innings in the grand scheme of things last week against Middlesex.
Made for fun cricket, though.
Certainly did.
Was it? They say quick game's a good game.
I've heard that saying once or twice. No, it was really good fun. It was really good fun. As you said, something felt like it was going to happen almost every ball, which I guess from a batting perspective maybe isn't exactly what you're hoping for when you turn up to play. But from a spectator's perspective and from your and I's perspective, sat up here in the commentary box, it was great fun, wasn't it? It was gripping cricket, which was brilliant. It really, I think I said to you a few times, you got through to lunch and you went, blimey, it's 2 hours gone by. It really didn't feel like it at all.
Yeah, and it made the efforts of Higgins and then for the home side of Rob Keogh and Sam Whiteman all the more impressive. Those half centuries probably worth a few more, maybe even on this wicket. that we're playing on today.
Yeah, a lot of people talk about weighted runs, don't they? And I think that's what a lot of those England selectors were. And they changed them into scouts, didn't they? For a while, they had England scouts, I believe, going off looking at batters, and it wasn't necessarily the number that was scored. It was more about the way that they scored them and the conditions that they scored them in. So, and I think, as you said last week, those two 70s were, I think, fair to say would be worth considerably more than 70. However, that weighted run system works and whatever multipliers put on.
Oh, and a bit of extra bounce from Ben Sanderson there. Felix Organ fencing at it outside the off stump, but it did seem to get big on him. I think Felix Organ scored some runs in that win at the Aegeus for Hampshire last season. The sides only met once in 2022. Yeah, an innings victory for Hampshire, half centuries for Felix Organ. He scored 71. And Iron Donald made 94, he's not playing today. And Carl Abbott with a very useful unbeaten 57 at number 10. All those in Hance's first innings, a 400 for 9 declared. And Northants collapsing to 175 all out in reply. And then following on were 221 all out with Emilio Gay making 74. Again, someone who's not featuring, out with injury for this first chunk of the season.
It's an incredibly, just a strong side, Hampshire, aren't they? And always there or thereabouts come the end of the season in the county championship. Stacked full of players, international experience from top to bottom, talented youngsters as well to complement those experienced guys. I think they'll be, I don't know, were you surprised at all last week by the result at the Oval? Did it shock you a little bit, maybe just how comprehensive it turned out to be in the fourth innings?
Well, they were always a little bit behind in the game, Hants, because they lost top order. You know, they were 4 wickets down early in both innings, so they needed sort of help from the lower and middle and lower order. And so it sort of felt like they were hanging in, and then maybe, I think it did flatten out on day 4, and then they just came up against, you know, the brilliance of Ollie Pope. Probably they also, you know, with their seam attack, having already bowled a lot of overs, not the youngest seam attack, Barker, Abbott, Abbas leading that attack. Then maybe they were a bit tired in that fourth innings. Probably could have done with the batters. Ooh, again a full shot from Organ outside the off stump, but he gets away with it. didn't really need to play it, but it's the modern way, Dan.
I'm all for it, Sam. I'm all for it. I think what we've seen in Red Bull cricket over the last 12 months has certainly made it a much more enjoyable and a much more exciting product. That's not to say that there isn't a whole lot of value and a whole lot of skill involved in the innings and the batters and the mentality that we would have seen prior to this. I guess what you would start as the beginning of a new era. But yeah, I think for anybody kind of coming into the sport now and learning about it, I don't think there's any better time to start watching Red Bull cricket. And we spoke last week, didn't we, about obviously the Ashes coming up in the summer. And for me, it feels like there's a real 2005 vibe about it. It feels like this could be a series that we talk about for 20, 30 years time. I really think there's a great chance that we get to the end of it and we think, I can't wait for the DVD to come out.
Yeah, and I think that anticipation about this summer as a whole has definitely fed into the county game early season. Can't remember such a buzz about the start of the season for some time, actually. I certainly, the excitement levels around the grounds. Been to a few grounds already, and people are captivated to see. This is almost the narrative before the narrative of the Ashes. Obviously, the county game has its own narrative to tell as well, but with so many Australians involved in the county championship, as well as plenty of England's runners and riders getting overs and time in the middle under their belt, then there's the narrative of the games themselves, but also just the excitement of the build up to that series, and of course, like you say, the cricket we saw last summer and through the winter from England's Test side has really whetted people's appetite.
Absolutely, and I mean with the kind of inclusion of these live streams now, county by county, there's no better, as you said. Not only is the cricket good, but also the availability of it is fantastic.
Yeah,
this stream brought to you in association with Daffabet as well, so thanks to those guys for making it possible. Here at Northamptonshire, few ways. Obviously, if you'd like to interact with us, you can drop us a like on the stream if you're enjoying it. Hit subscribe on the YouTube channel as well, because there's a lot more content coming your way this summer. You can get in contact with us at Twitter at NorthantsCCC. We've also got an email address now, Sam.
We've come racing into the 21st century.
We have,
yeah.
We really have. Which is, if I remember rightly, because I can't see it on stream here,
stream@nccc.co.uk.
There we have it. So yeah, if you want to kind of send your questions, your thoughts, any kind of good stuff that you're watching and you think, oh, I wonder if the guys have thought about that, send it over and we'll see what we can do with regards to kind of including that. We want to make this stream here at Northamptonshire as inclusive and as interactive and as enjoyable for everybody. So we'd love it if you guys started interacting with us. It'd be great fun.
Oh, and that's great from Ben Sanderson. Beats the outside edge, squares Organ up.
Again, not a great deal going on off the seam at all, is there? That looked like that went straight on.
Well, that was a replay from the other end, so that was from the previous over. So I think we are still struggling a little bit with, because I saw it back and I thought, yeah, that's not the ball I just watched. That was Jack White, I think.
As you said about the county cricket fans out there as well, it's such a passionate fan base, which is amazing. Obviously, you got the people that turn up to the grounds around the country early season, enjoying their cricket firsthand, and there really is a a real flavour and a real taste for it across social media as well, which is really, really nice to see. Some brilliant minds, some brilliant brains, some really, really creative individuals out there that are collecting thoughts and knowledge and statistics and things that you never ever really would have thought about thinking until kind of a lot of this new age stuff has come to the floor.
No, and the access to footage of every ball, of every game, whether that's watching a stream or through the clips on social media, as Felix Organ scampers through for a quick single, having slightly been squared up again by Ben Sanderson. Just that single off the over. Yeah, there's some great content out there at the moment for county fans, obviously on social media, streams, but the quality, I think, of the writing in places like the Cricketer, online at the start of the season, some great features. It just brings the whole thing to life, doesn't it?
It really does.
Some great podcasts.
Not quite as delicious as whatever that bird's tucking into, though.
Yeah, a few worms, I think, coming up to bask in the sun, getting a rude awakening from a crow at mid-wicket.
Crunching those worms.
Yep, doing the groundsman's job for him. Just getting rid of the worms. That's a lovely shot. We only get two. It was pretty slow this end of the ground. The outfield at the end of last week. And the outfield's still looking pretty lush. I suppose Jack White not bowling any great pace, so when Organ just leant on that, it wasn't as if it was pinging back, but it did sound like he timed it nicely, but only getting two.
Yeah, those two shots by Sam Whiteman last week, wasn't there, that stood out. I think Ricardo questioned the quality of the cricket bats that he was using. Two of the most beautifully timed shots.
Well, he certainly timed that one, but again, I don't think he is going to get more than two, because Luke Proctor does the cleaning up. So yeah, you have to really make sure you're timing things perfectly if you're hitting down the ground when the bowling is from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
It certainly has played quite differently from last week. We haven't quite seen the carry that we saw from the Lynn Wilson centre end that we had a week ago. That became quite apparent, didn't it, as that game carried on, particularly with the height of Toby Rowland-Jones and Tom Helm from this end. But also Jack White was getting a few to lift and carry through nicely from this end. We haven't quite seen that so far. As that's left well alone by Felix Organ. Certainly everything so far this morning, Sam, points towards this is going to be a harder task and a harder challenge for the bowlers. Played nicely by Organ down to deep third. I don't think that one's going to go either. Comes back for another two for the fifth and sixth run of the over. But you never know. I mean, lacquer goes off the Duke, and you start getting a bit more movement through the air as we get through them a couple more overs. That could be the challenge that the batters face this week, rather than the movement off the seam. Delivery there by Jack White to finish his over. Hampshire now 21 for 1, Felix Organ 15, Nick Gubbins on 4.
Yeah, so just once again to give you the details of the ways you can get in touch. We have a new email address direct to the commentary box, and we would love to hear from you on that. That is stream, S-T-R-E-A-M, stream at nccc.co.uk. And you can also tag at NorthamptonCCC on Twitter. And any comments, thoughts, anecdotes, questions, very welcome indeed. We would love to hear from as many of you as possible wherever you're watching from. Let us know where you are watching from.
And we all hope here at Northampton that you're well and you're having a lovely Thursday. And you're enjoying the sunshine as much as what we are.
Yeah, and extremely grateful for your company on the stream powered by Daffabet.
Ben Sanderson to continue from the David Capel end. Left well alone by Nick Gubbins, but that was a tight leave, Sam. I think that was close. Very confident leave by Nick Gubbins.
Yeah, good leave.
Don't set me up for that one again. I peaked too early, Sam.
Yeah, it did come back a little bit.
It's a challenging line, isn't it, by Ben? Really feels like he's in the game. He doesn't give you much to leave. Obviously, Gubbins left that one before beautifully well, but I don't think you would begrudge anybody from attempting to play that one. We do have a change of field. Gareth Berg is going out from fourth slip and is wandering towards a short catching mid-wicket by the looks of it. So
yeah, it's Josh Cobb, isn't it?
Josh Cobb, apologies. I wonder whether that means they feel that ball's just holding up a little bit in the surface at the moment. One keeps a little bit low as that goes through to McManus.
I guess what it does is allow Sanderson to bowl a bit fuller.
A bit straighter as well.
Yeah, and not worry about being driven through the sort of the mid-wicket area, and also adds that element of risk for Gubbins that he needs to time any shot like that to avoid it sort of popping up to Cobb.
No, I think you're absolutely right, and I think yeah, he's in there as a legitimate catcher as well. That's a catching position there at short mid wicket, isn't it? He's not there to plug a gap, so it's an attacking move from Captain Luke Proctor to move that fourth slip into that position.
Maiden from Ben Sanderson.
5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9 now. So economical as always as Jack White removes the jumper and slowly gets his way over to the end of his mark. Fortunately for Jack, it looks like he's bowling with the wind this week, whereas I think last week he was bowling into it, which I'm sure will make any fast bowler a happier and cheerier prospect than running into the wind. And that's left alone again by Felix Organ,
who has made his top score of the season so far.
The commentator's curse is all right when Hampshire are batting. On this stream, anyway.
Although we do welcome, of course, all the Hampshire supporters joining us as well. Thank you for your company. Try and be as balanced as possible.
Absolutely, no, absolutely. I think we did remarkably well at that last week as well. But there are definitely Hampshire supporters watching. I had a message from Ryan to say that he's found a wild me lurking about, so I've apologised. But yeah, if you are watching and supporting Hampshire, as Sam said, welcome to Wantage Road. Oh, it's gone down. Big edge from Felix Organ, and that's gone down. That's Gareth Berg at third slip. That's a tough chance. That's not quite the repeat from last week against Middlesex, but that's tough. That's going to be... That's gutting.
Yeah.
Jack White on his haunches as that one goes down.
Devastated, wasn't he? Yeah, would have been a great grab. Came quickly. They are close again, which I think probably they have to be to Jack White. He's bowled very nicely so far.
Defended there by Gubbins. Gubbins, out of the two of them so far, I think Felix Organ has looked a little bit more attacking, whereas Gubbins so far has seemed very, very content to get in behind the ball and let it go past his off stump in equal measures. Now 4 off 18 deliveries this morning for Nick Gubbins. Again, well defended by Nick Gubbins.
Yeah, you can hear the wind, can't you, on the effect mic? Blustery conditions at Wantage Road.
Bit of a northerly wind today as well, just to keep everybody honest.
Hand warmers probably in a few pockets.
And left alone by Gubbins again, a very, very tight leave that Jack White was interested about for a moment. Blimey.
Yeah, tailing in. Some exciting news, Dan. We have had our first email to the stream inbox.
Get in.
Congratulations to Jonathan, who is the very first person to email. He's watching from sunny Worcestershire. Too windy to be out in the sun, so sitting indoors enjoying the stream. Well, thank you, Jonathan, for joining us. Hope you're enjoying what's been a very engaging opening 40 minutes.
And on the first email of the live stream, we have a change of bowling from the David Capel end. Australian Chris Tremaine is replacing Ben Sanderson. As you said a moment ago, in his third of 3 games here for Northants as he comes into bowl. And is on the spot straight away. He's been brilliant, hasn't he, Chris Tremaine? And there we are, sponsored by Cinch. Career best 7 for 82. And obviously made his debut against Kent down at Canterbury. I think the most excited thing I am about this matchup here today is the Mohamed Abbas versus Chris Tremaine. Top 2 leading wicket takers in the county championship this year. I think Abbas has got 15, Tremaine's got 13. Average is disgustingly low. And again, straight on the spot.
Yeah, I'm heartbroken he's leaving.
Yeah, I really am. I've really enjoyed him.
You know, we've just as you start to get really excited about a player, he's off again. But yeah, he's even in the 2 games he's played so far, and hopefully in this 3rd game, he has been a very shrewd bit of business from Northants. And his nickname, as Ricardo told us last week, the Cut Snake, because apparently it came from Sam Whiteman. It has got moment snakes are involved. It's got an Aussie.
Absolutely, yeah.
But even apparently a cut snake is, well, if you chop a snake's head off, it will keep wriggling.
Yeah.
And I think the argument is that Chris Tremaine will never die. he'll keep coming.
They feel a bit safer without the head attached as well. 4, outside half for the bat again by Felix Organ as he tries to work that one through the covers, but well fielded by Josh Cobb at backward point. It's a great nickname. It's right up there with the very best, and it's one of those kind of rogue nicknames that the second you hear it, you kind of feel, yeah, it's definitely got an Australian twang and an Aussie influence in towards that name.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about having Ricardo up here. You know, we had 3 of the Northampton squad join us last week, and the insights you get, not just on the cricket but also on life in the dressing room. So yeah, learning that Chris Tremaine is the cut snake was a very valuable contribution from Ricardo, who was great company, as were Saif and Freddie.
Oh, the first sign of genuine shape away from Felix Organ. He's gone for a big drive as well. But that's really shaped away.
Ooh, it's hooped
through the air, which is definitely going to excite Chris Tremaine and
you were spot on,
Jack
Dan.
White.
Bit of lacquer off,
yeah,
and suddenly things start moving. But yeah, that was that'll offer plenty of encouragement for Chris Tremaine, especially if Felix Organ's going to be as expansive as that.
It's that age-old saying, Sam, if you say enough stuff, some of it will be right eventually, won't it?
I think you do yourself a disservice.
Jack White to carry on from the Lynn Wilson centre end, though. Gets the extra over in comparison to Ben Sanderson. Probably definitely looked the most threatening this morning, hasn't he, with the 1 for 13 off his 5 and that drop catch that we saw over ago. As Nick Gubbins defends well again from Jack White. Yeah, 44 minutes in now to the first innings of this game. 11 overs, and as we said, we saw with that last ball from Chris Tremaine, we've just started to see a little bit of, well, a little bit's unkind, isn't it? That was lavish movement through the air, but this is the first kind of ball that we've looked at and we've gone, okay, there's definitely something out there for the bowlers today. Defended again by Gubbins as a half look at a run into the offside, but nothing on there at all.
Another no ball.
Oh, we waited all week for extras last week. We've had 2 in 11 overs. Maybe it's the wind.
Yeah, you can see the camera being buffeted by the wind.
Looks very assured of himself, doesn't he, at the moment, Nick Gubbins? Very comfortable, quite happy to face Jack White from this end. Doesn't look rushed in the slightest. Looks like he's building his innings quite nicely at the moment here at Northampton. Plays that one down to deep third, which I think is going to run away for 4. It does indeed, and Nick Gubbins moves on to 4. Played nicely again, played straight down, wasn't it? Yeah, deliberately played down to the deep third boundary by Nick Gubbins.
You heard the groan of exasperation from Jack White, especially having had the drop catch in the last over. He'll be feeling unlucky. He thought his luck had changed after picking up that early wicket, but all he's got to do is keep bowling the way he's bowling. He's certainly bringing the edge into play, as he usually does.
Defended again by Gubbins.
Nick Gubbins played some cricket in Zimbabwe's professional scene in the early part of this year.
Okay.
He was mainly T20 cricket. I think 1 first-class game, so worst places to spend February and March.
Played his club cricket as a junior about 10 minutes down the road from me as well. And that's played down to Deep third again. Is that one going to race away? It has. That's gone for 4 as well. Jack White, obviously not particularly impressed with that, but again, deliberately played by Nick Gubbins, proving to be a productive area in this over for the Hampshire batter. Yeah, 10 minutes down the road from my house isn't quite as exotic as Zimbabwe. Some fantastic opportunities as a professional cricketer these days, isn't there, to go off to various corners of the globe to ply your trade as a professional cricketer. A lot of the guys go out to Australia and play their grade cricket. I know it's quite famously spoken about Ben Folkes playing professional cricket in Sri Lanka as well.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, what a life. Leave English summer, go and enjoy someone else's summer. Certainly beats the indoor school for 5 months.
And left alone. But a bit of movement off the seam there from Jack White to finish what will be his 6th over. The score now 32 for 1. Felix Organ 16, Nick Gubbins 12. And Chris Tremaine whips the hat off from the David Capel end.
Sorry, please.
I was going to say, I think he'd be chomping at the bit to get bowling again after he saw that last delivery.
Got another email?
Yes.
Graham, Hampshire boy, so thank you for tuning in, Graham. He's in Germany and he misses watching cricket in person, having been in Germany for 25 years. But he likes whiling away a day at work with the live stream. So you're very welcome, Graham. Thank you for getting in touch.
Oh, Chris Tremaine beats Felix Organ's outside edge. Genuine play and miss by the Hampshire batter. I know there is a, I don't know that much about it, but there certainly is a German cricket federation now.
What a jaffer. Just nipped away, didn't it?
Yeah. Really, really nicely bowled.
Saw that a lot last week where Chris Tremaine has that natural angle in to the right-hander and then the ball just jags away.
Played back down the ground this time by Felix Organ off the inside half of the bat. Obviously went past and collected his 300th first-class wicket last week as well, didn't he? Which was a phenomenal stat, and one that, I mean, he was remarkably humble about, wasn't it, when you spoke to him after play about that achievement of picking up 300?
Yeah, seems like a humble guy, talking down any talk of Ashes cricket should, you know, an injury crisis strike Australia's seam attack. I mean, you'll certainly have been encouraged by English conditions.
A little bit of a friendly conversation there as well, I think, between Chris Tremaine and Nick Gubbins. Obviously got absolutely no idea what it was about, but it certainly looked like they were interacting with one another in one shape or form. And that's left well alone by Felix Organ as that goes through to Lewis McManus, the Northants wicket keeper, obviously an ex-Hampshire employee. Australia have announced their squad, haven't they, for the World Test Championship final and the first 2 Ashes tests as well, which we can have a little kind of look through if you'd like, Sam, when the time's right.
Yeah, for sure.
Just a nagging line, isn't it, from Northants at the moment for Hampshire. Gubbins obviously got a couple away in the last over down to deep third, but the Northants bowlers have been really, really disciplined with the line that they've offered up so far to their Hampshire batters.
Yeah, Jack White's figures of 1 for 23 off 6 don't really do him justice. A lot of those runs, like you say, sort of coming through, well, behind square. Ben in Swansea, Glamorgan fan. He's watching Glamorgan, but but listening to us. That's nice of you, Ben. Thank you very much for your company. He said he's enjoying your analysis of the leaves.
My analysis
of batsmen's leaves.
Oh yes, yeah. I told you I've peaked too early. Jack White looks like he's going to continue.
7th over, yeah. Long stint.
Hoping to back up that maiden from Chris Tremaine at the other end. Nice that we've got so far a fairly eclectic mix of county fans: Worcester, Hampshire, and Glamorgan. And thanks everybody that has dropped an email in so far. Shaped in there to Nick Gubbins, who works that one into the leg side for a single and puts Felix Organ back on strike for Jack White to have a bowl at for the next 5. Change of angles, change of lines as the batter changes from left hand to right hand. Oh, gee, Jack White. What do you have to do, sir, to pick up another one today? Squared up Felix Organ, played that one down to the vacant 4th slip area for 4. Just wide of Gareth Berg. Had a cursory glance at it, didn't he, Gareth, as it went past, but no doing. I mean, how has Jack White gone for 28 runs this morning, Sam, and only picked up 1 wicket? I'll never know.
Yeah. The wagon wheel of the runs off his bowling will probably answer that question. It's edgy from the Hampshire batters.
Oh, it's gone down again.
I think Jack White's running off.
Yeah.
He's had enough.
Oh, Jack. Picks up Felix Organ's outside edge for the 3rd time. Twice in 2 balls. I think that one's down. Is that down by Gareth Berg again, is it, I think? At 3rd slip. Bit of a tougher chance in between 2nd and 3rd, but in comes Jack White again. And Felix Organ works that one into the leg side and will certainly come back for a couple. I think there was a little slip at the non-striker's end. So no interest in the 3rd whatsoever. But well fielded, and the applaud from Jack White there to keep that one down to 2. Replay there of the drop. That edge there looked perfectly positioned between 2nd and 3rd slip, didn't it? And
yeah, well, Felix Organ will be counting himself lucky. Both batsmen now dropped.
Organ's been dropped twice, hasn't he? At 3rd slip.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's hope he's got a few less lives than the neighbourhood cat anyway. And that's 3. That's well, Jack White.
Yeah, it's lost for words, really. Jack White did a big loop. You can see him on the replay,
Yeah.
running off camera. Did a big loop of the outfield, I think, and now he's running down to a fine leg, and I think just trying to run off the frustration. I mean, he couldn't do much more.
He'd struggle to bowl a better over, Sam. Created two clear-cut chances that went straight to fielders, plus another outside edge that went through 4th slip as well. I mean, you'd struggle, you really would struggle to serve up a better 6 balls. Felix Organ there dropped twice in that over by Gareth Berg at 3rd slip.
So like you say, he's been dropped 3 times now.
3 times, yeah. Chris Tremaine though from the David Capel end, and Nick Gubbins gets in behind that one comfortably.
Yeah, I did Nick Gubbins a disservice. He hasn't been dropped, has he?
No, he hasn't. But that's all right. We're allowed to make mistakes.
I'm just updating my notes.
No. Good on you. Whacked into the leg side, down to Jack White at kind of deep backward square, does the fielding and puts Felix Organ back on strike. Nick Gubbins up the non-striker's end, which I think with the movement that Chris Tremaine is getting and what Jack White has exploited so far as well in the last couple of overs is probably the safer place to be, I think, if you own a cricket bat.
Yeah, first run off Chris Tremaine from his 14th ball.
Defended by Felix Organ down to mid-on.
So we had Graham writing in from Germany. Gone even further afield now. We've got Scott in Canada.
Wow.
LaFontaine, Ontario, Canada. He says, not a lot of red ball cricket in this area. Not exactly drowning in white ball either, for that matter. So your live stream is a godsend. Thank you, Scott. Are you a Northants fan? Let us know why, if so, or if you're just a cricket fan.
Outside edge of the bat from Felix Organ again as he picks up another boundary down in the deep third region. A shout of frustration, I think you might have picked up through the effects mic, so apologies if anybody's heard that, but an awful lot of frustration being caused by Felix Organ so far for the Northants fielders. But he has moved into the 20s now, the score 40 for 1.
Yeah, he's lived a charmed existence, that's for sure. From a Northants point of view, just hope it doesn't prove too costly. But you know, I guess at this time of the year, as a top order batter, you're relying on a little bit of luck. Probably not quite as much as Felix Organ has had.
You certainly wouldn't say no, would you, if it was offered to you first thing this morning? Chris Tremaine to Felix Organ, and left well alone to Lewis McManus to finish his third over of the day.
And just a note to Alex, who's emailed, I'm not ignoring you, just waiting for the perfect moment to raise the very interesting talking point that you do. At the moment, plenty going on out in the middle, so once we get a quieter passage. But very, very grateful for you getting in touch, thank you. Oh, Jack White will be bowling his 8th over of the spell. A spell that is included 3 drops. And Jack White's head has bowed lower and lower at the top of his mark.
Yeah.
With each of those drops, but I guess he just has to take solace in the fact that he himself couldn't have done much more.
It's certainly something that's happened before, hasn't it, in the number of first-class games of cricket that's ever happened since the dawn of time, but it's really hard to recall a similar over, I think, from that last one that we saw that Jack White served up.
If you look at it in the scorebook, you sort of think, oh, he's been bowling loose, but far from it.
But he has got Felix Organ back on strike, and he's got 4 balls at him in this over.
Yeah.
So the battle's not done yet, Sam.
Yeah, Jack White still with 3 slips, a gully, a point, short mid-off, or shortish mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a squarish third. I don't think Jack White's not necessarily been getting extravagant movement. He's just been bowling in, you know, the corridor where uncertainty creeps into the batter's mind.
Yeah, he's bowled brilliantly well, hasn't he, this morning? His lines and his lengths have been nigh on perfect, and without keep bringing it up, has created several opportunities for wickets to have been taken. And I think on this kind of pitch where we haven't seen the lateral movement off the pitch, it's going to be interesting as if we roll this clock forward as to how crucial that they might have been.
Follow up from Scott. He's actually a Kent fan.
Wow.
His grandma is from Bromley.
Okay.
But he stumbled on the stream and he's found it really enjoyable.
Going round the grounds.
Yeah, so thank you, Scott. Really appreciate you tuning in. Some interesting insight from Mike, a Hampshire fan, now living in London. He went on Saturday and Sunday to the Oval. He says, what was so disappointing was that we fought so hard on the Saturday. It was one of the best days cricket I've seen, and despite the usual problems with the batting, we hung in and looked to be setting Surrey a decent target. On the Sunday morning, I bumped into Nick Gubbins' new wife and thought that might be an omen. How wrong I was. Big shout for LBW from Chris Tremaine. Begs the umpire to put the finger up, but the umpire does not oblige. Chris Tremaine with that now trademark appeal, sort of the Brett Lee appeal down on one knee. Outside the line, I think.
I think he might have got himself outside.
Yeah.
Really, really good appeal, though. Close.
Yeah.
Close decision.
Yeah, top marks for the appeal.
Oh, without doubt.
The cut snake
Yeah.
giving it everything.
Cut snake.
I'll continue with Mike's email.
Please do, yeah.
In a moment. Yeah, Mike says, on the Sunday morning I bumped into Nick Gubbins' new wife. Congratulations to Nick and his wife, by the way.
Many.
And thought that might be an omen. How wrong I was. We just gave in far too early when Surrey batted, as well as Pope played. At one point we had everyone on the boundary as someone in the crowd shouted, good thinking, James. You only need 9 wickets.
Wow.
Well.
Tough crowd.
Yeah, I was going to say, well,
Jeez.
you do hear some funny things shouted out. Oh, and that's actually reasonably well played by Felix Organ as he guides that through the gap between slip and gully. It won't be 4. Josh Cobb does the fielding right in front of us here at the Lynn Wilson Centre end. Anyway, Mike says, great to see Prest getting a game. Big hopes for him this season. Very talented. Yeah, it'll be great to see. He might, based on the last 2 games, might have been expected to be batting already, but thanks to some luck and some probably slightly easier batting conditions than we had last week, Felix Organ and Nick Gubbins have put on 47 now for the second wicket.
Do you say Tom was carded at 5, Tom Prest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. That is a lovely anecdote, and just shows how passionate people are, really. All that will be born out of desperation to see their team win, especially Hampshire fans last week who, you know, if they were going to be, well, they may well still be genuine title contenders, but going toe-to-toe with Surrey for 3 days would have been given them full of encouragement. Yeah. looking good to the left-hander Nick Gubbins is Chris Tremaine, just tucking him up, hitting him on the pads. Yeah, that was a very entertaining perspective, Mike. Thank you for getting in touch. If you'd like to email us, it's stream@nccc.co.uk, or you can at us on Twitter at NorthantsCCC.
I think, well, all things considered, in these first 17 overs of the day's play, Northants can be really pleased with the way that the three bowlers have bowled so far. I mean, 49 for 1 now does not tell the true story of the morning so far without continuing to bring up what we've brought up. The run rate with what has happened is still under 3. You can take an awful lot of runs. Well, you can't take the runs out of it, but you can contextualize where those runs have come from and how they've been scored, and actually start to paint a slightly different picture that 49 for 1 is I think would be fair to say a misleading scorecard at the moment.
Yeah, the only worry is as bowlers tire and batters get in, do you come to rue those missed opportunities? As we have a switch of ends for Ben Sanderson. He opened up from the David Capel end, but he will now switch to the Lynn Wilson centre end, replacing the luckless Jack White, who bowled an 8-over spell with the new ball. That's made me laugh, Mike's email.
I thought that might have tickled you.
Thank you, Mike. And thanks to all the Hampshire supporters who are tuning in, as well as the Northants regulars. Great to have you, even if it is just for these 4 days.
Ben Sanderson sponsored by Wentworth Alexander, back for his second spell. Did have a message come through on Twitter from Lee, and possibly asking the wrong people, but I'll ask it anyway. The question is why the slips were so close together, which I think certainly caused an issue for the first drop catch of that Jack White over, but Felix Organ's second drop, where I think there was definitely a bit of confusion between second and third as to who that actually was, and I think Gareth Berg went across second slip to have a pop at that, but that is the 50 up.
Yeah, 50 up
for Hampshire this morning.
I think partly it's because they are so close.
Yeah, I think that's valid.
If you sort of imagine the angle widening the further back they go, but it's tricky, isn't it? Because you don't want to be so far back as Sanderson comes in. You don't want to be so far back that edges are going down, and as we know, Sanderson and White are not bowling at express pace, but actually with a new ball, the ball still flies off the edge, and they've been healthy edges, and certainly for the first drop, I think that was a case of the ball sort of beating Gareth Berg for pace more than anything. But it's a good observation, Lee. Thank you for getting in touch.
We spoke last week, didn't we, with Ricardo Vasconcelos, and he mentioned quite a lot about 1%ers. And bearing in mind, like, cricket fielding positions are fairly fluid, aren't they? You're not kind of locked in on although you are at first slip.
Oh, it's a beauty from Ben Sanderson, beating the outside edge of Nick Gubbins, who was on the defence. What a nice way to finish the over, just one run coming from it.
They're relatively fluid, aren't they? Like, you could quite easily be an inch or 3 or 4 centimetres either way depending on which ball might be bowled at which particular time. Like it is something that would change probably by one of those 1%ers, ball by ball. I think there's a chance you're not probably likely to stand in the exact same spot for each repeated delivery.
It's interesting. We're going to get a change after 4 overs from Chris Tremaine at the David Capel, and we're going to see Gareth Berg introduced into the attack. Don't know if Chris Tremaine has his eye on this end or it's just going to be used in short spells. Gets that one to lift, Gareth Berg. Yeah, we're talking of percentages, and you mentioned 1%. Well, if you, all things considered, you need to take 20 wickets to win a game of cricket. And so, if, you know, chances, every chance that goes down, that's actually quite a big percentage, you know. 5% as opposed to 1% in terms of the wickets you've got to take. But it happens.
Well, no one drops them on purpose,
no,
do they?
Exactly. There's also the factor with, I think Ben Sanderson said after, or has said, not necessarily to us, but to someone in the media, that he feels this batch of Duke's balls are doing a lot more than they did last year, which I don't think anyone expected it to be any different given how little they did last season. But the ball can swing after an edge, of course. Wobble through the air. It doesn't make it easy when you're standing close at slip. So I have plenty of sympathy for the guys, but you just you're just willing them to grab on.
Yeah, that seam stands up after the outside edge. It's got every chance of doing something through the air as it has whilst being bowled. There's a question come through from Crawford White. First, he says, great stream, so thank you very much. Wicket looks good. Thank you very much. We'll pass that on to the ground staff. Wondering why Northants put us in. I'm actually a Hampshire supporter, and thanks for the coverage. Any thoughts on win the toss and bowl first?
Will have been based on last week, won't it?
Yeah. Do you think Hampshire would have done the same if they won the toss?
I've no idea. Yes, I think with both sides. I was a bit dismissive. Sorry, I've got no idea.
No.
I don't have any idea, but my guess would be maiden from Gareth Berg to start. A good start from Gareth Berg. That when your strengths are your bowling, which probably so far this season both sides would admit, play to your strengths, and it certainly nipped around last week.
Yeah, and you can't. I mean, you can't carry those chances on to James Vince and on to Tom Prest and on to Liam Dawson, but you take a couple of those chances, and that, as I said about 5 minutes ago, that scorecard looks very different.
Exactly.
And I think begins to, if it hasn't already, justifies Northants and Luke Proctor's decision to win the toss and have a bowl first.
That's a really good point.
Do you know, sat in this commentary box, when you look outside and you see the players wearing the long sleeve jumpers and potentially a pullover as well, because it's a bit nippy outside, as I'm kind of sat here and in what I think would probably be, it kind of feels Barbados-esque, I think, in the commentary box here.
Yes, toasty. Yeah, you'd imagine it was a sort of 30-degree day, yeah, but Ben Sanderson as ever, giving nothing away. Just 10 runs from his 6.4 overs so far. Felix Organ 30 off 73 deliveries. Nick Gubbins 16 off 44. Yeah, and the game, certainly in the first 80 minutes of play this morning, moving at a more sedate pace than the morning of the Middlesex game. How different that might have been if a few of those chances had been taken. But as it stands, these two are still there. Partnership now worth 48. Another maiden from Ben Sanderson, his second of his 7 overs.
I think Nick Gubbins has looked really, really good this morning. Really assured. Left very confidently. Defended really well.
Yep.
Haven't yet seen kind of an acceleration or a through the gears analogy, but I'm sure that will come if Nick Gubbins stays at the crease for longer than the 46 balls that he has so far. But I think obviously that's probably testament again to how well Northants have bowled this morning. And it must be incredibly conflicting at the moment amongst the group, amongst the Northants players, as finding that balance between how pleased and satisfying they've bowled and the chances they've created, but also balancing out the disappointment from what's happened as well.
It's good stuff, this, from Gareth Berg. Yeah, you just have to put it out of your mind, don't you? Make sure you're ready for the next one.
Did we mention last week it was Gareth Berg's 150th first-class appearance?
I know it was mentioned on the club Twitter feed, but yeah, that's actually fewer than you would expect from a 42-year-old. But then he didn't. I don't think he made his first-class debut till he was 28.
Still a remarkable achievement. I think he's an ex-Hampshire employee as well, isn't he, Gareth Berg?
Yeah. Luke's been in touch. He's a Northants fan. He's watching the stream whilst at work. He's enjoying the coverage, but wishes in his office there was an ice cream and a half of light ale.
We've got both of those on offer, Luke. If you've got a laptop and you're able to work remotely.
Yep, come and log in from the county ground. Looking at the weather forecast, not sure bowling first was necessarily the right choice, is what Luke says. Well, they say look up, not down, and there's a bit of grass on the wicket. But it has been a glorious start to the day. I just think last week's shot for none from Felix Organ. I think last week's the memory of last week will have informed that decision. It may well turn out to be have been a good toss to lose for Hampshire, but we will see. Certainly created chances, Northants. So thanks to you, Luke, emailing in from Pittsford, stream@nccc.co.uk. The wind really getting up on the FX
It really
mic.
isn't it?
I'll just turn that down a bit. We've got a new record for our furthest away viewer.
Further than Canada?
Yeah, Sydney.
That is further away. I suppose it depends which way you go.
It's Mark Tremaine. It's it's Chris's uncle.
No way.
Oh, great to hear from you, Mark. I'm assuming you genuinely are Chris's uncle. Oh well, we hope your company will persist even after Chris has gone home. But yeah, the boy done good, as we say over here. Thank you for getting in touch, Mark. Any anecdotes about Chris growing up? Gratefully appreciated. He says he hopes to see the nephew continue on his wicket-taking ways.
So do we.
Yeah, from Northampton's perspective, we all do, yeah.
Just a short spell, wasn't it, for Chris from the David Capel end? Obviously, we noticed that Ben Sanderson's come back for his second spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end. I wonder whether what they've seen so far in these 21 overs points towards this end being the more productive.
Oh, and he did well to get some batter on that. He'll pick up 4, Nick Gubbins. The reaction of the slip fielders and Ben Sanderson himself suggests that he did well to get back on that. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think that fine edge certainly saved the umpire from having to make a decision.
Yep, brings up the 50 partnership between these two as well. And what's turning into be an incredibly productive one. I don't think top order partnerships have been that fruitful for Hampshire of late. So
no, actually, it'd be interesting to know whether this is the sort of highest partnership of the top 4 so far this season, because they have actually, I think, in the run chase at the Aegeus against Nottinghamshire, they won by 8 wickets, so there must have been a fairly decent partnership. It was a reasonably small chase, but maybe you can look that up for us, Dan, or I'll do it when you're back on comms.
I don't have access to your to your cricket archive.
It's called search engines.
Have you ever heard of Google? Is basically the response of what you wanted to give me there, wasn't it? Yeah, pretty much. We do have various statistics and analysis available to us through Intelligent Cricket, which are a fantastic bit of software to use, which you can tailor and sort around to whichever way you kind of want your statistics to come out with. The difficulty is the relevancy with regards to the statistics and the meetings between these two sides. We spoke earlier, didn't we? It's only the second time in 9 years that the two of them have played one another. So we go last year down at the Aegeus Bowl, and then before that you go back to 2013, which were both draws. But when you start looking at the numbers of some of the players involved with regards to leading run scorers, you start talking about Jimmy Adams, who's now coach at Hampshire. You talk about Andrew Hall, who obviously is no longer about for Northampton, including David Sales. Red ball bowling for
chance to run out, but I think he would have been safe.
Red ball bowling for David Willey as well. Obviously, he's over in the IPL with Royal Challengers Bangalore. So a lot of the information between these two sides, although obviously is still interesting and still useful, it does come to a point and you kind of think, well, 10 years ago, I don't know how much relevance that actually holds anymore. But nonetheless, it's a brilliant tool.
Yeah, the thing I like with it is seeing how individual batsmen fare in each period of their innings. So you can see, first 20 balls, Felix Organ, for example, averages X and has a strike rate of whatever, it might give us an idea of how how costly. I mean, Felix Organ's first-class record is still fairly limited, and being a young player, but whether he punishes you if you do give him chances.
It's hard. It's hard to say. At the moment, really, I would say, obviously, a lot of wickets against right-arm seamers, which probably isn't that big of a surprise, having played in the county championship. Averages, what's that? Just over 23.5, and a conversion rate 33% with 5%.
Oh, and that's evaded Luke Proctor, and Nick Gubbins will pick up 4. Yeah, it's a nice shot down the ground. Just over pitching was Gareth Berg, and Luke Proctor couldn't quite get down quick enough.
Solid again by Nick Gubbins. It looks so. It's been an authoritative defence from Nick Gubbins so far.
Yeah, he started the season well, as we mentioned, and at the moment he's looked untroubled.
Ben Sanderson's carry on, 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14. Fresh off a terrific performance last week. A little bit of shape from the hands from Ben Sanderson there, without really much going on off the pitch, but a little bit of encouragement from the seamers. 4 slips back in for Northants as well, for their talisman seam bowler. As he beats Felix Organ's outside edge and goes through to Lewis McManus. Again, I don't think there's not a great deal going there, is there? I don't think, Sam, watching that back three.
A little nip, but
more line, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think that's challenging.
So, yeah, just doesn't let you leave many. Ben Sanderson.
Defended well by Felix Organ into the offside. Organ now into the 30s. That run rate just starting to come down a little bit after the manic couple of overs that we saw about half an hour ago. Down to just over 2.5.
Still 4 slips for Ben Sanderson. I think he's probably earned with the line he's been bowling.
Yeah, and I think that the pressure that the bowlers have, or the lines and the lengths that they have managed to bowl, and the pressure that they have built, does point towards why they're less than 2.5 and over now, and they can keep 4 slips in.
And Not many of those runs have been through
Certainly not in front of square.
Proper shots, yeah, exactly.
No. Don't think Ben Sanderson will be that happy with his first touch there, will he? He could be wearing the multicoloured T-shirt tomorrow morning in the warm-ups. But yeah, a bit of shape as well for Sanderson to Organ, but he's now got the left-handed Nick Gubbins on strike, who's on 24 this morning. And unsurprising, defended well again by the Hampshire number 3. Mark
Tremaine, Chris's uncle, has been back in touch.
Oh, have we got some goss?
He's got a nice potted history of Chris's background and of the Tremaine sporting pedigree.
Okay.
Chris is often described as coming from Dubbo in New South Wales, which is where Glenn McGrath is from. But he actually grew up in a very small town nearby called Yeovil, named after the UK Yeovil, a town of only about 250, with Chris's childhood spent living on one of Mark's father's farms, so Chris's grandfather. Carry on in a minute.
Gareth Berg. Let's carry on. Outside edge for Felix Organ, which goes down before reaching Josh Cobb this time at Gully.
Yeovil has a rich sporting history for such a small township. Chris's great uncle was picked for the Wallabies to tour England, but not able to go due to farming commitments.
Wow.
That sporting history continues through to today, with Chris having a cousin in the current Wallaby squad.
Quick single for Felix Organ. No real danger there at all, but nicely picked up.
Yeah, well run. Yes, a cousin in the current Wallaby squad. That's the rugby union side, and another cousin, a professional golfer on the Australian tour.
Blimey.
Thank you, Mark. That's the kind of insight only a family member can provide. So that's wonderful. Really appreciate you getting in touch. That's Mark Tremaine, Northamptonshire's overseas, Chris Tremaine's uncle, who's watching in Sydney.
Defended by Gubbins again. So other than professional sports stars, what else are they farming in Yeovil?
I'm guessing sheep, but
yeah,
that's I'm based on a limited understanding.
Golfers, rugby players, and fast bowlers, by the sounds of it.
I imagine the rugby players, they get a good practice sort of tackling the sheep when you've got to get them into.
Worked off his hip. Gubbins there into the leg side, comes back for 2. The fielding done by Jack White down at deep square. Gubbins picks up another couple. 63 for 1 the score now. So yeah, an expert in sheep wrangling.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I don't have a background in sheep wrangling.
And that is a shot of authority by Nick Gubbins through the covers for 4 runs. The Northampton fielder did not move. That is a lovely shot, Sam.
Shot of the day so far. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Put that in the textbook.
In the Louvre. Or however John Stones pronounced it.
Yeah, that's actually certainly the first boundary we've seen come through a shot where the batter will go, yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yep. And defended once again by Nick Gubbins, which brings the end of Gareth Berg's 4th over, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12. The score 67 for 1 off 25 overs.
I mentioned Alex's email earlier. It's a longie, so I'll
okay, yeah.
But he raises some interesting points. So first of all, thank you, Alex. He is working about a street away.
Okay.
With the stream on. He's got a bit of work to do, which is why he's not in the ground yet, but he's hoping to pop down for an hour or so after tea. The weather set fair throughout the day. And I'll come on to his point in a minute.
Free after tea as well, isn't it? Yeah,
certainly was during the Middlesex game. I assume that is the case again today. So yeah, if you do get your work done, Alex, then make sure you come and join us. He says he doesn't understand the clamour from certain sections to reduce the number of first-class counties. Surely the, in inverted commas, smaller counties like Northants going toe-to-toe with the likes of Middlesex, Kent, Hampshire is what sport is all about. And I'll come on to the rest of it in a minute.
And another crunching cover drive by the Hampshire batters there. Felix Organ this time puts that one away from Ben Sanderson. I think Ben Sanderson just losing his length there slightly and giving Felix Organ the opportunity to throw his hand through that one, and duly obliged.
I think that's where Felix Organ likes to play. We saw early on him, you know, anything full and wide having a go at it. It nearly caused his downfall earlier on, and so seeing him now crunch one through the covers will be intensely frustrating for Northamptonshire,
and as equally satisfying as it is for Hampshire and
yeah.
Felix himself.
Yep, certainly timed that one nicely out the middle of the bat.
And played nicely through mid-on this time. Okay, carry on.
Yeah, could we not view it more like football's Premier League? Yes, there's more money and quality in the Prem versus the rest of the pyramid, but clubs like Brentford and Bournemouth can get promoted and hold their own in the Prem. Northants, Derbyshire, Leicestershire should be afforded the same opportunity. Doesn't mean we can't have an 8-team First Division with more high quality overseas, etc., competing in that league. Good to see/hear Dan back to did a cracking job last week.
Thank you very much, Alex. I'll pay you the £5 later. Ooh. Played into the offside again by Felix Organ. Half stopped well enough to restrict Hampshire.
A little bit uppish, that one?
There. Yeah, a little bit again, wasn't it? But certainly looks like the type of player that's prepared to play the shots that he wants to play, and yeah, I'm all on board for it.
Your thoughts on Alex's comments?
So Alex is suggesting because as it stands at the moment, we've got 10 teams in the First Division and 8 in the second, haven't we? I think is that
yeah,
right?
That's right.
So Alex is suggesting to flip that around, and that's left well alone by Nick Gubbins once again.
I think Alex's main point is keep the 18 counties.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you do get, quote, smaller counties competing.
There's so much history, so much prestige, and so much quality that have come out from, in inverted commas, smaller counties, with no disrespect to
yeah, absolutely.
to the smaller counties, the ones that aren't the test playing nation, the test playing grounds. So I think it would be, and I don't think it's that much of a conversation now, is it? I think Andrew Strauss's report kind of got dismissed quite quickly. So I don't necessarily think it's that much of a topic of conversation at the moment. So yeah, it would be. I think it would be a massive mistake to drop that number down. I can kind of see the logic behind it, because I think you look at Australia as a model, and it feels like it always happens when England have gone over to Australia to play Test cricket. They've not done particularly well. There's a crisis meeting, there's a report, and we look to see what Australia do to see what England can replicate. Gareth Berg picks up the wicket. Felix Organ goes this time. The catch made, caught behind, goes for 38. As Gareth Berg picks up the wicket and makes up for the drop catches earlier on in the day. Very good bit of bowling. Good catch by Lewis McManus. 2 down for Hampshire now.
Yeah, fabulous stuff if you are a Northants fan, because it was just looking like those drop catches may have proved costly, but Gareth Berg, a seasoned campaigner, has broken the partnership in the end, not costing Northants too much in terms of the runs that Organ added. Organ's top scorer of the season by some distance. He was just starting to look more comfortable, but he couldn't resist a little nibble outside the off stump, and he has gone for 38, and Northamptonshire will be mightily relieved.
I suspect Gareth Berg being the most relieved of the 11 Northants players out there, I suspect.
Yeah, well, that is the way to make up for a drop catch, is come on and
yeah,
clear it up yourself. So Well done, Gareth Berg.
Jack White probably gave him a gentle pat on the back, I suspect, to
yeah,
say
it's
well
almost
done
one where the scorer needs to just
an asterisk next to it.
Or quietly put the W next to Jack White's name. But well, if you're a Northamptonshire fan, that is a big moment, because that partnership was worth 70 and had 3 drop catches in it, all of them Felix Organ. But he is gone, and Northamptonshire will be delighted to see the back of a man that has had outstayed his welcome in their eyes.
Yes, I think that would be fair, and I don't think you get many people, even Hampshire fans, disagreeing with that. But it doesn't get any easier, does it? James Vince, the next man to the crease for Hampshire, for Northants to come up against and execute their plans against a guy with various international accolades, Test caps, ODI caps, T20 caps, a World Cup winners medal to his name as well. Hasn't had the best start to this season, and I don't think he needs either one of us to turn around and say that 45 runs from 2 games isn't the James Vince return of what we would come to expect of a guy of his quality. He'll certainly be looking to start his run tally off with a little bit more success against these Northants bowlers than what he has managed to so far against Notts and Surrey respectively. But Gareth Berg to James Vince, and defended to mid-on by James Vince on his first ball. So sorry, going back to Alex's point, I think it's easy to draw comparisons to what Australia have to offer, and I think that it becomes sometimes convenient to suggest the fact that, well, less players means more quality because you've got better players going up against better players, if that makes sense. And James Vince gets off the mark off his second ball with a single into the leg side.
That's a really interesting point you make, Dan, as well, about the reaction to what happens in Test cricket. And I think possibly if England continue playing the way they're playing in Test cricket, then the clamour for change in the domestic game will reduce. You know, ultimately it is still the 18 county system that has produced the players that are doing the business for England in all formats currently, and not all of them have come through big counties. I think that's the biggest thing. It's a touch point all across the country for young cricketers to aspire to a local professional outfit.
See how windy this is out there at the moment, isn't there? Nick Gubbins has just pulled away from that, stopping Gareth Berg. Come in as he leaves that one well alone, but you can see like just being kind of almost being blown off his feet, I think, at the striker's end. I think the umpire might have started to lose his hat as well as that breeze picked up across the ground. And I think the other thing with the 18 counties is the opportunity that it creates, and the ability to find that England international amongst 18 counties. You've got more opportunity to find and develop and nurture those skills. Current opening Test batter obviously started his career down at Northampton, Ben Duckett. Potentially, you rewrite the script back 100 years, and I'm sure Ben Duckett would have picked up an opportunity from one of the, say, an Australian example, one of the 6 first-class state sides, but maybe a player like that doesn't come to the top.
I think that's a good point. It allows players to develop at slightly different rates.
Oh, Gareth Berg with a generates a play and miss there from James Vince as that one goes straight through to the keeper. End of a successful over for Northamptonshire. Gareth Berg, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. That wicket of Felix Organ in the last over, the score 74 for 2.
If you reduce the number of teams, then there are less opportunities, and someone who might, at age 16, not be in the top
66 players ultimately.
Yeah, exactly. Gets axed, whereas actually if they have a time to play twos cricket or be around the squad. Yeah, I think this is a good move from Northampton as we get a bowling change. Chris Tremaine will switch to the Lynn Wilson centre end, having only bowled 4 overs from the David Capel end, and how Northampton would love another wicket before lunch. We're about 13 minutes away from the lunch break.
Absolutely. The 439th player to play for Northamptonshire, sponsored by Cinch as well, Chris Tremaine. And as you said, that classic "take one with us, lads," I think will be the might be the shout going on from the slip cordon. 3 slips still in for Chris Tremaine, bowling to Nick Gubbins, who defends that one with authority again. As I've said a couple of times, looks very, very assured at the crease this morning, Nick Gubbins, in comparison to his counterpart that's obviously just departed. Has been a chanceless innings of 31 not out of 68 balls, and has looked good and solid for 31 runs.
Yeah, he's been good for Hampshire this season so far.
That's tucked into the leg side. Down to fine leg for a single. I had a couple more tweets in. This is from Phil the Farmer. I find myself torn. I'm a Hampshire cricket fan, but always followed Northants because of my favourite cricketer, Gareth Berg. And now Lewis McManus is with you. It keeps my interest. Great to see Gareth start to bowl as soon as I start to watch as well. So Phil, Gareth picked up the wicket of Felix Organ for you. Lee, with the question earlier today, which I will mention, just said, thanks for airing my question. Thanks for the continued great coverage. Please wish Thrapston CC all the best for their upcoming season in Division 1 of the County League.
Gets underway this weekend.
Absolutely.
Northamptonshire County League. Did you say, sorry, I've forgotten his name, the Hampshire guy, Gareth Berg fan, what was his name?
Phil the Farmer.
He's a farmer.
He's
so
a farmer.
Hopefully, Phil, you enjoyed the chat earlier about New South Wales's farming industry. I've got more info on that from Mark Tremaine in a moment.
I wonder if Phil grows professional footballers. Big drive by James Vince. Early doors, just one to his name and prepared to take on that shot through the covers.
If he'd nicked that,
I think that would have sent the Northants fielders into pandemonium. It's kind of what James Vince is known for, isn't he? Like, on his day, he is one of the absolute very best batters in county cricket.
Oh, with that shot as well.
In English cricket to watch, that you'd struggle on form, you'd struggle to pick a better one to watch, I think. And defended again by James Vince, which completes Chris Tremaine's 5th over of the day. What more information have we got with regards to
if you just joined us, Mark Tremaine is Chris's uncle. He's watching live in Sydney. I don't know what time it is in Sydney. It must be getting late. And Mark and Chris are from a farming family in a small township called Yeovil, named after Yeovil in Somerset. And there's 250 people that live in Yeovil, and the Tremaines make up a few of those. And we were just hearing about the rich sporting pedigree with cricketers, golfers, and I think predominantly rugby union players emerging from Yeovil. Anyway, we were speculating about what the farming was like in Yeovil. And Mark says, Yeovil is in the heart of the mixed farming belt of New South Wales. The main focus of Chris's grandfather was wool production, along with wheat and canola. Canola, I think you say that, which is an oil, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
From a seed.
Yeah.
But you're right, plenty of opportunity to tackle sheep. But as with most youngsters on the farm, often in the way of where the sheep were meant to go. I can imagine it already. Growing up on the farm in Yeovil, mucking around, getting in the way of Chris's granddad.
I mean, it sounds like, Sam, if you're up for a gap year, I reckon they might take you.
Well, I am quiet in the winters, so
left alone.
Mark, if you need a farm hand,
yeah,
during your summer,
you might come back as a professional athlete as well.
Yeah, exactly. The finishing school. Northamptonshire County Cricket Club are pleased to announce the signing of Veteran medium pacer.
As he's moved from the commentary box to the slip cordon. It's been really nice to get that email come through from Mark this morning, though. Gareth Berg bowls full of a length to Nick Gubbins, who mistimes that one into the offside and picks up a single to put captain James Vince on strike.
Mike, who we heard from earlier, he's a Hampshire fan. He points out that was an all-Hampshire wicket. Organ nicked former all-rounder Berg to former Hampshire keeper McManus. True, it's a bit of a reunion.
Get the band back together.
Yeah,
I'm sure Felix Organ wasn't as thrilled to think of that as he walked off.
Organ is under pressure now. A batting average of 21 isn't good enough for an opener. Never understood why we got rid of McManus, quality keeper and fighting batter. Well, we're delighted to have Lewis here at Northamptonshire.
Inside edge into the pad for James Vince. There was a tweet earlier today from Melissa Story, who does the commentary for Hampshire. I know Melissa, yeah.
She's excellent, very good.
Down south, which we can say with assurance as we're safely in the Midlands. It just to highlight that it has been a tough kind of gig opening the batting for Hampshire, with highlighting last year's statistics here. Only 3 partnerships over 100, one of which was 97, which was the 4th one. A lot of single-figure scores. And James Vince leaves that one well alone, including a brace of 6s against Nottinghamshire in the first day, 8 in the first innings against Surrey at the Oval, with 28 in the second, and then obviously 2 today. So clearly something that over the last 18 months has been a difficult problem to fix for Hampshire, with a various amount of names, with Ian Holland, James Vince, Felix Organ, Joe Weatherly, so on, so forth. Fletcher Middleton involved in that.
Yeah, that's
as
a
well.
really good point. The thing you'd say about Hampshire is the sort of struggles at the top of the order. They do bat so deep. You know, they've got runs all the way down to, well, in this side, 10. Obviously Keith Barker missing out, and he scored runs last week and has first-class hundreds. But even Carl Abbott can hold a bat. I mean,
it's a strong, as you said, it's an incredibly strong lineup, and
so they have been slightly getting away with it at the top of the order because of those runs that come down the order. And actually, you look at Surrey, the value of bowlers that can bat and vice versa. It seems to be a formula for success in the Championship at the moment, with Hampshire competing right up there in the last few seasons, and Surrey winning it last year, with players that can bat, bowl and field. Last year it was interesting to see that, did write it down, an interesting stat about how deep Hampshire bat.
Tremaine tries out the short ball. I did wonder whether that was coming out. We've got a fielder now. Sam Whiteman, I believe, has dropped down to the ground staff maisonette, as it's been dubbed on the live stream. So there was a change of field, and worth testing out the middle of the pitch for Nick Gubbins to see if he was interested in that. The line wasn't right, but so far has been unflappable in his innings of 33. And Tremaine goes full again, and Gubbins lets that one go past the outside stump. Sorry, the off stump as well.
So here's my little stat. 10 of the 14 players that represented Hampshire in the Championship last year averaged over 22, and 7 of those over 30.
Yeah.
6 players scored hundreds, but only 2 scored 2.
Okay.
So run spread around is the point I'm making.
As Gubbins tucks that one into the leg side. No chance for a 2. So just a single there. 77. No, and I think your statistics and your facts have highlighted exactly that. It's, as you said, it's a workload that's been shared amongst the team rather than than burdened on one or two individuals.
Which makes you think if that's, one or two of their top four can have a standout season, then they become an incredible force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I mean, wickets in previous years certainly haven't been the issue, have they? I think last year the three, Abbott, Barker and Abbas, all picked up over 50 wickets each.
Which is incredible, isn't it?
And Tremaine finishes his 6th over with a dot ball, 77 for 2. And I think this will end up being the last over before lunch here.
Interesting. So assuming we get to lunch with a scorecard looking a bit like it does now, even Stevens or just Hampshire?
Contextually, I think you'd say Hampshire.
Right.
I think those 3 drops, and I appreciate obviously Felix Organ has gone now. You can't guarantee those chances would have been created for James Vince, who would have followed, but I think you'd say Hampshire would be in front at the moment, and maybe another wicket. If there was another one in the column there, I'd say it'd be a little bit closer to 50-50, but
yeah, I suppose especially having been asked to bat first.
Yeah.
If you're 2 down at lunch.
Yeah, but I'll give you a quick run round the rest of the games. We could maybe go into a little bit more detail after lunch, but Notts are 118 for 1, having been put into bat by Middlesex. Somerset 86 for 4, having been put into bat by Lancashire. Or squared up by Gubbins and well fielded at Gully by Josh Cobb. Obviously Hampshire, Northants, we know roughly what's going on. Essex are 110 for 1, having chosen to bat against Kent. And then in Division 2, all action at Worcester. Gloucestershire 69 for 7, having chosen to bat.
Wow.
Durham 99 for 1, having been put in by Glamorgan. Marnus Labuschagne, I believe, arrived in Glamorgan for this one. Well fielded by Gareth Berg. Nice shot by Nick Gubbins. And then the last one at the moment, Sussex are 99 for 2, having chosen to bat against Yorkshire at Hove as well. Pujara 8 not out. And at that one, just thought I'd give you a little run through.
Return of Ollie Robinson to championship action down at Hove.
Yeah, we spoke quite highly of him last week, didn't we?
Hard not to.
Maybe get a little insight into the Sussex camp from you this afternoon.
Oh.
Would you describe that as the first kind of full shot by Nick Gubbins of the day? I don't really remember too many that have kind of caused a great deal of excitement from the Northants fielders.
Just before we get to the lunch break, Ben, who is in Swansea but born in Northampton, just agreeing with Alex, who emailed us earlier about the discussions about smaller counties, etc. Fully agree with Alex's point about not cutting smaller teams. One thing that rarely gets considered is that British cricket is as much about the local community game as it is about the England team. We should make it a focus to try and get as many people playing the game we love as possible, and cutting teams would have the exact opposite effect. Plus, like you said, there's nothing to stop top players from the lesser teams from climbing the ladder to the test team. Thanks for keeping me entertained in the office. And up, Llandarsi CC in South Wales Division 6. So thank you, Ben, for joining us. Northampton born.
Absolutely. And a Gareth Berg dot ball there to finish his maiden over. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 15. Takes us to lunch. Hampshire 77 for 2. The not out batters, Nick Gubbins on 34. And James Vince with just a single to his name. The last man to fall when the score was 72 was Felix Organ for 38. Bowled Berg, caught McManus. And yeah, it's not been as exciting as what it was last week. It hasn't quite been kind of all action. We weren't expecting a wicket every ball, is what I think was kind of the general feel against Middlesex a week ago here at Wantage Road. Nonetheless, it's been a very good performance, I think, from the Northants bowlers. Jack White can consider himself incredibly unlucky to be walking off the field to tuck into his lunch with 1 wicket to his name. And Hampshire, I think, will be very pleased with the position that they find themselves in. 2 of their more established and, well, Nick Gubbins, they're probably in-form batter at the crease to come back after lunch.
Yeah, it's been high-quality cricket and a good contest between bat and ball. And certainly you couldn't say at this stage that one side is well on top, which sets things up nicely for the afternoon session, which will resume in about 40 minutes. During that session, I think we're going to have a chat, or I'm going to have a chat with James Coyne, the deputy editor of the Cricketer magazine, who also covers Northamptonshire, so I'll be interested to get his perspective. So that'll be our first guest of the day, but it'll be me, Sam Kieran, you, Dan Jadazovic, back at 1:40.
Back after a sandwich. See you in half an hour. Welcome back. Welcome back to day one, second session of the county championship match between Northamptonshire and Hampshire. Hampshire resuming the afternoon session on 77 for 2. The not-out batters, Captain James Vince on 1, will face the first ball after lunch, and not-out batter Nick Gubbins on 34. Sam, can you summarise that morning session for us, and did you decide what you had for lunch in the end?
Well, the morning session was hard fought, and you say probably having been inserted to lose 2 wickets and make steady progress. Hampshire probably the happier of the two sides. Keep going on about it, but obviously the drop catches could have changed things. You know, would have meant new batters with a newer ball when Vince would have come in a bit earlier. But listen, I think neither side will feel ecstatic and neither side will feel terribly disheartened. I think possibly if Northampton had gone in having not got Organ, they might have had their heads bowed a little lower. But as it stands, pretty evenly matched, I would say. Maybe Hampshire just edging it.
I would agree with you. Jack White looks like he will open the bowling this afternoon from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 1 wicket so far, and that, as you said, quite phenomenal over of first-class cricket that we saw whilst bowling to Felix Organ earlier this morning.
I had a chat with Kevin James, the BBC Solent commentator, at lunch, and he said his understanding is that Hampshire would have had a bat if they'd won the toss.
Okay.
So,
2 happy captains then, 10:30 this morning.
Yeah, exactly. But I just think Northampton were basing their decision on last week, which is totally fair enough. It did a lot. Would have been a bold captain to have won the toss and batted, having seen what we saw.
And Jack White with the first ball after lunch, defended by Captain James Vince. Yeah, welcome back to the live stream, powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. It's been a brilliant morning so far. Really, really thoroughly enjoyed our time. Be into the farming industry, or you can drop us an email at hang on, I've forgotten this one already, stream@nccc.co.uk. Thanks, Sam.
stream@nccc.co.uk.
Or it's on stream, which is even easier. Jack White, and pulled into the leg side by James Vince across the square for 4 runs. That is a shot of authority by the Hampshire captain.
First bad ball Jack White's bowled.
You know what? I don't even think it was. I don't even think it was that short. You know, I don't think it was that short of a delivery. Certainly, probably not as full as what he would have liked, but I don't think it was that far away from the ideal length. I think James Vince was on that so quickly.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
As we said before lunch, on his day, worth an admission ticket alone to come in and watch James Vince have a bat. But obviously, Northamptonshire will be hoping to see the back of him pretty quick. Defended again from Jack White.
Good numbers in at the county ground for day one of this match. Fantastic to see. I think quite a lot of people up from the south coast. Hampshire fans always travel well. Wonderful to see so many of them, and of course the home fans as well. So not a bad crowd on day one.
Left alone by James Vince there. No, absolutely. You can see on the camera just quite how blustery it is outside today. It's a very, very different experience in the box that we're sat in, Sam. But outside, it is pretty nippy still. There is a stiff breeze, and I'm sure there are more hot chocolates, teas, and coffees being sold today than there are ice cold beverages and various different refreshing items that you might be able to crunch around the ground. Oh, big shout from Jack White. Oh, not interested from the umpire at all. Let's have a watch back of that one. Has James Vince got himself outside the line? A little bit of bad on that. Was there a little inside edge onto that one, maybe? I'm not sure. No interest from the umpire regardless. Hampshire still 2 down, 81 runs on the board, and Jack White completes the first over after lunch. Let's have another look for this LBW shout. I don't think there was much bat in that, you know. Either way, the umpire said not out, so it's not out.
Both the umpires are wearing wide-brimmed sun hats and then snoods, which kind of sums up the conditions, i.e. glorious sunshine, but still pretty cold. Also makes telling which umpire is which very difficult.
Yeah. Or Chris Tremaine from the David Capel end after lunch finds the outside half of Nick Gubbins' bat straight away. And that has run down to deep third, and I think that's a good bit of fielding there from the Northampton slip cordon to restrict that just to 3 runs.
Yeah, the umpires are Mike Burns and James Middlebrook. They are dressed identically, and obviously umpires always wear the same thing, but not quite to the... They're accessorised in the same way.
Accessorised. They went to the same tailors this morning, so...
Hats and snoods are the order.
Yeah. Not quite the garments you'd find on Savile Row, is it? I don't think. As Chris Tremaine comes into bowl to James Vince, now on strike. Very full delivery from Chris Tremaine there, left alone by James Vince. Possibly a bit, possibly so full that it caught James Vince slightly off guard.
It almost pitched. Well, it did pitch between the popping creases, didn't it?
And left alone. Bit of a half stop there by Lewis McManus.
Yeah, I think there again we saw some movement after the ball passed the batter, which might have been one mitigating factor in the drop catches in the morning session. 3 drop catches, all of them off the bat of Felix Organ, and the ball may have been wobbling a little bit.
Yeah, possibly didn't quite carry through either, as that one's lifted. Just taken off a length there. James Vince leaves well alone, and I'm sure Lewis McManus will be much happier keeping to those kind of deliveries than he was from the ball before. Defended again by Hampshire captain James Vince into the leg side. If you missed it this morning, we had some brilliant insight from Mark Tremaine, all the way from New South Wales, who is Chris Tremaine's uncle. Gave a really nice account of the Tremaine family. Gave a nice insight into brothers and sisters and cousins and what Chris Tremaine was like as a youngster on the farm as well. So and left alone by James Vince. So yeah, as you've just seen popped up on screen, and I mentioned a moment ago, if there are any stories, any questions, any anecdotes, any kind of shout outs. Do we do shout outs yet, Sam? We could wish, maybe not on Thursday, but maybe tomorrow we could wish local club sides luck as they commence their club season on Saturday.
I don't see any reason why we can't have those today.
Okay.
Getting excited about the new club season, the Northamptonshire Cricket League starting on Saturday, weather and conditions dependent. Already had one correspondent, haven't we? From
we have
from around the league.
Defended again by Nick Gubbins, who looks flawless in the first innings this morning, didn't he? Came in very early when Hampshire went down, went 2 for 1 early on this morning, and you'd struggle to look back at those 86 deliveries that Nick Gubbins has faced and think of a mistake so far. Obviously, from a Northamptonshire perspective, I'll be desperately sat here hoping to have put the commentator's curse on him, but so far he's been sublime, and that's worked into the leg side.
There's a great, during the lunch break, I was looking at some of the clips from other games, and
yes,
there's a great moment where on the live stream down at Hove, where Sussex are hosting Yorkshire, one of the commentators, Adrian Harms, is saying, "Oh, he's a proper player, Ali," or "I think he's got a huge future," and he says, "I hope he's not out next ball." Lo and behold, out next ball. Talking of commentators' curses,
why does it always happen for the team that you're kind of in the camp for as well? And that's down to fine leg, and that's well fielded as he. But I don't think
unlucky.
Ben Sanderson hasn't done enough there to stop the ball going for 4.
Can't fault his effort.
No, it was athletic, and then the ball just didn't get hold of it, did he?
Covered a lot of ground.
Nick Gubbins now into the 40s. And left alone by Gubbins once again. Still an absolutely cracking day here, isn't there? Not a cloud in the sky. So
no, it's glorious, isn't it? Really shows off how great the county ground is looking early season. Really lush outfield, green outfield. Everywhere's had a lick of paint. Looking great.
Oh, Jack White beats Nick Gubbins outside edge, possibly for the first time today. The first time I can think that there's been a genuine play and miss from Nick Gubbins. Very assured to leave, wasn't he, earlier on this morning on that 4th stump line? That I think was the first time that we've seen him drawn into playing a shot there. So a little victory for Jack White, and I think he deserves every one of those after the luck he had this morning. And again, 2 in 2 balls. Do you know what? I've just looked down. He's bowled 10 overs and he's gone for the best part of 40 runs. And I cannot fathom. Well, I can fathom because I've seen it, but it makes no sense to me, the fact that he's gone for 40 off 10 overs.
And actually, this is the great thing about having live streams now for county cricket, because if you looked at the end of the day, or even now, you just checked CFAX in the old days.
CFAX, blimey.
And you went,
teletext.
Jack White's leaked a few.
Yeah.
But he has bowled magnificently.
Absolutely. Teletext doesn't tell the true story, is the moral of the stream after lunch.
Teletext, that was ITV, I think.
Was it?
CFAX, BBC, I think that's where you get the cricket scores.
Oh, okay. Apologies. I might have been too young to remember that far back. Oh, shape from Chris Tremaine. Inside edge from James Vince that's gone down for 4. Hands on his head from the Aussie. Nice shape. Nice to see a bit of swing here from Tremaine.
Oh, that is mightily close to being played on, isn't it? No luck at all there. As you'd expect, James Vince not afraid to unfurl his trademark cover drive. He's connected with 1 this morning, which was glorious. But
slightly more trademark when you use the middle of the bat rather than the inside edge of it, though, isn't it?
Yeah, he has.
And the outside edge of it as well. But that's, I think, deliberately played by James Vince down to fine leg, who Nick Gubbins comes back for 3.
It's well run.
Very well run by the Hampshire pair.
Yeah, live by the cover drive, die by the cover drive.
It's like Camelot. Is it? No? Don't know. Something about swords. Still though, nice shape to see from Chris Tremaine through the air after lunch. We saw it a little bit, didn't we, from the David Capel ends. In the morning session, I think was probably the only Northants bowler that we've seen so far today with genuine swing in these blustery conditions. So nice to see that that's carried on into the second session. As that one goes straight on. Defended once again by Gubbins. I feel like might end up saying that quite a lot during the course of the day. Defended by Nick Gubbins.
Yeah, I've got no issue with it. He's doing a fine job for his side. 41 off 93 deliveries now.
Shape again, in swing this time from Chris Tremaine, but Nick Gubbins up to the task. Might have been a little look at a run out, but
yeah, he had to hurry a little bit when the throw came in.
So they look to have been a little bit more offensive in the second session so far from Hampshire, I think.
Yeah, I was just thinking the runs have come quite quickly, haven't they, since the break?
And left alone by Captain James Vince as Chris Tremaine's, I think his towel fell out the back of his trousers.
I think it was his cap being held by the umpire.
Oh,
it would have been interesting if Vince had been bowled.
He didn't look that happy, did he?
No,
when he looked
because
down the pitch?
literally as Tremaine entered his delivery stride, the cap came out of the bulldog clip that the umpire has, and it would have been very interesting indeed if James Vince had been bowled or nicked one behind. What would have happened? I mean, I guess the umpire has to call a dead ball. Well, I don't know. He didn't in the end, but
no.
Easier to just get on with the game when nothing's happened. But
true,
it was the worst possible timing to have a red cricket ball coloured cap drop into your eye line.
Maybe it was a cunning plan, a Baldrick-esque cunning plan. As Chris Tremaine ran past, undid the bulldog clip, and managed to deliver the cricket ball at the moment that the cap fell from the umpire's hip.
Going to have our first guest of the day in 15 minutes or so. Very lucky to have James Coyne, the deputy editor of the Cricketer magazine, join us to give his thoughts on the day's play so far, of the county game in general, and of his and his colleagues' output in the Cricketer, which I think has been excellent so far this season. Some really in-depth and colourful pieces about the characters and characteristics of the county championship. So James Coyne joining us in the not too distant future.
Jack White just continuing on that nagging line, isn't he? Just attacking those stumps of Nick Gubbins. I saw James put an article out on the Cricketer with Safe, obviously we spoke to on day one against Middlesex, so something for the two of you to have a chat about.
Yeah, definitely. And he did a piece with Ben Sanderson last week.
And again, Jack White targeting those stumps. Nick Gubbins up to the task, though. It's been slightly strange, I think, the fact that Chris Tremaine seems to have been the one Northants bowler so far today that has created any noticeable movement through the air. I'm sure there is swing and seam out there, but certainly isn't as lavish as what it was a week ago, and certainly isn't comparable to what the Australian Chris Tremaine is able to put together as Nick Gubbins defends that one back from Jack White as well. I guess that must be a change in action, a change in angle, a difference in height, or something like that must be causing that.
Overhead conditions, obviously. Some balls swing more than others, don't they?
And flicked into the leg side by Nick Gubbins for nothing. That is the end of Jack White's over. Another maiden for him, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 39 for Jack White. Do you know Jack's first name is actually Kirtley -Jack?
I didn't know that.
No. Could be a very different game if we had to call Kirtley White rather than Jack.
Yeah, well, it's a good cricketing name, isn't it? Kirtley.
Yeah, it comes with some pedigree, doesn't it?
Yeah, especially here at Wantage Road. In fact, I think Kirtley Ambrose was playing in the last game that Hampshire, the last championship game that Hampshire won at Wantage Road. I'm pretty sure Kirtley Ambrose was playing in that.
Full again from Chris Tremaine, defended by James Vince. Such a brilliant, the two of them. Such a brilliant partnership and two amazing characters in the world of cricket, Walsh and Ambrose.
Yeah, and that sort of, they were at their pomp when I was sort of getting into the game, and yeah, watching them destroy usually England was obviously dispiriting as an England fan, but you couldn't help but marvel at that duo. I mean, the 90s for fast bowlers. Kirtley and Courtney, Wacker and Wazeem, Alan Donald, Sean Pollock. I mean, even Goff and Caddick weren't too bad. It makes you realise, when you look at England batters' stats from that era, to be averaging 40 in that era, I think that's special.
I think that's why someone like Alex Stewart kind of stands out, doesn't he, quite so much as what he does, and gets the praise and accolades that he does to go up against those kind of guys. I mean, I can't say much with a great deal of authority or confidence, because I was in single figures when it comes to age during that era, so I can only look at scorecards and statistics to base any comments on. So I will limit my opinions on that era of cricket. As Chris Tremaine comes into James Vince and defended once again into the offside by the captain.
Well, because at the time, England used to get hammered by the media because they lost a lot.
Makes it easier, doesn't it, when you to write those kind of articles when it's not that successful.
I just think, obviously, at the time you haven't got hindsight, and to compete you've got to play against the best players around at the time. But I think some of those England guys would do pretty well in the sort of eras since. Mike Atherton was my hero growing up. Yeah.
Did you model your own kind of style on Athers?
I might have tried.
I mean that is the most important bit. Oh, and Chris Tremaine gets flicked off James Vince's pads there. Down to fine leg for a couple. I kind of feel like it's been a little bit of a change from Northants after lunch. Not only I think it's allowed Hampshire to be slightly more aggressive with with how they've batted and the rate of which they've picked up the runs in this afternoon session. But it feels like Northampton have bowled a little bit fuller, and it also feels like they've bowled a little bit straighter as well than maybe what they had in that morning session. So potentially some feedback from the coaches, and obviously the messages and the feel on the field that maybe that fourth stump line wasn't quite the most successful one in this instance because of the change in conditions from what we saw a week ago.
Mike Martin, who emailed us earlier, he's a Hampshire fan, but he's watching the stream. He's been back in touch, given that we mentioned CFAX and teletext.
Okay, yep.
And coincidentally, which I'll continue after this delivery, coincidentally, Mike Martin was the former cricket writer for teletext.
Wow.
What are the odds? We were on ITV, Channel 4 and 5. It was especially fun during the 2005 series, which was on Channel 4. Did lots of interviews and content. It was great fun, but the rise of digital TV saw it shut down. He does lay the blame somewhere else, but I think for libel laws, I might have to keep that quiet.
Let's go back to watching Jack White bowl. And Nick Gubbins defended into the offside. It feels like we've had a little bit of a who's who of emails come in this morning with uncles and previous.
Yeah, well, we're in esteemed company, and we're very grateful for it. Last week we was the former managing editor of Cricinfo and Sky Sports News. Teletext this week. Mike finishes, some batters better to watch on teletext than real life.
Defended again. Does he name any?
He doesn't.
No.
He has a dig earlier on at a group of people. But he doesn't name any batters. Yeah, if you've got any memories of how you used to follow cricket before the advent of live streams, do get in touch. Indeed, if you've got any questions for James Coyne, the deputy editor of The Cricketer, about life as a cricket journalist, how he got into it, what it's like on the circuit, then the usual ways of getting in touch.
Left well alone from Nick Gubbins once again. Jack White testing Nick Gubbins' temperament here, isn't he, after lunch?
Yes, good battle. And despite his disappointments earlier in the day, Jack White has given no quarter. He deserves another wicket.
And that's pulled into the leg side from Gubbins for 4 more, brings up the 100 for Hampshire, and that is well and truly dispatched. Again, I don't think it was a ball that was particularly short from
I think he dragged
Jack
it down.
White either, did you? Okay, yeah. The carry might be slightly misleading then, because it certainly didn't look like it didn't take off maybe how I would have expected one from that length.
I think he's had more drop catches than he's had bad balls.
Yeah, that is a fair comment.
3-2 is my count.
I don't ever want to see that over ever again. Back on it from Jack White after the boundary, and causes a false shot from Nick Gubbins. As I say, 100 up now for Hampshire off 38 overs. Nick Gubbins on 46 and James Vince on 14.
Thank you to Matt, a Hampshire fan. He's got in touch. He's, again, delighted to hear you on the commentary, Dan.
And you, Sam.
Yeah, I'm very much the support act.
Absolutely not. But thank you, Matt, for dropping that through. I think I can hear some footsteps across the gantry.
Yeah, is James coming in? Just do this over Dan, and then...
I can do that for you, sir. Defended once again from James Vince. The mic is live.
Welcome, James Coyne, deputy editor of The Cricketer. Thanks so much for emerging from the press box and joining us on the other side of the ground.
No, it's a pleasure. Yeah, it's much warmer on this side. So
yeah, we're getting all the full benefit of the sun, aren't we, through the window?
we are. Yeah. No, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you. Really enjoying it.
Full again from Chris Tremaine, finds the outside half of James Vince's bat, which runs down to deep third for another 4. Deliberately played again, I think, by James Vince. It's been an incredibly productive area for Hampshire throughout the course of the day, isn't it? Behind square, through down to deep third and down to fine leg respectively.
Yeah, I think the wagon wheel will be well populated between the wicket keeper and Point, which probably reveals the kind of rum luck that Northampton have had so far. Some of it of their own making, but plugging away. If you've got any questions for James Coyne, who has joined us up here on comms. James is the deputy editor of The Cricketer, as well as an author. Specialist in Latin American cricket, which I'm sure we'll come on to. But yes, get in touch with us either on Twitter, that's at NorthantsCCC, or via the dedicated email address stream@nccc.co.uk.
Defended once again by James Vince there.
So James, your thoughts on the day's play so far?
Yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it? I mean, they played on that. I think they played on that strip 1 over, didn't they? Or
yeah,
2 over last
yeah.
week. This is definitely a better wicket, I think. Obviously, the skies are a lot clearer and it's sunnier, and yeah, it's but it's been an interesting examination so far.
And another single for James Vince there off the inside half of the bat. There's been plenty of that. They've kind of created opportunity. Well, they clearly have created opportunities, but also kind of created plenty of full shots here on, as you said, James, a pitch that certainly isn't offering them as much as what it was a week ago, and also the overheads. It only feels like Chris Tremaine that's really kind of exploited any swing with this Duke's ball, and with the skill that Jack and Ben and Gareth possess. I think probably highlights how difficult it's been out there, and whether that stiff breeze across the ground has got anything to do with it, I obviously don't know. And Chris Tremaine beats Nick Gubbins' outside edge, and I think that's the first time Nick Gubbins has looked a little bit frustrated with himself. A couple of full shots in the over before from Jack White, and another one there from Chris Tremaine. So maybe a bit of optimism for Northants going forward. I'm going to dip out for half an hour and leave Sam and James to have a chat. And yeah, I'll be back.
Thank you, Dan.
Good
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah, it's I mean, James Vince is always a great player to watch, and I don't think he's made a massive score so far this year. So I think he's probably due one fairly soon, I would have thought. So I mean, Northants will be very, very acutely aware that once he gets going, he can be a very, very hard player to attain, I think.
Yeah, 19 not out for James Vince. That is his top score of the season. He and Felix Organ, who obviously went earlier on, have struggled so far this season. So Felix Organ getting a lot of luck, but registering something of a score. James Vince will be hoping to do the same and go further. What have you made of, as we'll just wait for this delivery to be bowled by Jack White, who starts another over. And that's nicely timed by James Vince. He whips that towards the signal box, picks up another boundary. What have you made of Nick Gubbins?
Nick Gubbins, yeah. I mean, again, he's a player you want to get early. He's obviously been feeling his way in as well, but yeah, I think he's looked pretty solid. Obviously, the game that was last week and Northant's first game, it was the batsmen felt that they probably had, it was very, very hard to go out there and play right away. It's been a little bit easier today.
Can you blame Luke Proctor for winning the toss and bowling after what we saw last week?
I don't think so. I mean, obviously it's different conditions down at Worcester, isn't it? But Gloucester finding it a lot harder having batted first. But no, I don't think you can. I mean, you look at Northants, their strength is their seam bowling, really, I think. And I don't think you can blame him, no. And as we saw with those drop catches, it could have been a little bit different, couldn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. And you can't. Sorry,
no,
go on.
No, I was going to say Jack White's a really fascinating cricketer. I think he's another example of Northampton's ability to go into the leagues, to go to national counties, and find a really good bowler. And it must take a lot of specialist scouting there, because although yes, there are video streams and all that sort of thing, and a lot of knowledgeable people working at that level of cricket. I don't think his numbers were astronomical for national counties, but he's obviously got what it takes to be a very, very good first-class bowler.
James Vince just tucking that one into the onside, and I guess that is a really strong argument for counties having good relationships with the cricket beneath them, whether that's in national counties or in league cricket, because you can't be everywhere and you can't watch every bit of footage. So if you've got people you trust out in the clubs and in the national counties, then that can be a huge factor in making some of these shrewd signings, and I think probably some counties are better than others at doing that.
Absolutely. I think in the last few years, definitely Northampton have been very, very good at that. You think of Richard Gleeson, Ben Sanderson was another one who had slipped out of the Yorkshire system into club cricket. And now obviously Jack White, he's played quite a few seasons of club cricket up in Cumbria and then down in Cheshire without sort of seeming to get much of a go. But David Ripley, especially when he was the coach, was very, very good at obviously leveraging his scouting network and finding these bowlers. And I think people who watch national counties cricket will know that bowling quick on those wickets can be quite hard work. You see a lot of spin bowling at that level. So to pick out seam bowlers from that level is obviously doing well. But as you say, Sam, I think it's absolutely imperative that the first-class counties have good links with the national counties, and it just makes good business sense, doesn't it? As much as anything else.
Do you yearn for the days of B&H? No, it was more NatWest, wasn't it? With the the sort of FA Cup of cricket, where you get the occasional upset with Staffordshire Cricket Board.
Well, it's funny you mention it, actually, because we have one of the features we have in the magazine is the eyewitness feature that Scott Oliver puts together, and he's got very good club cricket contacts and national counties contacts, and some of the most, obviously a lot of the games that he does are international games or classic county games, but he quite often does national counties sort of giant killings, and they're some of the most interesting ones because it's stuff you find out in there that you just didn't know. I think that we had a Cheshire game last year of when they beat someone at Chester Boughton Hall. I can't remember who it was now, but I think it might have been Northants, actually. I think they beat Northants at Chester Boughton Hall. So it's a shame that the tournament's not there anymore. I grew up in Bedfordshire, which is a national county, and
Ben Sanderson back into the attack at the David Capel end, and just squares Nick Gubbins up there with his first delivery of the afternoon session.
But it just heightens those links between, and actually Northants have been really good in recent years, actually, of trying to build their links with the local national counties. And, there's quite a few players that have come in from those counties, say Emilio Gay, Rob Keogh. So they've obviously got good scouting in those areas now.
Just doing a little bit through the air, Ben Sanderson here, which will be encouraging for all Northamptonshire fans. Yeah, and I suppose there's this slight... Well, they kind of disappeared, and then with the advent of the Royal London Cup, we now sort of get the warm-up to that, where each county will play a local or a connected national county, which I guess is a good start in terms of fostering those relationships.
And that's interesting. You say a good start. My understanding is that from people that I've spoken to who are sort of making some of these decisions or close to making some of these decisions, is that the hope is that there will be a return to sort of FA Cup style competition at some point, and that is a stepping stone to prove. I think the national counties probably had to prove to some people that they were strong enough to warrant those games, and so the fact that there have been, I think last year there were 3 or 4 wins by the national counties over the first class counties in those games. So on a cricketing level, it hopefully works as well.
signs of encouragement for Ben Sanderson, operating from the David Capel end. Just a little bit of movement through the air, and Nick Gubbins has, well, as ever with Sanderson's length, you're just never quite sure whether you can go forward or back, and when you add in a bit of lateral movement through the air, that's why he's so dangerous, even before you bring the pitch into the equation. That was a little too straight, and Gubbins goes to 50. 114 balls and 9 fours, and that is his third 50 in as many matches. One against Nottinghamshire, one at the Oval against Surrey, and now here at Northamptonshire. So he's in good form.
Yes, not so long ago that people were talking, a lot of people were talking about him being in the test team. So obviously things didn't go right for him for a period there, but now he's, when he's in form, he's a very, very resourceful player, isn't he?
Yeah, and offering stability in a shaky top order for Hampshire so far this season.
Now they're in a good position now, to be fair. Yeah. They've got through that period, obviously with a bit of luck going their way with those drop catches, but they're in a really, really good position now.
Yeah, and the scoring rate just ticking up a notch after lunch. This partnership now worth 45, which seems to have sort of come from nowhere. But James Vince never scores slowly, does he?
No, and obviously, as I think I said, you do feel that once he gets in, he can just be devastating, especially at this level. His record speaks for itself.
Well, Chris Tremaine had 1 over off, and he's now switched, 2 overs off, but he switched to the Lynn Wilson centre end, which seems to have been the favoured end for the bowlers, and that was over pitch, but he gets away with it.
Yes, I think you think this is scheduled to be his last game, isn't it, Chris Tremaine? It's a real shame. He's been really good to watch, actually. First few games.
Couldn't agree more. Right up there with Mohammed Abbas amongst the, certainly before this game, amongst the division's leading wicket takers, and it's been a joy to watch. It is a shame. My understanding is that, as much as we'd all like him to stay, from a Northamptonshire point of view, just let him bowl this ball, is that, maybe you know more than me on this, James, is he could only be here for 30 days because of visa requirements or something like that, where if you haven't played an international cricket or enough T20 cricket in the most recent period, then the length of time you can be over here is limited.
It's incredibly complex, and I think this is where directors of cricket really earn their money, I think, because and head coaches, because it's so hard to work out all the different complications of visas now at the moment in particular.
And Vince sets off for a single. Gubbins was a little slow off the mark, but in the end it's evades Josh Cobb, who was running around from the covers, and it's an easy single. Yeah, and it's not like the old days where you go, we'll have Curtly Ambrose for 6 months. You've got to look at the global cricketing schedule, not just internationally, but league-wise, and work out who's available when. And even when you do that, it can change, because suddenly they go, actually, we're going to fit in a tour to Bangladesh in June or whatever, and your best laid plans. So yeah, it's finding someone who you can have for a long stretch is an art these days. There's a shout for LBW for caught behind, strangled down the leg side, but only really from Lewis McManus. I don't think Chris Tremaine had much interest. It was more in hope than expectation.
Yeah, as you say, especially when you try and sort out little short-term deals for 3-5 games here and there, it becomes there's a lot of moving parts, and it becomes very, very difficult. If one thing goes wrong, then suddenly the whole thing's sort of up in the air. So and it's a real shame that Lance Morris isn't probably going to be able to come either, because he's a genuine quick bowler. He got a central contract from Cricket Australia without having played for Australia, which tells you how highly they must rate him.
Yeah, the word is that Lance Morris has out with a stress fracture. We will, of course, have all the details confirmed when we can from the club. But yeah, I think that was referenced in the Ashes squad announcement yesterday for the World Test Championship and first 2 Ashes Test squad. But yeah, the club will no doubt put something out on that relatively soon. Tucked into the onside and well fielded there by Jack White, who has been busy, certainly giving everything in the field and making sure his standards don't drop despite drops elsewhere. Yeah, so coming to your story, you are now the deputy editor of The Cricketer. That's the magazine you're the deputy editor of under Hugh Turberville.
That's correct.
But obviously you all contribute to the online. And can I just say, I'm not just saying this because you're sitting here, I have, honestly, the coverage from The Cricketer, both in the magazine and online at the start of the season, I can't remember sort of early season county coverage like it. And I think that new app, and as Ben Sanderson comes in, it's a good leaf from Nick Gubbins, who has left very well all day. If you're a county cricket fan, then it's pretty good stuff, yourself included. You've done a couple of features on Northants players, Ben Sanderson and Saif Zaib, already this season. But how did you end up doing what you do?
Oh, goodness me. I'll try not to spend too long on that. But flattery will get you everywhere, Sam. Cricket journalists have famously big egos, so it'll get you everywhere. But no, thank you very much. I mean, no, it's an awful lot of work goes into everything at the magazine and the website.
Oh, and he's almost left that on length, which is not always the most sensible thing to do to Ben Sanderson, but credit.
Yeah, I think there was probably a strategic decision probably made about 5 or 6 years ago in particular that, our readers keep telling us how much they love county cricket, and obviously there's a massive traditional following for the game, and with live streams like this, it just rams home how many people are interested. So it's really a no-brainer for us to just give it the coverage it deserves, really, which is what we're trying to do all the time.
But quite a brave decision as well, because there have been plenty of people who would have said that you're wasting your time, but I guess as people who knew the game and were close to the game, the domestic game, like you say, that actually once you get out around the shires, it's a no-brainer, right?
Well, and the other thing is that from a journalist perspective, covering county cricket is fantastic because the openness and the sort of and the willingness for people to talk. I've learned so much about cricket from speaking to coaches and players in county cricket over the last 10 years.
Oh, and there's a shout for LBW against Gubbins, but not one with any real gusto. Let's have a look at the replay here. Just sliding down?
Sliding, it looked like it was sliding to me. Yeah, definitely, I think. So yeah, I mean, it's something we pride ourselves on, and as you say, I do work on the magazine, but I try to, we all try and get out to cover the odd day here and there and a match here and there. So yeah, I should say that we're doing we've got a new online subscription which is $3.99 a month. So if any listeners are interested in, or viewers are interested in having a look at that, you can have a free account for $5 a month, but you can have an online sub for $3.99. So if anyone's interested, please do look at it at www.thecricketer.com at our new online offering. And obviously the magazine has been going for over 100 years now, so we're very proud of what we produce every month with that.
I suppose unlike most magazines, where you might have a room where everyone sits together producing a magazine, and James Fitz just taking a step or two down to Ben Sanderson, which we saw last week when the ball was moving, particularly from Ryan Higgins, the Middlesex all-rounder, was just using his feet to try and negate that lateral movement that Sanderson is such a skillful proponent of getting.
That's right.
Yeah, but you guys are putting together a magazine whilst also being in various different press boxes around the country. That must make it a bit of a challenge for you and Hugh.
Yeah, it's a bit of a seasonal. It's a sort of we just finished one yesterday, so we're at the start of the cycle, and that's when we tend to try and get out more. And but yeah, it's especially since COVID, we all sort of work a bit more remotely than we used to. But yeah, it's about being focused and getting good plans in place and constantly trying to think ahead because everything's changing in the cricket world all the time.
Top edge there from Gubbins, but it will fall safely in front of, not sure who it is out there. It's usually Sam Whiteman. I think it is, yeah. So he gets away with that one, but interesting, Tremaine banging one in and Gubbins taking it on, but getting away with it. And what was your journey to becoming the deputy editor?
Well, I started in local journalism, went to university, and then I started at the Press Association, like a lot of journalists, doing agency reports on everything, football, cricket, rugby, everything really. And then I was very lucky to the PA had the contract to run the ECB website at the time.
Another short ball, and this time Vince takes it on and kind of pulls out of the pull shot. Interesting stuff. This we've now got. Just give you a little idea of the field. To the right-handed Vince, we have two men out on the hook or the pull. We've got a long leg and a deep square. Still two slips, a gully, point, cover, mid-off and mid-on. Plenty of acreage out on the onside, but those two men lurking for this short ball tactic.
This is the great thing about having someone with a bit of extra pace and an Australian upbringing. You're used to bowling short and doing things slightly differently. On a wicket like this, I suppose this might be a legitimate tactic even at this stage of the game. Yeah,
it bore some fruit last week. A very different wicket and a very short boundary. Over towards the what we're calling the groundsman's maisonette. Luxury when you get a second floor on your groundsman's hut, isn't it?
Fantastic, yeah. I think I saw a story somewhere, I think it was last year, it might have been the year before, of there was somewhere in Middlesex, someone was renting out the top floor of this groundsman's hut as accommodation. And, you have to check that out, but it was somewhere in Middlesex.
Yeah, so you were a staffer at the PA. They were doing the ECB website.
Yeah, they were doing the ECB website, and that was a great start in cricket journalism. Just having great contacts. They did a lot of editorial coverage back then, I just got to know so many players, coaches, people in the game really, and it was a fantastic grounding.
Another short ball. Vince hooks and take.
Oh, I don't.
Dropped. Oh, wow! Would you believe it? Well, the plan came off. Vince took it on in a cavalier fashion, and I'm afraid to say Ben Sanderson down at long leg spilled what should have been a regulation chance, and that is the fourth catch to go down, and that could be a big moment. The throw in from Sanderson just shows how utterly furious he was with himself. I mean, if James Vince had got out like that.
It's interesting because Sanderson doesn't have a cap on, and you do wonder down there with the sunlight. You do wonder.
So Vince dropped on 26 to go with the 3 times Felix Organ was dropped, and Chris Tremaine kicks the turf in frustration, and they're not helping themselves at the moment, Northants. Poor old Ben Sanderson, no one means to drop him, but it was right down his throat.
Yeah, and he's got to come and bowl this over now, and he's going to have to try and put that out of his mind somehow. But that was straight down his throat, that one.
Good captaincy from Luke Proctor, in combination with his bowlers, because they know that James Vince is not someone who is going to spend hours ducking and weaving. And lo and behold, he took on the short ball, which is a good short ball. And sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, that's a long boundary out there, and so to take that on there was a risk.
Yeah, I mean, you would question the wisdom of it, really. Not to, suggest any of us know better than a man as talented as James Vince, but it was loaded with risk, and he's got away with it.
I mean, it would have been a different case for Gubbins with that very, pretty short boundary on that side.
For sure. Sanderson looking threatening.
Yeah, he just puts it on a length all the time, and he always finds something very, very subtle in the air, doesn't he? Very interesting, actually. When I interviewed him, he said that the balls just didn't move laterally, and last year, and he did look at trying to do some wobble seam, but it just isn't what he does really.
No.
So he just pretty much tried to stick to his method.
Yeah, well, certainly more assistance so far this season. The wind forces Ben Sanderson to abort his run up. I think it's only got stronger, maybe, the wind. The flags are at full stretch. Yeah, so made all your contacts.
Made all my contacts, yeah, and then I was very lucky to get a job at Wisden Cricketer's Almanac, which actually came out today, I believe, the little yellow book, and I was there for 6 years doing some of the highest standard. I mean, I was subbing, writing, doing everything. The standard of the editorial team there is incredibly high, and that was an amazing grounding in how to craft cricket writing, really. So, and yeah, so that was a fantastic thing to do for quite a long time, and then I just took a massive punt with another friend of mine who had worked at PA called Timothy Abraham, not to be confused with the Sky Sports reporter, not the same person. They both live on Merseyside, so it's increasingly confusing about which one it is. But
cricket journalists should have sort of equity rules. If Tim Abraham's already gone, then you've got to come up with your own stage name, you know.
Well, luckily that he calls himself Timothy.
Timothy, yeah.
He calls himself Timothy. But we both decided to take a massive punt and, as you say, go and write a book about cricket in Latin America, because it was a sort of one part of the world where there was a massive historical track record of the game that hadn't had a book written about it, basically. So we thought, let's just go off and travel around South America and write a book about cricket. Crazy, I know, but we did it.
And that's called Evita Burned Down Our Pavilion.
Correct.
An odyssey through Latin American cricket.
Yeah.
Sounds like worse research trips for a book.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, and that story is true. She got upset with the sort of Anglo-Argentines that were living down there and playing a lot of cricket, and she asked for them to hand over the sort of main pitch in Buenos Aires for a social football foundation event, I think it was.
And there's that, well, half a trademark James Vince cover drive. It was sort of checked into the offside, no run.
Halfway through that historical anecdote there, but yeah, so she got very upset with the cricketers, and when they refused to hand over their pitch, and the groundsman woke up one day with the pavilion burned down. So that's why we called the book what we did. That was in 1947. That was
brilliant. And how had you sort of learnt about or got the appetite? Was that through writing in Wisden? Because I know you still write the cricket around the world section for the Almanac, don't you?
Absolutely, yeah. So I mean, me and Tim developed. Tim in particular ran tournaments, European cricket tournaments.
Oh wow!
And we've gone on various tours to Central and Eastern Europe, playing in bizarre places. With a much actually shorter track record than there was in South America, but we sort of got the bug for associate cricket then, and decided that we really ought to be the ones to go and do this. Otherwise, if we didn't, someone else would. So that's why we did it. But yeah, I mean, Latin American cricket actually has a massive history. I think the first game was played in Argentina in 1806. I think when the British tried to invade and it all went wrong.
I guess it's a bit like the football, right? Because there's so much English connection with teams like Boca Juniors and River Plate, is that right?
Well, certainly the Mexican football teams in particular. I'm trying to think now. The original Argentine football clubs, like Banfield and other ones like that, are all British railway teams, a lot of them.
Wow. So
yeah,
sharp single, and Jack White's efforts to throw down the stumps were in vain, and Gubbins picks up another single. They've run quite well, these two.
They have. They've really pushed Northampton in the field, and I think with it being a bit blustery, it's always a little bit harder in the field when you've got to somehow work against the wind a bit. But yeah, and actually in a lot of those cases of those football clubs, they were cricket clubs originally, so it's just unfortunately cricket didn't catch on, so in quite the same level that football has, to put it mildly.
So we still have those two men out on the leg side boundary. Be interesting to see whether James Vince is once bitten, twice shy. Probably bowled a Yorker here.
Yeah,
with that field.
That's the old classic one too, isn't it? But yeah, as you say, this is something that Chris Tremaine will have done quite frequently in Australia, I'm sure. So he's very used to this sort of ploy.
And like you say, nice to have a big playing area to post those men out into. He'll be used to sizable ovals out in the
Certainly will.
down under.
Yeah.
And then after that, you were looking for a job, and the cricketer came calling.
Yeah, but absolutely very lucky to get that job. It just cropped up, and I went for it. And yeah, I've had about 7 years now,
Wow.
6 or 7 years there now. So yeah, it's been great to, you find it hard to sometimes realise that you're working in such a specialist environment, that you're so lucky to be able to cover cricket all the time. But
absolutely,
you just got to absolutely make the absolute most of it, really. But you do feel the sort of historical weight of it sometimes. I mean, we just started a new photo feature with the great photographers, cricket photographers, and we started off with Patrick Eager, obviously, probably the greatest one ever, certainly in recent years anyway. And going through their old photos and talking about their favourite photos that they took and why they took it, and how it came to be, why was it from that angle, all that sort of thing.
There's that ball banged in again by Tremaine, but James Vince is having none of it for the moment. Wisely, I would say, at this stage.
So that's coming out in the next edition, which is out this time next week. That'll be out. So that was when you hear the stories like how E.W. Swanton, one of the most illustrious editors of the Cricketer, sort of got in touch with Eager and did his first commission, and you do sort of feel that weight of the history sometimes when you hear stuff like that.
But I guess what's great as well, as Chris Tremaine steams in. Now runs to be had on the onside. Lots of open space if you err on line. What I like about your story is you sort of mentioned that historical element, but also you're a great champion of new cricket in new areas and things like that. And whilst I always think when you talk about the history, but also the kind of the onus to make cricket as accessible to as many people as possible, and it's difficult when you're talking about a specialist subject, but to try and capture, I guess, in your writing and in what is put out, particularly online, some of the kind of colour and human interest in the game.
It's always a balancing act. I mean, so many great anecdotes you come across, but at the same time, it does seem sometimes completely divorced from the modern imperative to try and get as many people playing as possible. They can seem two completely different things. But that's the real joy of it, really. When I remember I've just done a piece with Gareth Berg actually, asking about what it's like coaching Italy, obviously, because he's the head coach of Italy.
Of course, the Italian stallion, as
right.
Apparently he's known. That's what Ricardo, Freddie Heldrick said to us last week. Don't know what I was just trying to fiddle with our screen, but I think that's sorted. Yeah, sorry.
No, but it's just. Here we go, Sanderson again.
And an expansive shot from Gubbins, and he will pick up 4 through the covers. Just called that okay. Just reached the outfield, the boundary rope. And I think, the partnership now worth 57 between these two. So a very useful partnership, having been asked to bat first by Northamptonshire. Hampshire now 129 for 2. Gubbins not out on 59, his 3rd half century of the summer. James Vince 28, having been dropped on 26 in Tremaine's last over but 1 off the man who is currently bowling. By the man who is currently bowling, Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, it's just coming back to that. I just did a piece with Gareth Berg, and his very much professionally driven idea to try and raise the standard of Italian cricket. You have that on one side, and then on the other side, I remember doing a feature on Italian cricket about how they used to play. Vatican priests used to play in the 1950s on, off a cliff edge. It's how you knit those two things together. Can sometimes it works, and sometimes you think, well, I might leave that for another feature. Yeah. But it's a constant balancing act, trying to make it all sing, really. But no, it's great fun. I just think there's so many stories out there that haven't been told, or they're they're hidden away in a copy of the Cricketer from 1937 or something, and it's just needs to be retold, I think, sometimes.
Has it been digitised, the whole back catalogue?
It's been digitised from 1921 when it started to 1984, and I think they're just doing some more now.
Wow.
So yeah, that's a...
Gubbins cuts. Don't think he'll get 4 this time. Sam Whiteman chases and keeps it just to 2.
But yeah, that's available through Cricket Archive. Actually, you can if you have a subscription to Cricket Archive, you can see all the back issues of the Cricketer online. So yeah, but I love going through those old magazines. There's some stuff in there that is just great for historical research purposes.
As we touched upon, you still contribute to the Wisden Almanac. Which came out today. It was the launch dinner a couple of nights ago.
Yeah.
Looks like a fun affair.
Well, it's the first one in 4 years.
Yeah, of course.
They haven't been able to hold it because of COVID and various other things. So yeah, it was a real pleasure to be there. And looks like they're just heading. Drinks coming on maybe.
No, I think that is Rob Keogh going off for some running repairs or a comfort break, and I think coming on. Who is that? Maybe Saif Saib? Or is it... no, I think that's actually Ricardo Vasconcelos coming back on, so he was obviously off the pitch.
Yeah.
I don't know who is on as the sub. Anyway, we're going to have our first sighting of the Northampton skipper, Luke Proctor, with the ball. He broke a partnership last week between John Simpson and Ryan Higgins that was just threatening to give Middlesex's first innings a little bit of respectability, and Northampton would be very pleased if their captain could do the same here to break this partnership, which is now worth 59.
He's got an uncanny knack, Luke Proctor.
Yeah.
I think because he has that very skiddy trajectory.
And he's quicker than you think.
He's quicker than you think. He's got a skiddy trajectory, and obviously he bowls slightly off the wrong foot, I think. I don't think I'm doing him a disservice by saying that. So I think he must be a slightly harder bowler to line up than some of the others in a way.
Yeah. He's on the money straight away with these first 2 deliveries.
So yeah, in certain circumstances, he can be quite a handy sort of partnership breaking bowler, really. Very underrated cricketer, I think, all round.
Absolutely. And selfless. The way he batted in both innings against Middlesex was testament to that. Let Rob Keogh and then Sam Whiteman play the leading role, whilst he just made sure that there was no way for the opposition to open up an end.
He's a sort of bowler that if you faced him in club cricket, I mean, obviously I'm not going to face a bowler like Luke Proctor in club cricket, but if you did, you could see yourself getting out LBW because he'd be just onto you quicker than you think.
Absolutely. Yeah, and you can see James Vince wanting to get forward, but the ball just getting onto him quicker than he thinks and almost taking that mini step after he's played the ball as if to say, that's where I'd quite like to have met the ball, but...
It's interesting, actually, because in the past, I think when Adam Rossington was the keeper, he did sometimes used to stand up to the seamers. It's not something I've seen McManus do loads of.
A short ball that is pulled by Vince, and this time he bisects Josh Cobb at deep square and Ben Sanderson at long leg, and that is 4 runs to James Vince. He moves on to 32. And that's a good shot, that.
Yeah, that was. He was very quick onto that. And the thing about Vince is he has found it fairly hard, I think, today. But, if he starts to click, he could be very, very hard to contain. And as you say, they're all trying to bat out their crease a bit now, aren't they?
Might even get back for 2 here. Yep. Like we said, plenty of empty real estate on the onside. into which Vince and Gubbins are building a useful partnership.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's going to take... Northampton are going to really have to be on their mettle to try and stay in this, try and just keep going here, because, you know, the longer this partnership goes on, the more they'll start to rue those drop catches, I fear.
Yeah, and how long can they sort of keep being reasonably attacking if, you know, there are, because as we're seeing since lunch, plenty of runs to be picked up in those big gaps. Comes a point where Luke Proctor, who is an attacking captain in his short captaincy career to date,
yeah, we haven't. I don't think we've seen any of Rob Keogh yet either.
No.
It's been non-stop seam so far, and I suppose that's a reflection again of the fact that the balls this year are doing a bit more than they were last year. I think Keogh would have bowled by now last year on this pitch.
Tom Taylor is the 12th man. He's just run across our window here at the Lynn Wilson Centre end as he does fine leg duties to both left and right-handed batter. Yeah, well, Rob Keogh actually, he didn't bowl very much at all in the game last week, but he was used. Well, he was brought on and ended Toby Rowland-Jones's cameo, so that was a intelligent use of Rob Keogh's off spin.
Yeah, I mean there was a time a few years ago when you could absolutely set your watch to it.
Yeah.
You'd always come on before lunch. You'd always come on before tea, and they seem to have adapted that a little bit this year under Proctor's captaincy.
And not cleanly fielded by Gareth Berg.
But yeah, as you say, it's going to be a balancing act. I mean, I suppose the nature of Ben Sanderson, the way he takes his wickets, you'd be very, very reluctant to take too many of those slips out. And the same with Jack White, really, when he's on.
And how did Northants come to be sort of the county on your beat, or?
Well, it is my sort of county, I suppose, going back, because I'm from Bedford. I've moved back to my hometown, so it's not far from me at all. So it is sort of my local county, really. So it's the one I get to the most. I do try and get out to as many as I can, especially in the Midlands, because obviously a lot of my colleagues live close to London. But
sure.
But yeah, I mean, so that is the one I tend to get. This is the one I tend to get to the most, really. And obviously, with them being in Division 1 this year, there's that little bit of an extra incentive.
Absolutely. What do you think about 10 teams in Division 1 and 8 in Division 2?
I mean, I've got to say, with the predictions this year, we always do the predictions in the Cricketer magazine. We always get hung for getting them wrong. And I found Division 2 really hard to predict this year. And it's only 8 teams, and sort of any of them could go up, really, in a way. Certainly the recent rounds have suggested that. It's a tough one to answer that.
I suppose it does mean you get that imbalance where you'll only play certain teams once, which feels sort of the wrong way round. I kind of would mind less about that in Division 2 than for the championship title if you luck out and don't play a couple of the teams that.
I mean, and this is the accusation. I think I might have thrown this accusation out there a bit when last year. I think Northants, I thought probably got quite kind fixtures. I think they didn't have to go to Yorkshire or Lancashire last year. I think. And that helps obviously in your planning when you don't have to go up north so much, quite so far. That is unsatisfactory. The fact that you don't have a completely symmetrical fixture list in Division 1. It also means, I think, that you can, if you finish 8th out of 10, you're going to stay up. So you always feel you're probably in it. If you nick a few wins here and there, you've got a chance of staying up. And obviously last year, with the pitches being the way they were, Northampton stayed up with 2 wins, which, in most seasons, 2 wins wouldn't, you won't be staying up with 2 wins.
Yeah, I think it's clear they've left a bit more grass on these Wantage Road wickets in the 2 home games so far this year. Just to say, you are watching live pictures from Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Stream powered by Daffabet. And if you do want to get in touch, there are 2 ways to do that. Via Twitter, @NorthantsCCC or via the dedicated email stream@nccc.co.uk. My name's Sam Keir. I'm joined for this particular passage of play by James Coyne, the deputy editor of the Cricketer magazine. Our usual, my usual co-commentator Dan Jadzovic, taking a short break whilst we pick James's brains.
So I think from what I've heard, most of the coaches and the players like the 10-8 split. If you're in Division 1, I think if you're in Division 2, probably not so much. I think.
Yeah. So Northamptonshire this year, the teams they're playing only once: Nottinghamshire, Warwickshire, Surrey, and Essex. So not a bad group of teams to only be playing once.
Well, especially especially if you had to go to Chelmsford later in the season when Harmer's bowling. I mean, that's very tough. So I think they have that's a good one to swerve. And I think, where are they playing Surrey? Is it here or is it at the Oval?
They are playing Surrey at the Oval, I believe.
I think you're right, actually.
Yeah, but not till September, I think.
Right.
Where, well, Surrey probably have some of their England guys back.
Yeah. And actually, that's something that Northants in the past, I think, have probably slightly benefited from.
Sorry.
No, sorry, go on.
There's another one of those easy singles into the onside once if the bowler veers a little bit too straight.
I suppose it's the double-edged sword, isn't it? You know, the more England players you produce, or the more players you produce, you're not going to see them so often. So I suppose that's the sort of double-edged sword that the likes of Yorkshire have found out over the last few years. But Northants probably have had a closer knit squad and have been able to predict their teams a bit more and have come up against the likes of Surrey and beaten them sometimes.
Just one off Luke Proctor's over there. Score 140 for 2. Partnership now worth 68. And talking of partnership breakers, Gareth Berg having another go from the David Capel end.
Yeah. Well, he'll be very, very eager to pick up another wicket here after the morning he had.
We were speculating whether, I mean, the Northants slip cordon, particularly to White and Sanderson, does stand close, doesn't it? I guess it has to.
It has to. In the first over of the game, when Sanders was bowling, I thought they were standing very, very close together, actually, with the slips.
Someone mentioned that on email, yeah.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. I suppose the closer you get, the closer you're going to be to each other, I suppose. But I see that Azad's just moved out to the gully now.
Yeah, interesting. So we have one slip, gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and then Sam Whiteman, sort of deep mid-wicket, really, and a long leg to complete the field.
And we think that that's been the hardest end to bowl from. We think, don't we?
Yeah. Well, certainly since there's been a lot of switching, and that one kept low, but Vince was able to get bat on it, and actually it's raced away. Yeah, for almost gathered pace across the square. And Vince picks up his 6th boundary.
Yeah, so I think we're seeing already that Northants have had to compromise a bit with their field setting here.
Well, should Hampshire go on to post a sizable score here, I mean, it's hard enough taking 10 wickets, so the cliche goes, but 4 drop catches so far from Northants.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the reason I brought up the slips was just as sort of by way of mitigation for the catches went down off Organ this morning, all of them off the bowling of Jack White, 2 of them in an over. They were close. It was a newish ball, and also I think the ball can wobble off the edge, can't it?
It's amazing, isn't it? It is amazing. I mean, you do see that happen. Obviously I don't play at the level that these guys do, and so I know these bowlers are wobbling it more than with the greatest respect to the bowlers I play with, probably wobbling it on average more than those guys are.
A yard quicker as well, maybe.
I'll definitely get them some messages for saying that, but but I mean, you do, obviously you get more wobble when it beats the bat rather than takes the edge. But yeah, it can wobble sometimes off the edge.
Yeah, I mean, even with that sort of defence, 2 of the 4 were probably what you would describe as regulation.
Certainly the third one. Yeah,
and Sanderson's as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're the ones that Northampton be kicking themselves around about. A sharp drop slip catch, is, where it's a difficult chance and you're diving, or you've got to go in front of somebody else. That happens, but the other 2, they really will be ruining those.
You can see the Hampshire batters' shirts in the wind, just showing how windy it is. So, did you come here as a boy?
I didn't really much. I mean, I came once or twice here. My family aren't massively into cricket, really. So yeah, I didn't come much as a boy to here, but came to the odd game here and there. No, I sort of just discovered cricket through watching on TV, really, like most people as a kid. And
was there a so everyone has that series that the first series they remember? Was there one for you?
I remember particularly distinctly the '95 West Indies series.
Dominic
Cork. I remember that.
How old are you, James?
Well, I would have been 10 then, so you can work it out from there. No, I'm 38. I think.
Yeah. Okay. So we're a year different, so that kind of equates. Yeah.
Now that one in particular sticks in the mind. I don't think it was a particularly vintage series, but I do remember I look back at it later. It's one of those things you discover more about it as you go on through life and you research it. But I think there were 6 tests in that series against West Indies, which just tells you everything about how the calendar's changed. But
absolutely,
But I've got vivid memories of the West Indies fast bowlers in that series, and obviously Corky getting that hat trick. He had a few endorsements off the back of that, I think.
Yeah, made his name. 7 for on debut, wasn't it?
That's right.
Yeah, 9 in the match, I think.
But that one in particular, and also listening on the radio to the 93-94 West Indies tour. I remember that vividly, listening on the way back from school, because the timings worked out quite well.
Yeah,
it would be the end of play at the end of the day when you were on the way back from school. And I think I wrote when we have one of the features in the magazine. We have my favourite cricketer, where you just get to write about your favourite cricketer. And Shivnarine Chanderpaul was the one that stuck in my mind then. Just this little absolute waif-like figure coming out and batting against fast bowling. That's always stuck in my mind as well.
It makes you feel old when his son starts turning out for the West Indies.
Yeah, and he pretty much a chip off the old block, isn't he? Really,
absolutely.
He's a durable batsman as well. So yeah, those ones are sort of quite. And actually, '93 I remember quite vividly. Gooch and obviously the Gatting ball and all that. So yeah. No one particular series, but it was always sort of just on the TV at home in summertime, and that's what got me into it, really.
And your first test match or international you went to?
Oh, goodness me. I remember I went to a warm-up game for the '99 World Cup. That's not really an international, is it? Notts against Sri Lanka. I remember that.
The big one.
The big one. I think Roshan Mahanamar got a century, I think. First international game. It would have been shockingly late, to be honest, because, as I say, my family wasn't really into cricket.
I suppose you need someone with some disposable income to get you there, don't you?
Yeah.
And an interest in cricket. And if mum or dad aren't that bothered, then
my dad likes cricket, but he wouldn't have gone to the extent to actually go to a game, I don't think. God, I can't remember now. That's terrible. I should know that, really. I remember.
Little confusion here, but safe in the end. It's great fielding by the veteran Gareth Berg.
I think it would have been probably shockingly late. Probably first year of university, I think.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But yeah.
And we were talking earlier about CFAX and Teletext scores. We actually there was a guy watching, Mike, who's a Hampshire fan, so joining us for this game, and Turned out he was the cricket reporter for Teletext in the mid-noughties.
Oh, brilliant. And I know this was the rival service, CFAX, but
well, I was a CFAX man. No offence, Mike. But,
but I remember finding out that this was probably I hadn't quite got the internet at this point, probably, or maybe we just got the internet. But I remember finding out that VVS Laxman had scored that famous innings off CFAX. I remember getting home from, and me and my mates the first thing we do is get home from school and put on page 341 or 361 for the Formula One. That was the first port of call. Shows how old I am.
Well, it's different. You know, the idea of watching county games live, whichever game you wanted.
That's right.
We were saying earlier, Jack White's figures. If you looked at that on CFAX or Teletext, you'd go, "Oh, he's leaked a few, probably been a bit loose," but they've all come off the edge. Or
I know. Yeah, stats always need contextualising. That's for sure.
Absolutely, which is where county streams come in great use.
Absolutely. No, it's brilliant seeing the different camera angles now, and it used to just be a grainy camera from behind the arm, and now look at this, fantastic. So yeah, it's brilliant, to see.
Probably at least, definitely 10 years ago. I think Notts and Surrey were sort of the first guys to do it with that one camera from one end, and we probably pre-broadband or.
I shouldn't be sticking up for journalists here, and because it makes us sound like we're indulgent, but in before streaming and before replays in the press box, where you could turn your computer on and see what happened to the ball, before you really had to keep your eyes on every single ball, or ask somebody what happened there. If you went up to get a cup of tea or something, and now you've got replays to do the job for you a bit, so there really is no excuse now.
No, and you've got to get your facts right. Even though you now are able to watch it happen, your description's got to be spot on. Otherwise, someone will go, "Well, hang on, I've seen the clip." Whereas in the old days, you go, "Yeah, and prove it that I'm wrong."
Exactly right. Yeah. So yeah, it does put the onus on journalists to be more accurate and know their stuff more than ever, I suppose. Which is probably a good to keep us on our toes in that way.
Keep you honest.
Absolutely.
So Gareth Berg plugging away from the David Capel end. It's just gone a little bit flat out.
It has.
Both maybe from the fielding side and the pitch itself. Sorry.
No, go on.
I was just saying, Northampton's certainly not doing anything wrong other than the catching. Big shout for OEW.
Goodness me.
It's sort of shot through, didn't it?
It did. That did scoot through that one.
Oh, God, how Northampton could have done with that, but the umpire was unmoved. Oh, my word.
Did he think that pitched outside leg, or did he think it was missing off? I'm not sure there, but
it's a good shout.
Yeah.
I'm finding it difficult to work out. Our umpires are Mike Burns and James Middlebrook, but they're both wearing sun hats and snoods, so I can't work out who's at which end from up here. Can you help me, James?
Oh, I didn't bring my binoculars.
Here, you
with
can
me.
borrow mine. Have a go.
Borrow your binoculars for a second.
They look like they're equipped to rob a bank at the moment, but.
Well, Middlebrook used to play here, so if I can't recognise Middlebrook's demeanour, then I obviously haven't been watching carefully enough.
Nicely played by Vince, and he'll pick up 2. It's a long way out there for the man Josh Cobb on the square leg boundary.
I think Middlebrook is the one at square leg now, I think, but I'd have to. Unfortunately, as the viewers can probably see, that the snoods are rather covering up.
Yeah, it does make ID difficult. Perhaps they should have umpire numbers, A and B or something like that.
It's the next logical step of. They've got numbers on the back of the shirts, and they have actually on county cricket. They've had numbers on the back of the shirts for a long, long time, actually.
Yeah,
longer than you think.
Like so much in county cricket, actually. The reputation of being stuck in the mud, but. Often innovators, whether it's T20 cricket, numbers on the shirt. Oh, and that's a lovely delivery from Proctor. It's just whizzed past James Vince's outside edge, And Ricardo Vasconcelos at first slip was hopping about in excitement. That's a Jaffa.
That was a really good ball. Yeah, it's interesting actually. Obviously, Gareth Berg's bowling at the other end at the moment, and one of the things I asked him when I spoke to him at the start of the season was how is it different bowling with this Red Dukes to bowling in, the T20 World Cup Europe qualifier, where you've got people trying to monster you out the ground every ball. So he sort of goes from one extreme to the other, because he doesn't play white ball for Northampton anymore, but he obviously plays it at international level. So he's got two real extremes to have to cope with there. And interestingly, he said that it was a lot harder on the body T20 cricket than 4-day cricket. I suppose you can get in a groove and you know what you're doing in 4-day cricket.
Yeah, that's interesting. So was it your article where he was referencing a player, describing him as in less polite terms as a clubby?
Well, I was at that game last year, and obviously, we don't have stump. Well, we have stump mics on, probably on this, but I didn't see the flashpoint, or I didn't notice it at the time. But yeah, it became fairly obvious after the game when Berg tweeted it. But yes, he was told in no uncertain terms. Obviously, I'm not going to repeat the language here, but yeah, he was told in no uncertain terms by a Yorkshire bowler, I think. And I'm afraid to say I did repeat that I did quote that.
Yeah, but
in the article.
a few asterisks to save people's blushes. Yeah, no, I think that's fair enough.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, obviously he is the oldest player in county cricket now. So
yeah,
unless Darren Stevens gets a gig somewhere. So yeah.
Have you got a intel on the likelihood of that?
I can't see it happening personally, unless someone gets a spate of injuries. I suppose that's the only thing. I suppose we can't write it off.
It'd be quite nice, maybe even the Royal London, for someone to think, well, actually, if we've lost a load of players to the 100 and we've got a load of kids who could do with some sage advice, then who better than Darren Stevens for a month,
Absolutely. I mean, I suppose that is the, could someone go for him in the T20? I mean, possibly, but you'd think probably more the Royal London's likely, as long as people are willing to make that investment.
And an edge from Vince goes between slip and gully and brings him 4 runs. Well, this is the thing, is when batters are in, you have to take people out of slips, and James Vince has chanced his arm and managed to safely add 4 to his total. He moves on to 48, his first score of any note of the season, 2 away from 50. And as James Coyne, deputy editor of the Cricketer, who's sitting next to me, said, once he gets going, bowlers beware, as he plays a little bit of football or hacky sack with the with the Red Dukes to just make sure his wicket is undisturbed. You okay for time, James?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sure. And I think that's the thing that probably the Northants will be most frustrated about, is that this hasn't been vintage James Vince today. He's been a bit scratchy and a bit, and yet he's already on 48. So I think that's the thing that's really any cricketer who's been in that situation where they, they'll feel very frustrated by that.
Yeah, if you're tuning into a highlights package, seeing James Vince made a 50 or close to a 50, and then you watch the boundaries, you go, it's a bit underwhelming, but
yeah, ugly
runs sometimes the way you got to do it.
Absolutely.
Especially when things haven't been going your way early doors. He did have that huge life on 26 when Chris Tremaine, bowling to a plan with 2 men out on the leg side boundary, banged one in. It was a good bouncer, got big on Vince, and he ballooned it up to Ben Sanderson, who on first viewing looked like he'd done everything right. I thought he'd caught it for a second, and then that sort of it's good stuff from Gareth Berg.
Yeah, well bowled. And this is the thing that, I hate to sound like a fatalistic Northants supporter, but you know, there is a prospect that if Hampshire get in here and put a big score on Northants, you know, the forecast isn't so good for the next 2 days, and Northants don't want to be batting in particularly inhospitable conditions, do they really?
Yeah, well, we saw what a bit of overheads did last week. And actually how the pitch flattened out a bit on day 4 when Sam Whiteman and Luke Proctor saw the home side to victory. Keith Barker is the 12th man for Hampshire. He's coming on with some drinks and a towel. Just being rested, is that your understanding?
Well, I saw some strapping on his hand, and I wondered if he maybe had a hand injury. Because otherwise you would expect him to be in the 11, wouldn't you?
Yeah, unless they felt they needed to bolster the batting, given the sort of travails of the top order thus far. But weird to see Keith Barker with a high-vis jacket on, running drinks. Feels sort of disrespectful, doesn't it?
It does, and yeah, I don't think anyone fancies coming up against him with a new ball, really.
Yeah, well, we do have a drinks interval, which will allow me to bring Dan. You're very welcome to stay with Dan if you want to give me a break, or if you're happy chatting.
I'm happy carrying on. Carry on for a bit.
Give me a bit. Yeah,
why not?
Then I'll hand over to Dan, and yeah, you're listening to, or you're watching Pictures live from Wantage Road on the Northants live stream powered by Daffabet. Next to me is James Coyne, Deputy Editor of The Cricketer, and replacing me is Dan Jazovics, my co-commentator.
Fill me in, James. What have I missed?
Well, you saw the drop at the Sanderson drop.
I'm afraid I did.
That's
yeah,
the main thing you've missed, really. Yeah, and they really are stringing a partnership together here, and there's two very experienced players here, and Northants really up against. Obviously, things can change quickly, but they do look up against it at the moment.
Yeah, it's looked pretty tough going, isn't it, for the Northants bowlers, as that's crunched through. Cover point for one from James Vince.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Nick Gubbins. Apologies.
Yeah, and we were just saying that Luke Proctor is quicker than he looks. You know, he's actually quicker through the air than you think, but he's just so skiddy, and it's that low trajectory. I guess you just got to get on the front foot and as best you can, I suppose.
Yeah, Ricardo was saying on Sunday last week about the fact that obviously Luke is not only a fantastic leader of the team, but has almost an uncanny knack to be the guy to break partnerships and stand up when it's needed. He obviously saw that run chase home last weekend, didn't he, with Sam Whiteman as well, taking very much a backseat to Sam Whiteman's 16 on out, and took that key wicket for John Simpson, didn't he, on day one, whilst that partnership between him and Higgins was growing nicely for Middlesex. So not a smart move for Northants, and a smart move from the captain himself to take the responsibility and hopefully break this partnership that's proving difficult for Northants to get through.
Yeah, I suspect if you I have to get the statisticians to do this, but if you had looked at weighted averages when you make your runs, when you take your wickets, partnership breaking, I suspect Luke Proctor would come out a lot higher than a lot of people think.
Yeah, kind of falls into that Ben Stokes kind of mould, doesn't he? I think as a player.
Yeah. I think as a bowler, he's just so much different than other bowlers you'll face in the game. Just the trajectory, the angle. Yeah. So
it's going to be another at least 2, if not 3. Certainly 3 for Nick Gubbins. Runs starting to flow now, aren't they, for these two Hampshire batters? Vince now on 49.
Yeah, this could be this. I mean, we've been saying already that this hasn't been vintage James Vince, but this could be the spark for him. If he gets a score here, he's one of those players that once he gets going, he could really go on a run of scores.
Yeah. And all the Northants fans watching will be hoping that either one of us who have got the ability to talk him out as well.
That's right.
Can we get the commentator's
Absolutely.
curse on James Vince? This is the question.
That's been my thinking, really. That's a great stop there.
Very well fielded. I thought there was a couple of shots, wasn't there? Well, at least one of recent time, not only the drop from Ben Sanderson in the deep, but also there was quite a healthy edge that went through, I think, a second or third slip, wasn't there, at a point. I think there was an LBW call just before lunch, if I remember rightly, maybe just after lunch, somewhere around that kind of time of the day, which was, I think pretty close on review.
That's right. It's been, it hasn't been easy by any means, but they're in now, and the run rate's still under 3, but they're in now, and they're building a very, very strong foundation here for a Hampshire team that I think most people would say that their seam bowling is their real strength. Their real. Yeah. So. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Northampton dig themselves out of this. Really, just got to keep going and try and catch that edge, I suppose.
Definitely, yeah. Sam made a point earlier about the fact that the way that Hampshire's runs were scored last year, with the number of batters that were averaging over 30, the number of their team, I think it was 7, averaged over 30. I think he was saying last year, with almost like hundreds all the way down through the scorecard as well. It looks like we've got a little stoppage in play. I don't know whether Gareth Berg might have done himself a mischief on maybe one of his fingers, I think, from that diving stop there.
He sort of crouched over, holding something. So
let me borrow Sam's binoculars. Oh my word!
Should have brought mine with me. But yeah, he's obviously been having something attended to here.
Hopefully he's all right.
Yeah, it's quite rare that you see someone stay on the field for this sort of treatment, really.
Yeah, I suppose he's in the middle of a spell, isn't he? Which might kind of change things. I don't know whether the umpires would encourage them to kind of swap that out, but yeah, certainly something to do with one of Gareth Berg's things. I don't know. I don't want to duplicate anything that you've spoken about with Sam. I don't know. Is there anything that what did you chat to with Sam? I know there's a couple of emails here that I don't think have been.
Go on then, ask away.
Let me see what I've got to make sure they're kind of PC before I start reading them out. That's the only thing.
Yeah, obviously you got to look at them quite carefully first. No, but we talked about everything. Really talked about the magazine. We talked about journalism, the challenges of journalism, all sorts really. Berg seems to be carrying on now. He's back at his mark.
Lovely stuff. Good news. No, there isn't. There's one from George saying that he's listening whilst finishing off his university research project in the background. So
that's
thanking us for his company. I saw you had an article out with Safe in the week.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that's something that you've chatted about.
No, we haven't really. Another interesting one in that it's obvious that he just loves cricket. I've noticed last year when he wasn't in the Northampton first team, he was going off playing club cricket, national counties. I think he had a couple of games up north in a couple of northern leagues actually, even though he's very much southern based. So he just loves playing, and he was playing on Sunday for Buckinghamshire in the National Counties T20 trophy.
Played into the offside again by Vince, and he's been down in Newport, hasn't he, with the Northampton second 11. That's 50 for James Vince, and the Hampshire captain takes the applause from around the ground and from his dressing room. Job not done for James Vince. I think he scored 45 runs in the 2 games before this one, so doubling his tally for the year in 1 innings, as you said, with a few chances, but that's not his fault, and he'll take the luck that he can get it. But moves on to 50, and a bit of a full start from Gareth Berg. Yeah, so he was in Newport with the second 11, who beat Glamorgan, didn't they?
That's
over
right.
The last 3 days with Gus Miller and James Sales, I think, taking 7 wickets each. Again, I think it's one of those games that weren't a massive amount of runs scored, not huge surprises in April, let's be honest. But yeah, as you said, absolutely loves cricket. I had the pleasure of working with him earlier this year and had a chat with him on Friday.
Yeah, he's just one of those guys that if he just wants to play as much as he can in the summertime, and so yeah, it was even to the point that the coaches are saying you can give yourself a day off here and there, but he's just desperate to go and play. And I suppose after 9 years of being on the staff, he's really keen to get back at it. Obviously, he's not been picked so far this year, but I think we'll see him certainly in the T20 straight away, I'd have thought.
I would completely agree with you. As Gareth Berg comes into bowl to Nick Gubbins, and I think we've seen that shot by Nick Gubbins a few times today in that 151 ball innings that we've had so far from him. Yeah, because he's still a young lad as well, isn't he? Is he early 20s?
Well,
mid to mid 20s.
24, I think.
Yeah.
So obviously he was signed very young by Northampton. I think they realised a couple of other counties were on to potentially going to go for him. So they moved, and he was obviously a very, very promising young cricketer.
And a half appeal from Gareth Berg, but I don't think there was much going for that one. No, I know how much he enjoys his cricket, and really just likes being around as well. Like, he came up for almost 2 sessions, I think, on day 1 for the Middlesex game, and kind of had a chat through, and just really keen to be about, and just loves the game, which, like, for me anyway, as a fan, is so exciting to see the people that you look up to as pro cricketers actually being fans of the game as well.
That's right. And
left alone from Vince.
And it's great that someone will, I think he went back and played 2 games against Oxfordshire, who had Samit Patel in their team, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess obviously he doesn't play red ball anymore, so he was quite happy to go and play some National Counties T20 there to keep his eye in. But yeah, so I mean, Zabe got 50 for Bucks in that game, and it's great to see that link. We did talk about this before with Sam, but it's great to see that link between the first class and national counties, where people can go back and play for their home county, which is obviously Bucks in Zabe's case.
Yeah, absolutely. Rob Keogh, change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. So the first look of spin, picks up the key wicket, and a really important wicket last week of Toby Rowland-Jones in Middlesex's second innings. Yeah, I think it's an interesting move from Luke Proctor.
I suppose the one thing is he's got a left-hander to bowl at here, which he won't be devastated about, Keogh, but it's an interesting position because he sort of had a breakthrough year last year with the balls being different. He bowled a lot more and he bowled really well, and he had more of a role. This year not so much so far, obviously the conditions being slightly different, but on a day like this he's going to get a bowl, isn't he? If they're struggling for wickets, they're going to have to turn to the spinner, so that's the sort of dilemma of the spinner in England, isn't it? They tend to get the ball when things are going badly.
Yeah, of course. And like last week, it wasn't a great surprise that there was a little bit of turnout there for him, obviously with the lateral movement off the seam that the seamers were getting.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see on this pitch that hasn't offered a great deal for any of the Northampton seamers, whether Keogh can extract anything from this surface bowling his finger spin.
What he's done really well actually in the last couple of years, his flight has improved a lot, and he gets good drift in the air. Starts
with a very full delivery, and I guess that breeze kind of blowing, there's only going to help the drift, isn't it?
Yeah, it's whether it's whether you want it to go that direction or not, I suppose.
True. Honestly, it's that strong. I'm not convinced you'll have much choice. Nick Gubbins plays that one into the offside. I think the partnership now between these two, I think, might be getting on towards 89 and closing in on the 90s.
Yeah.
And so far during this day, I think Northants could be looking and thinking, well, what could have been if some of those chances had been taken earlier in the day. And to give James Vince a life is not a mistake you'd want to make twice, that's for sure.
Yeah, because we've seen how when the ball's new, someone coming in, it could have been quite different.
And one more. The field certainly spreading here as well for these two. We got four fielders towards the boundary edge now, I think. I know Chris Tremaine has just walked back up into the... I think I was right, the ball before. Certainly 3, and that's a nice shot through cover from Nick Gubbins. Bit of work down at deep cover. Josh Cubb does the fielding, and Nick Gubbins picks up a couple more and moves into the 70s.
Yeah, it's all about using everything you've got here for Keogh. Change your position on the crease, the drift, just everything. He's got something just to try and unsettle the batsman.
Bit slower as well, that one, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, you can see why he's a captain's dream, Rob Keogh. He bats in the top 5. He's a really, really good fielder, and he bowls lovely off spin.
Yeah, batting wise this year has been a phenomenal start for him. I think he well, certainly before this game started anyway, I think he was 7th on the list of the county championship run scorers.
Yeah, he's been great with the bat so far this year. Yeah, he's one of those players that sort of again goes under the radar a bit, but he makes tough runs, and he's a very, very useful cricketer. Again, he's from a similar neck of the woods to me, and he's obviously quite a bit younger than me. But he was notable for the work that he put in as a youngster. He just worked so hard. He came up here and netted so often.
Gotcha.
He just put such work into becoming a professional cricketer.
Yeah.
And his hard work has paid off in spades.
Which I don't think can ever be underestimated. The amount of time and effort that goes into getting to where these guys are. It's not just kind of raw talent a lot of the time, is it? There is an awful lot of work that goes into it.
Yeah, I think his dad actually is either the chairman or the president of Dunstable Town Cricket Club, which we play at. My club plays at quite a lot. I think he's still involved there, his dad actually. So very much loves the game and just puts so much work into his game. And it even sometimes comes and plays down the old club game, or certainly before he was getting into the Northants first team all the time.
One of those type of players that you kind of wish that you didn't see on the Dunstable Town team sheet on Twitter the night before.
It's a very flat pitch there as well, let me tell you.
Lewis McManus up to the stumps for this delivery from Gareth Berg. Not something that we've seen from the Hampshire batters, particularly using their feet during this innings, so certainly something that John Simpson felt he needed to combat last week. I guess it gives Nick Gubbins and James Vince something else to think about, doesn't it, with a keeper up to the stumps for a little while here for Gareth Berg.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw last week that Ryan Higgins in particular, in that very effective first innings, he was coming down the track to try and cut down some of that swing. So yeah, I mean Northants fans who have been watching this would have, perhaps correct me if I'm wrong, but I haven't seen McManus stand up a huge amount so far, certainly this season anyway, so this is really good to see him doing it.
Yeah, certainly the pace that Gareth Berg offers is, well, clearly doable, isn't it? And the carry hasn't quite been there during this inning so far, I don't think either.
Yeah, and I distinctly remember in the famous and memorable 2013 T20 final. That's for no, it's good stop.
No,
stop.
Good stop at mid-off.
Yeah, good stop.
Keeps it down to a single.
I just remember, sorry, just going off into a famous
you carry on.
Northants memory there.
Hey, I don't think anybody's going to complain about famous Northants memories on this live stream.
Well, yeah, that game, which is, it was a euphoric day really, and I remember David Murphy, who was the Northants keeper at the time. He stood up to some of the bowling on that day, and it definitely got a wicket against Surrey in that final just from standing up, and it dragged the players back, and I think there was a key LBW on that day just by standing up. People often forget that you are more likely to get an LBW if someone's dragged back into their crease.
Yeah.
As long as the bowlers bowl straight, obviously.
That does normally help, doesn't it? It would require an awful lot of assistance if it wasn't straight. James, are you okay to stick with us until 3:45? Is that all right with you?
Sure, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Thank you very much. We've got 1,200 viewers in on the live stream at the moment, which I think is a record. Oh, wow. I know we're only 2 games into this kind of new
brave new world.
Exactly, for Northamptonshire. But 1,200 of us watching this is brilliant. So thank you everyone for tuning in, and that's at least another one. James Vince not that keen to get going there, was he? No. But picks up a single anyway. Obviously the stream is powered by Daffabet. Thank you to those guys for making it all possible. And if you're enjoying it, please drop us a like. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel. The reason why I wasn't here for an hour is actually talking to the guys about what kind of content can be made through this summer as well. So hope that there will be some more kind of YouTube content coming for Northants fans throughout the summer, not just the live streams, which obviously will be broadcast on this channel as well. So hit subscribe, turn the bell on, and you won't miss any kind of upload or any notification that comes through. And obviously if you do have any questions, any comments, at Northants CCC on Twitter, or which stream at nccc.co.uk. There's 3 C's in that. Otherwise you get confused for the county council, and then you start getting emails about trees.
Yeah, that's the nature of a county cricket club.
Solid in defence again. Has there been much turn here from Rob Keogh?
Can't see masses, to be honest.
That doesn't surprise me. With no slight on Rob Keogh's ability. I did speak to the ground staff this morning on my way around, and I mean, they did say that they thought it was going to be a better pitch than the one that we had last week. And I guess better, by what they meant, is better to bat on. Certainly hasn't been the movement off the pitch, has there, at all? Well, not in comparison anyway.
Yeah, I mean, potentially this side of the wicket, where Gubbins is batting, one thing to look out for in this game, Northampton have a lot of left-handers in their batting lineup, so worth looking at the rough here potentially later in the game.
Yeah, Liam Dawson's going to be could be very, very important, as we see another 4 there for Nick Gubbins, and that is a 100-run partnership for these two. Nick Gubbins contributing 47, James Vince 53, 100 runs off 201 balls over the last couple of hours here of county cricket at Wantage Road. If you are in the local area, it is free to come into the grounds after tea, so if you feel like popping in and enjoying the evening sunshine after work, you'll be very welcome. I would bring a coat though.
Yeah.
Oh. Bit of fielding by Josh Cobb keeps the boundary away. That'd be one of those that I think would be replayed by the 4th umpire a few times, I think, before we got a decision to carry on and bowl the next ball.
If this was an international game.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. No, it's obviously if you're out in the sun, it's a very nice warm sun, but there are pockets where it's pretty cold. So yeah, bring a coat, but enjoy the sunshine. The Galone's ice cream van is here, or it's only an ice cream van is here, so I think it's the Galone's one. No,
you're right. I was wrong last week.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, don't get your ice creams wrong.
No, not in Northampton. That's
absolutely
a famous Northampton
not.
brand, yeah. So yeah, it's it's one of those days in the dirt now for Northampton that you don't always get in April and May. You know, they can be sort of seam bowling fests, but yeah, it's looking like a long day today.
Absolutely. I mean, it is. Hopefully, I know there is a bit of weather around for the next 3 days, but obviously, hopefully that pitch kind of stays consistent throughout, and then the Northampton batters get equal opportunity to go out there and score the runs that obviously the Northampton supporters are going to want them to do, and in reply to what Hampshire put together in their first innings.
Sure. I mean, hopefully, as the groundsmen say, that it's a good batting pitch, and yeah.
I think the first time I think we saw Ricardo Vasconcelos move from first slip was at the end of that Rob Keogh over, which I think is, as you said, a real kind of sign and confirmation of that day in the dirt analogy that everybody likes to chuck around when they've had a day playing cricket.
Yeah, I mean, obviously at club level, it could be quite quick before the first slip comes out, but certainly at first class level, not so much.
And as Freddie Heldrick pointed out last week, our day in the dirt as a club cricketer turns out to be about 2 hours as well.
Exactly. It's never that bad, unless it's 40 degrees like it was last year.
True.
Yeah, it's never that bad, is it? Whereas these guys, it's amazing how they come back day after day when it can be very, very hard if you're on the receiving end of it.
Yeah, I think particularly the 4-day stuff. A few of the guys that I've spoken to around the country, it's the robustness that I don't think you appreciate as a spectator and a fan, that you need to play the 4-day stuff. That's defended once again by James Vince. Yeah, and as you said, to come back day after day after for what, 100 odd overs in the field for 4 days in a row, it does become quite difficult. But we do have, I think, is that our first dog of the day?
Oh, well, there you go.
First dog of the day.
And is it a cockapoo? I think it looks like a cockapoo.
It could be. My mum would be able to tell you, but
they're very popular, aren't they, cockapoos at the moment? Never thought I'd be saying this live on the cricket stream, but there you go.
Hey, why not? Why not?
It's all part of the game, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. You're in safe company as well. I'm not going to judge you. 1,200 people might, but I'm not going to.
Yeah. But yeah, as long as it's not let loose on the field, then all good.
That might be the key to break the partnership. That little distraction that causes the Hampshire batters that moment. Vince plays that one nicely off the back foot. down towards the cover point boundary and comes back for 2.
Yeah, just obviously hoping that forecast rain doesn't materialise. I mean, it doesn't look like it at the moment. It looks absolutely glorious, and it's obviously buffeting wind, but there's barely a cloud in the sky. So let's hope that holds off and we get a full day's play.
It just changes so quickly at the moment, doesn't it? Like the weather forecast, you just press refresh on your computer, and you've got almost a completely different experience.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is as good of a shot for nothing, I think, as you'll ever see. I said to Sam earlier, and I know that there's a lot of Hampshire fans watching, and we do provide an impartial broadcast here on the live stream, but James Vince, on his day, and with the opportunities and the chances that he's been afforded today by Northamptonshire, is worth an admission fee alone to come in and sit down and watch a guy of his quality when he's on form.
I mean, I'm trying to remember how he got on in Bangladesh. I don't think it was... He didn't tear up too many trees, but he, when things are going for him, he can be devastating.
I think that was the bit of his winter that didn't go quite well for him, because I think he scored a ton of runs for the Sixers, didn't he? That's right. Did well in the PSL. I'm not sure he spent any time in Hampshire over the winter at all.
No, I mean they're one of those. They're one of the counties. I mean, pretty much a lot of the counties are like this now. But I think they just accept that players are going to go off and do these sort of things. They have to be very flexible with training and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Not so certainly another one where they've saw a lot of players going off all winter. Really, I think Jake Ball got a call halfway through the ILT20 and off he went. So.
Oh, of course he was. James Vince captained in Dubai as well, didn't he? I think this team won that one.
Must be the busiest winter ever, I think, of franchise cricket, that's for sure.
Yeah, genuinely. And, I mean, by the sounds of it, it's only going to go one way as well, isn't it?
Does look that way.
Anyway, as Rob Keogh continues bowling to Nick Gubbins, a few kind of footholds there outside Nick Gubbins off stump, but not anything yet that's caused Nick Gubbins any trouble.
And that's the thing, that obviously when Keith Barker doesn't play and he has that different angle over the wicket, does create that rough, but he's obviously not playing in this game.
And Nick Gubbins moves to 80.
Yeah, Nick Gubbins really solid in this game. He's played really well.
I think I can only recall 3 full shots from Nick Gubbins in this inning so far. I think there was 2 player misses consecutively from Jack White just after lunch. One from Chris Tremaine, I think, in the over afterwards, which he was quite upset with himself. And other than that, it's been a faultless, like genuinely a faultless 80.
Yeah, it's been really solid, very impressive. Best I've seen him play for a long time. I mean, obviously haven't seen wall-to-wall days play from him for a while, but from what I have seen, looks very good.
Yeah, solid. And James Vince backing him up nicely as well at the other end. 177 for 2 now the score. 62 overs have been bowled, 34 remain in the day. And Northampton will be desperately searching for a wicket here and looking for that opportunity to break this partnership, which is proving to be a thorn in the side for the Northampton lads.
Yeah, so McManus still standing up. Oh, hello.
Ooh. Elbows at dawn.
Indeed.
Get the handbags out.
Well, of course, McManus used to play for Hampshire.
Or do you think there might have been a little bit of of afters in that?
Sure, there wasn't.
You once sat in my space at the Aegeus Bowl, so I'm going to get you.
Yeah. Would they have overlapped? I think they would have done, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yes, obviously this is two former Hampshire players, Berg bowling and McManus keeping. So yeah, a bit of interest for Hampshire fans of their former players.
Yeah, we had a comment earlier today about Gareth Berg being this chap's favourite player, and Lewis McManus obviously being ex-Hampshire and them being a Hampshire fan themselves. So I think they were thoroughly enjoying themselves at that point in the in the piece, and I suspect as a Hampshire fan, it's only become more enjoyable as this day has gone on. And yeah, as I said earlier, how different it might have been if Jack White had, or not Jack White, he did everything he could do, but if Northants had taken a couple of those chances that he generated earlier on today, I think the fact that he bowled 10 overs for 39 runs absolutely blew my mind at the point that stat came through.
I mean, he's not had much luck this year, to be honest, Jack White. I mean, in the last game, he beat the outside edge countless times at the start of that game in the first innings. He could have had a load more wickets, basically.
Yeah.
And then this match, he's obviously had drops off his bowling, so his luck has surely got to turn fairly soon.
Oh, a semi-appeal, but a big inside edge there from Nick Gubbins into his pads. Not much interest going for that one, but a maiden for Gareth Berg nonetheless. 14 overs now, 5 maidens, 1 for 31. And Rob Keogh to carry on. As I say, Rob Keogh to carry on from the Lynn Wilson centre ends. 1 over to go before tea now. And yeah, tough session for Northamptonshire. And being generous, a smidge of turn off the straight from Rob Keogh there on this wonderful, well, quite frankly, a brilliant batting pitch for Northampton, or that the Northampton ground staff have prepared.
Yeah, it was certainly a pitch where I think you need to take your chances, and I don't think the Northamptonshire bowlers have done much wrong. It's just
a bit uppish there from James Vince as he plays that one out to deep point. Maybe a little bit of a full shot, but certainly no one in that area to...
I think the big worry is that so far this season it's been that the Hampshire top order has failed, and then they've had runs down the order. We've now got Hampshire's top order succeeding, and still that sort of extreme batting depth to come. So a little rethink at tea for Northants.
Yeah. And one ball left to survive here for Nick Gubbins to make it through to tea from Rob Keogh. Which he duly obliges with what I think is almost becoming a trademark type shot there from Nick Gubbins. But yeah, that is tea. 64 overs have been bowled today. Hampshire are 178 for 2. Nick Gubbins is 80 not out. Captain James Vince is 56 not out. And the partnership is worth 106 runs from 227 balls. And, well, without stating the obvious, everything points towards Hampshire. Certainly Hampshire's session, certainly Hampshire on top. And as you just said, an opportunity for Northants to regroup for 20 minutes and hopefully come back out after tea with a plan in order to break this partnership and remove a few other Hampshire batters as this day progresses as well.
Yeah, the big moment, James Vince dropped on 26. He's added 30 since then. Nick Gubbins has looked sensational for his third 50 in as many games and he'll be eyeing up 100 in this evening session. Before we go for our little tea break, massive thanks to James Coyne. He was brilliant, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really good insight, and someone that obviously studies the players here at Northamptonshire really closely. Really good relationship with a few of them as well. Spoke about his interview with Safe. So, yeah, hopefully you enjoyed that insight. There was 1,200 of us here, I think, watching this just before tea. So stick around for a few minutes, and we'll be back just afterwards. So give us 10:15, and we'll be back.
Welcome back to a Wantage Road drenched in early summer sunshine. It is a picture. Beautiful scenes here at the county ground. Slightly less appealing is the scoreboard if you're a Northamptonshire fan. The home side having asked Hampshire to bat first. Have seen the visitors reach 178 for 2 at tea. A partnership of 106 between James Vince and Nick Gubbins. Nick Gubbins on 80 not out, James Vince on 56 not out. Vince has perhaps to what you might expect, certainly looked the less solid of the two. He's been dropped once on 26 and had a few slices of luck with edges. Nick Gubbins, however, has looked very composed as Chris Tremaine bowls the first over after the tea break, and James Vince rocks back and nudges that pure timing through extra cover for 4 runs. Not an ideal start to the session. James Vince on to 60. My name is Sam Keir. You are watching the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club live stream powered by Daffabet. Alongside me is Dan Jatovic.
I am indeed. I tell you what, if you could kind of close your eyes and you thought, what does James Vince look like as a batter, you'd struggle to kind of end up far away from what James Vince has just played there, really, would you?
Yeah, it was glorious.
It was quite a nice half volley to start from Chris Tremaine, I will say. But it's kind of been the tail from the Northants bowlers. Certainly after lunch, they've really struggled to build any pressure on these two Hampshire batters. They created numerous chances early on this morning and then not able to do so. We've seen a little bit of spin before tea from Rob Keogh, but not a great deal offering from that. Not much lateral movement off the seam, and Chris Tremaine seems to have been the only guy to have got much going through the air today.
Yeah, in his spell after lunch, Ben Sanderson was getting a bit of movement, caused a few problems for James Vince. It was Chris Tremaine who elicited the chance from James Vince, a short ball, good short ball that Vince couldn't resist hooking, and it was put down at fine leg. There are 2 men out in the deep once again for Tremaine, one at deep mid wicket, one at deep backward square. And that's a nice shot as well, over pitched, and James Vince whips it through the onside for another boundary. 8 runs off the first 4 balls after tea. The rest of the field to Chris Tremaine, 1 slip, which at the start of the day was 4 slips when the ball was finding the edge on a regular basis. Unfortunately, 3 catches going down in the slip cordon, all of them off the bat of Felix Organ, who went on to make 38. So yes, a first slip, a gully, a deep point, cover, or an extra cover really, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square.
Lewis McManus there leading the encouragement for the Northants bowlers from behind the stumps as well, so plenty of energy going to be needed from him this afternoon. Just a reminder to everybody, it is free after tea here at Wantage Road in the County Championship, so if you are in the area, you fancy popping down after work, you'll be very welcome. You'll be welcome to, well, 31 overs remaining of this game, and you can sit in the sunshine for a couple of hours as well. So if you're in the area, if you're nearby and you feel like popping down, come on in.
Yep, but if you can't, don't fret. We will be with you for every ball of the rest of the day, and indeed every home game this season. It will be Rob Keogh to continue from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. Don't forget you can get in touch with us either on Twitter at NorthantsCCC or via email. Loads of you emailing today, which is great. And the address is stream@nccc.co.uk.
You do such a better job at remembering that than me.
1 N, 3 C's.
Yeah, it's very complicated, Sam. I can't stress you enough.
No, it's great to have that email set up as Gubbins looks to sweep a delivery which is down the leg side from Keogh, but it's well kept by McManus. He would have had his view obscured by pads and bat swishing in front of his face, but he takes it low down the leg side. Oh, and Gubbins very nearly chops on. He was looking to cut it behind square on the offside, but instead he will get 2 to fine leg off the under edge.
You don't need to be that poetic as a Northants fan to come up with a different storyline here where Hampshire are getting on to be 6 or 7 down. With dropped catches, with LBW appeals, with inside edges that have been very close to canning it into leg stump as well. It doesn't. I don't think you're going to need that much encouragement to come up with a very different script to what we've had so far.
And bar a few overs, I don't think many of the Northants bowlers have done much wrong at all.
No.
They've stuck to their plans. It's clearly a much better batting pitch than it was for the game against Middlesex last week. But you do have to take your chances.
Yeah, and almost, well, not clutching at straws at this point because that's unkind, but to have still created those chances on a pitch that's been better to bat on than what we saw a week ago, there must still be some encouragement, I think, to take from that. As you said, albeit those chances haven't been taken in this instance.
Yeah.
As I say, the inside edges haven't necessarily been a case of not taking chances. It's one of those kind of a bit of luck in a different direction, and you suddenly go, oh, okay, well, there's another couple of wickets there for us.
I think probably what Northants will be looking to do now is sort of bowl dry for the next 14 overs, and then you get a second new ball or the opportunity to take a second new ball, which one would assume they will take straight away. Because, you know, it's a ball. Well, certainly the hardest time to bat, as you would expect this morning, was against that new ball, and there were plenty of edges. Jack White in particular bowled beautiful. His figures do not do him justice. And despite the best efforts of the fielder, in fact, because of the best efforts of the fielder, that's well fielded by the man we were just talking about, Jack White. He has thrown himself about in the field. He's given everything with ball and in the field. He's been faultless, really, and just a bit like he was against Middlesex. He's had absolutely no luck. I'd say even less luck today. Things were looking up for him when he took a wicket second ball of his day, 8th ball of the day. But since then, nothing whatsoever has gone his way. But he's still throwing himself around, swapping from fine leg to the left-hander to the right-hander. And there's that short ball from Tremaine. He's looking for a repeat of the chance that Vince offered with White and Cobb down in front of us here at the Lynn Wilson Centre end.
So you wouldn't recommend Jack White pops into the newsagents on the way home and buys himself a lottery ticket today?
Well, or you'd say that all his bad luck's been used up and maybe it's exactly the right time to say.
When he turns up tomorrow in a Ferrari, you go, oh, okay, so it wasn't too bad of a Thursday after all.
He deserves a slice of luck. Certainly 3 numbers on the lottery, I think it's the least he deserves.
We are going to sit here on one of these live streams, though, Sam, at some point during this year, and we are going to be talking about Jack White taking an absolute hatful of wickets.
No doubt. I think that is right. As he trudges from one fine leg to another fine leg with the single, meaning that it is now the right-hander on strike. Yeah, the only thing I'd say is it actually probably again will just rub salt in the wounds of those drop chances. If you add 2 wickets to the score, then things look very different. And with a new ball 14 overs away, you know, Northamptonshire would feel a lot more positive than they do. So who knows what will happen now, but between now and the 80 over mark. But I do feel sorry for Jack White doing this back and forth.
I suspect most people will be having some pity for Jack White today. Regardless of which of these two teams you're supporting, I think we'll have sympathy for him. And as you said, it almost kind of feels a little bit of kind of adding insult to injury, doesn't it? Having to kind of trudge from one side of the ground to the other as Hampshire rotate the strike quite so well as what they are doing.
And actually, Jack White is, I don't know whether in jest or in genuine frustration, remonstrating with, I think it's Josh Cobb at deep square for that over, saying, really, am I going to be doing this? Especially if I've got to take the new ball in 13 overs time. And yeah. Well, anyway, we've got Rob Keogh continuing. Dare say we might see him see us through to the new ball from here at the Lynn Wilson Centre end.
We're 3 overs ahead on the day as well, which is...
Well, we got to tee at almost only about 10 minutes behind 340, didn't we?
We did, yeah, which is a nice place to be in. And as you said, I think Rob Keogh's going to... I suppose the only thing you might do, you might give, say, Jack White and Ben Sanderson an over with the old ball before the new one, just to...
warm them up.
Yeah, make sure that those looseners are gone. Could be a legitimate way to go about it if your name's Luke Proctor, but equally I wouldn't be surprised at all if Rob Keogh bowls from this end right the way through to over number 80.
Jack White in the action again, this time fielding at mid-off as James Vince adds another run to his total. He's on 69, Nick Gubbins on 83, the partnership worth 122. Had an email in from John Stevens. He says, thank you for all your commentary on the live stream, and it's good to be able to follow Hampshire, whether home or away, having found their live stream for the Nottinghamshire and Surrey matches. A pleasurable way to spend the day. Well, the pleasure is all ours, John. Thank you so much for joining us and for getting in touch. Lots of Hampshire fans following today. I'm sure they're enjoying it more than Northamptonshire fans at the moment, but they are all very welcome. And George says, hello from sunny Hampshire. Currently finishing off my university research project with you boys in the background. So thank you very much. It's lovely to watch. I'm sure it is, George, for those of a Hampshire bent. Interesting to know what your research project is on, George.
Northamptonshire versus Hampshire.
Yeah.
In the 3rd round of the 2023 County Championship season, I think. It's when you start writing and you end up with Vince or Vasconcelos in the middle of your essay, isn't
exactly,
it?
Yeah.
How did that happen? I don't know. Gets the word count up, I suppose, though.
And Nick Gubbins with an imperious cover drive as Chris Tremaine just over pitches. Lovely shot that as Nick Gubbins approaches the 90s. It's hard work running in from the David Capel end. The wind still blowing hard, and Chris Tremaine looks laboured as he approaches his delivery stride. And he'd be feeling a whole lot better if he had a 1 in the column with a W above it.
so hard to comment, isn't it, being utterly unqualified like the pair of us are, but how much of an impact this breeze from this direction in particular is having on the effectiveness that the Northants bowlers have been able to.
Well, I think it's been clear that the end we're at, the Lynn Wilson centre end, has been favoured by the seamers, as you'd expect. Someone's got a bowl from
Yeah.
And you can't really ask the spinner to bowl from that end because it makes the hit down the ground just that bit easier with the wind behind it. So yeah. But anyway, Chris Tremaine, the cut snake they call him, because he never gives up even after he's supposedly dead and buried. He keeps running in, and that is what he's doing now. He's trying to get a repeat of that short ball ploy that so nearly got James Vince. Another one is banged in.
No interest from Nick Gubbins to that at all, is there? Quite happy to get underneath that and see that one go by. He has been, I said to James earlier, I can only really think of 3 shots in that 194 that he would have faced up against today that has given me any inclination whatsoever that he hasn't looked comfortable at the crease.
He's gone slightly under the radar. I mean, he's not set the opening 2 rounds on fire, but he's amongst some low scores at the top of the Hampshire order. He's scored 50s against both Nottinghamshire and Surrey, but you'd have thought if he can convert this into 100, then that'll force a few people to take note. Dragged down really by Tremaine, and you heard him remonstrating with himself. It's not that comfortable, I don't think, with this wind blowing in his face. And that is the 200 up for Hampshire. 200 for 2 in 69 overs, and the vast majority of those runs, 128 of them, coming courtesy of this 3rd wicket partnership between James Vince and Nick Gubbins. Bit of a conflab between keeper McManus, captain Proctor, and off-spinner Rob Keogh, formulating a plan to try and wheedle one of these 2 out before that new ball, Dan.
Yeah, I think it's going to be incredibly difficult, Sam. Rob does have the benefit, as you said, of bowling with the winds here, which is going to allow him to kind of change his pace up a little bit more than maybe what he would be able to do from the other end. But I mean, neither of these 2 batters are really taking the risks to kind of bring a finger spinner into business on day one, I don't think. And also the pitch has been so good to bat on from what we've seen so far. I've almost stared at each one of these Rob Keogh deliveries through this TV screen that we've got in front of us, which we obviously have the live stream for, and there is so little on offer here in regards to movement off the pitch.
Big shout for LBW. Rob Keogh loves it. He's remonstrating with the umpire, but he does not get the answer he wants. Let's have a look at this.
Has he got a bit of a Q end on that?
Going down possibly.
Ooh.
It's close. It hit him pretty fullish on his front leg, but I think the umpire probably within his rights to say that was going down like some, and that's a lovely sweep shot. The first time we've seen James Vince unfurl his sweep shot, and he gets 4 for it. It's a brilliantly executed stroke from the former England man, or current England man. He was in Bangladesh for the White Ball Series last month, which feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
It really does. And I think James and I spoke about the winter that...
You and James Vince?
Yeah, I wish. I wish. Me and James Coyne, the best James in the ground today. Well, maybe not the best, I don't know of everybody else. But anyway, it's just saying about how busy his winter's been with the Big Bash. The tournament that he captained in Dubai, the white ball cricket that he played for England in Bangladesh, the PSL as well. I said I'm not convinced he spent a day in Hampshire from the end of last season to the start of this one, but I don't know. I'd be interested to see that LBW appeal again. I don't know whether I heard a couple of noises through my headset, but then again, I mean, it is very windy outside and there's all kinds of rattling going on and the breeze blowing into the microphone, so I might be completely wrong, but if he didn't get any bat on it, I thought that was a pretty good shout.
God, how big a moment would that have been for Northamptonshire to get Vince?
Just wondered whether he got a little bit of just a bottom edge on it, Q end on it.
Yeah. 9 runs off the over, which takes the overall innings run rate back up to 3. So it's not been, the run scoring's not been out of control, which again reflects probably how well Northamptonshire have bowled. There's just not been that much for them. And
I think this is the. I mean, I think that's hit him straight on the foot.
I don't know. I just wonder with the angle.
Possibly. I'd say it's not turning to beat leg stump. That's what I would say.
No, you wouldn't have begrudged the decision. That's for sure. As Tremaine continues.
But anyway, it means absolutely nothing because the umpire said not out. So we move on. There's been a tweet come through from Darren Pilgrim, who is a Hampshire fan watching from sunny Eastleigh on the live stream. So thanks for joining us, Darren. A really good-looking wicket for early season. Credit to the ground staff, and I think that is a very good point, well made from you, Darren. Shame no Keith Barker for Hampshire. Bowled really well last week, and also, unfortunately, to potentially add to a little bit of doom. Not doom, but a little bit of bad feeling for the Northants batters is I think the rough outside the left-hand crease will play into Dawson's hands later in the match.
Yeah, that's the point James Coyne made, which is a really good one, wasn't it? Is with all those left-handers in the Hampshire side.
Plenty of carry there from Chris Tremaine for the bouncer. James Vince, tall man, didn't have to get too low to get underneath that one.
Yeah, he's working really hard, Chris Tremaine. It's a bit of a thankless task at the moment.
I mean, maybe a smidge of movement from the hands there from Chris Tremaine, but really not much is there going for these seamers now with this, what are we on, 70 over old ball. Should we have a little run round the country at the end of this over?
Yes, please, Dan. That would be great. From first glimpse, it looks like probably around the country it's been more of a batter's day than we've had so far in season, with maybe a couple of exceptions.
There are certainly grounds that have had more wickets than what we've experienced here at Wantage Road today.
Yeah. Someone nicked your car, Dan.
Doesn't quite sound like that, Sam. Unless you're going to start sledging my driving skills. If not, you might be walking back home from Northampton the next time I offer you a lift. Did sound like one of those cars that there was a whole lot of noise and not much going on, I suspect. Anyway, live from Lord's.
I was just going to say it sounds a bit like us, but
yes, true, very true. I'll go back to Lord's. Nottinghamshire are playing Middlesex. Middlesex won the toss and chose to have a bowl first, and Nottinghamshire are currently 237 for 4. Haseeb Hamid with 55. Ben Duckett, England opener, is currently 114 runs not out. And Lyndon James scored 41. Steve Mullaney, captain, is currently at the crease with Ben Duckett. So good news for England fans to see Ben Duckett in the runs ahead of what's going to be a really, really, really important summer. Ethan Bamber with a couple of wickets for Middlesex in that game so far.
Oh, and it was just almost too full for the shot that Gubbins looked to play. He's on 94. Were Duckett's runs in typically quick style, or?
Nothing to say that, nothing outrageous, I wouldn't have said. It's 114 not out of 169 balls,
Well,
so he's not
bad,
hanging about.
Yeah.
It's a strike rate of 67.5.
That evades the dive of Chris Tremaine, but it will be tidied up by the 12th man, Tom Taylor, out on the boundary in front of the signal box.
There's 11 fours and a 6 in there. But I guess with the way that some of these guys for England have batted over recent months, the strike rate of 67.5 led me to say
boring.
that it wasn't that quick.
Shouts to run him out. Vasconcelos has a shy, does hit, but I think Nick Gubbins was well in. Good bit of fielding from Ricardo Vasconcelos at mid-on as he goes back to mid-off. Well, he is now at mid-off for, he's now at mid-on for James Vince, but he's gone all the way to the boundary right in front of us here at the Lynn Wilson centre end. Rob Keogh hoping he can tempt James Vince to try and target this boundary against the wind, but so far James Vince is containing himself. Nick Gubbins will not have the strike because that is the end of the over, so James Vince continues to face, and I think we're going to get a change of bowling with Gareth Berg.
Yeah.
County Cricket's current oldest player.
Yeah. Italian stallion.
Italian stallion.
Iceberg, yeah. That sounds a lot more Top Gun than Italian Stallion, that does, doesn't it? But I suspect these two are probably going to bowl, aren't they, now through to the new ball for these next 8 overs. Game going on at Taunton is between Somerset and Lancashire. Lancashire won the toss and had a bowl first, and Somerset are currently 204 for 4. Tom Abel, captain, 75 not out at the moment, and James Rue, the England under-19 cricketer from the under-19 World Cup over the winter, is currently 60 not out as well.
Yeah, it will be Gareth Berg. He's going to bowl to a slip, a gully, a deep cover point, a standard extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Now, lots of singles for the Hampshire batters here. They're just dropping and running, really, because Northants can't afford to have too many close in, given the ease with which this Hampshire pair are now ticking along.
Yeah, very, very difficult to start creating the pressure again now, isn't it, for Northants with a ball this old on a pitch that's not offering much for the seamers, and with two guys that have faced as many balls as what they have at the crease.
Gubbins plays down the ground, takes a single to take him to 98.
Lancashire's bowling attack today includes both James Anderson and Saqib Mahmood. Brilliant. And Colin de Granton. And then Tom Bailey and George Balderson as well, with a bit of Tom Hartley for good measure. Stacked, I think you would describe that bowling lineup from Lancs today down at Taunton.
And what had Somerset reached? Sorry,
205 for 4.
So James Vince rocks back and plays a cut shot out to Tom Taylor on the cover boundary. Well, they're doing well then against that bowling attack, aren't they?
I'd say so.
Yeah.
Team Somerset have struggled for runs so far this year, so they'll be incredibly grateful that their skipper Tom Abel and their young wicket keeper James Rue are contributing quite so heavily in that score of 206.
A superb 100 for Nick Gubbins. Almost chanceless. He pumps the air with his fist, and quite rightly so. 206 balls, 12 fours, and that really is an excellent knock from Hampshire's number 3. That's 100 to go with 2 50s in the previous 2 rounds, and he's a man in fine form. And as you've said many times, Dan, hard to think of a false stroke from Gubbins.
Genuinely, it's been really, really good to watch. It's been an innings of high class, isn't it? As you said, 100 off 206 balls, which includes 12 fours, and as you said, absolutely chanceless. A man that looks in a terrific bit of form at the moment, and those 2 50s that he scored in the first 2 games of the season against Notts and against Surrey, respectively. He's upgraded one here today at Wantage Road and got his first 100 of the year for Hampshire as well.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. This partnership now with 147. And Lewis McManus now standing up to Gareth Berg. And they're just picking off runs at will, really.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Ben Sanderson and Jack White get a new cricket ball in 7 overs. Yeah, 7 overs time.
Yeah, you feel it'll be crucial, don't you?
Yeah.
For Northamptonshire's chances of getting back into this game, they'll need to strike with that new ball.
Put a bit more pressure back on these 2 guys that have looked incredibly comfortable over the last couple of hours as well. And yeah, as you said, key. Genuinely key to trying to break this partnership and bring Northants back into this game, because ultimately it is drifting away from them at the moment.
Yeah, but an inspired spell from one or both of White and Sanderson, and things could look very different by the end of the day. So all hope by no means lost for Northants, but
maybe a Rob Keogh hat-trick before the new ball.
Well, that would certainly help.
It would add towards the fight back. I don't think they care how they get them at the moment.
That was Nick Gubbins' 14th first-class 100 to go with 36 50s.
Well played again, wasn't it, by Nick Gubbins down to the boundary for 4 there. Deliberately played as well, but almost run off the face of the bat, off what looked to be about middle and off, I think. Just outside off stump, apologies. But still, regardless, a very nice shot that got Rob Keogh interested for a moment.
And brought up the 150 partnership.
Defended once again by Nick Gubbins.
Did you get round the grounds, Dan?
I got to Canterbury, and I haven't gone any further because it's raining.
Right.
So I just thought I'd kind of hole up there for a bit. But I'll carry on for you, sir. And a dot ball to finish there for Rob Keogh. Essex versus Kent at Canterbury, if I can find my mouse on my laptop. Essex won the toss and chose to have a bat first. 42 overs have been bowled in the day down there, and Essex are 164 for 1, and the match is currently delayed by rain. As I said, Nick Brown is 54 not out. Sir Alistair Cook made 39 earlier today. after being caught behind by Sam Billings off the bowling of debutant Wes Agar, and Tom Wesley is 71 not out in that game at Canterbury. Quite mad to look up here and think that it's raining somewhere, isn't it? But
yeah, that must be the only corner of the country. Well, it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Certainly from a county cricket point of view, where there's rain.
But that is all of your Division 1 fixtures, sir. And we can go into Division 2 in a moment. As Gareth Berg continues. And defended once again by James Vince. Would absolutely love to get one of these two guys just before Northants take that new ball in 6 overs time. That kind of energy that could generate in this outfield for Northants to pick up one of these big wickets. And it's funny, isn't it? It's Nick Gubbins just gone past 100. You see it so often with a batter that goes past a milestone, and then you get that age-old kind of saying of start again. And I'd never really understood that, because I mean he's faced 214 balls. I don't understand why you would suddenly go, oh, well, I'm back to 0 again now. But it does happen.
Yeah, and I think he is the kind of player that will want to use a Graham Goochesm, score a daddy.
Ooh, I love a Goochesm.
Less said about that, the better, probably. Grow up, Sam.
You set him up, I'll knock him down, Sam.
Yeah. But yeah, a daddy 100 will be what Nick Gubbins is looking for to give his side real control of this game.
James Vince will be looking to join him there, won't he? 23 runs away now from what would be his first 100 of the calendar year as well, or sorry, for the county championship season this year. Feels like we've seen a lot of this Hampshire to Hampshire battle, or ex-Hampshire to current Hampshire battle today, isn't it? Gareth Berg into what is his 16th over of the day. It's a real kind of workhorse performance from the veteran seamer, from the David Capel end, and someone that, yeah, picked up the wicket of Felix Organ, the last wicket to fall.
Yeah, he's bowled really tidily, Gareth Berg, going at 2.3 and over. Quick email, if I may, Dan.
Of course, you're in the driving seat, sir.
This actually came in earlier on.
Okay.
Because we mentioned the last time Hampshire won here at Wantage Road was 1993, and I said Curtly Ambrose was playing.
Yeah.
He took 7 wickets in the match. And Eddie has emailed in. I love this. Just wait for Rob Keogh to set his field. He says, heard you talking earlier about Curtly Ambrose at Northants. My dad used to work for him at the Barclays in Northampton. He said he used to walk in with his swagger and about 18 chains on and flash jewellery, and he'd have to go up to him and say something like, good afternoon, Mr. Ambrose, and treat him like every other customer, knowing full well who he was. Imagine being Curtly Ambrose's bank manager. That'd be all right, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it wouldn't be too bad.
I couldn't resist. I'd have to let my professional guard slip. And
of an era that you wouldn't have been able to have pulled your iPhone out of your pocket and asked for a selfie, though. So
you could always get him to just
an autograph.
Yeah, well, we just need a record of your signature, Mr. Ambrose, for our records. We need 2.
One for this form and one that says to Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. And he said this was at 2:54. His email came in. Gubbins and Vince looking good, but I'm hoping I've just put the email curse on him. Well, I'm afraid, Eddie, your curse has not worked out from a.
As that is swept down to the final leg boundary for 4 by Nick Gubbins. and adds another 4 runs to his total today, taking him to 109. Have you ever had any kind of... Have you ever crossed paths with a celebrity or a cricketer? I know you obviously have from a previous role, but before that, where you were...
Cricketers in the wild.
Yeah, like not allowed to kind of go up and say hello, even though you might really want to. I'd be curious to know, if you haven't, I'd be curious to know whether anybody else has any kind of stories that they might have, I don't know, bumped into Michael Atherton in Woolworths whilst he was getting some pick and mix or something. I like the idea of those kind of stories. I can't personally think of one for myself.
Not ones where I haven't meant to. I remember
bit of a wider delivery there from Keogh, just to see if he could tempt James Vince into, I guess, one of his trademark cover drives, but it was he dabbed it down to the boundary, pick up another couple.
I met Anthea Turner at a bonfire.
Okay. Right.
She was very nice.
Yeah. Was that fireworks night, or was that just a random kind of fire in the fields?
No, it was a organised fireworks night. I think she was like the celebrity host. Yeah, not cricket related. I don't know.
Well, you never know. I mean, she might have turned her arm over.
Alan Partridge says he'd love to go for a picnic with Anthea Turner. Apparently.
Yeah.
So
little does Alan know you've spent an evening at a bonfire.
The sort of next best thing. Bonfire night with Anthea Turner.
Gareth Berg to carry on.
Oh.
And played down with soft hands by Nick Gubbins to pick up another couple of runs to take him past that horrible number in cricket of 111. Skips that straight past and goes to 102. So nobody in the ground has to stand up on one leg with one arm in the air and one eye closed and whatever else you have to do with Nelson. 233 for 2, the score now.
I shook Mike Gatting's hand in the street in North London when I was about 12. I remember he had big hands, that's what I remember thinking at the time.
Not that it was Mike Gatting. Just
no, I knew it was Mike Gatting, but when I shook his hand, I remember thinking, wow, big hands. So yeah, that is the extent of my currently of my celeb watch. Oh, I've got a remembered one.
Oh, hello.
1999 Cricket World Cup.
Yes.
I got my hat signed by Phil Simmons.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, none of these are sort of great anecdotes.
I'm expecting there's going to be another bit to this, but it kind of all just sounds very normal at the moment. They're all really good stories, I have to say.
Well, not really. I just bumped.
And like, there's some good names that you're dropping into this conversation, but I'm kind of waiting after the pause for the next part of it.
No, I'm afraid I've got no gossip on
Fair enough.
Either Mike Gatting, Phil Simmons, or Anthea Turner.
Gotcha. Well, there is your opportunity if you are listening to the stream, watching or listening to us two waffle and watching the stream as well. Drop us an email if you have any. As you said, cricketers in the wild. I think probably the subject line should be in the email.
Yeah, and, we should get some good ones. I think.
See what people have been up to. Oh, half an appeal from Gareth Berg, but I think there's a big inside edge from Nick Gubbins again. Woody. Lots of heads on hands and hands on hips. You can't put your heads on your hands because you only got one of those, Daniel. Well done. But yeah.
Oh, otherwise he was dead.
I think he was pretty adjacent on that one. So Nick Gubbins survives another half appeal. Gareth Berg gets towards the end of his mark and gets ready to run in and bowl one more to Nick Gubbins, who flicks that one off his pads for at least one and does not want to come back for a 2. So we'll keep the strike. So we have 3 overs to go now until the new ball, and Northants can hopefully inject a bit of life back into this game from the fielding side. I think that's Rob Keogh. Is it going to carry on from the Lynn Wilson centre end? We did get a tweet come in, and it's from Shorters. And firstly, he said, "Well done, guys. A great day's commentary. Thank you." just goes to show that the host club can provide a balanced BBC commentary, even if a BBC Solent cricket commentator isn't involved with us during this stream. So thank you very much for joining us today, and thank you very much for complimenting us on our unbiasedness.
Well, I think as cricket lovers, you've got to respect the way Hampshire have gone about this, building an innings very nicely indeed. And actually with no favours from the Northants bowlers, a couple in the field, but it's been a good contest.
It has. It's been an enjoyable watch today so far.
But Hampshire very much winning it at the moment.
Yeah, as Nick Gubbins plays that one into the offside for a single. There is another line to that tweet that came in. However, I don't feel as though that would be the right thing to say. However much I would.
Yeah, noted.
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll put that down as sundries.
Yeah, off the record.
Rob Keogh to James Vince, who plays that into the offside, and a great bit of fielding there at cover to keep that down to a dot ball. Any bit of pressure that Northants can apply here to Hampshire is going to be invaluable, particularly if they can start to build a little bit before this new ball is going to be taken in, 14 balls time. Can see Jack White there at mid-off having a little bit of a warm-up. Few kind of bowling actions there, trying to get those shoulders loose after what's been a pretty hard day for him so far today. And a wide one there from Keogh. It's uppish on the outside edge of the bat from James Vince, but it's gone away for another boundary here at Wantage Road, and James Vince moves to 85, 15 runs now away from what would be his first 100 of the season. Swept by James Vince straight to the fielder there at 45. A dot ball to finish. 2-4-1 for 2 off 78 overs, and it looks like we're going to take a drink. Thank you so much to everybody that's tuned in during the stream. Anybody that's watching now at the moment, your company is very appreciated. It's powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, and we said last week, didn't we, about the terrific job that the guys in the other box are doing in making this possible with the equipment, with the smooth running, with the camera work and everything like that. It wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for those guys sat over the other side. So thank you to those guys. Thank you to everybody joining us. Drop us a like on the stream if you are enjoying it, and obviously feel free to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Loads of stuff coming this summer on the channel, so make sure you stick around for that. Some really good content that I spoke about earlier, which is exciting. And yeah, obviously there's ways of means of getting in touch with us as well. So if you haven't got a cricketer in the wild story, you can still email us. But that's kind of what I'm really hoping for at the moment, Sam.
I had an email from Dennis. He's a Hampshire fan. Lots of Hampshire fans watching today, and making their presence known, which is understandable given the match situation.
The big Hampshire flag is out today, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, very welcome on the stream. We've had people corresponding today from Ontario, Canada, Sydney, Chris Tremaine's uncle in
Yeovil
in New South Wales, not Somerset. Where else have we had? Germany. Someone from Germany.
Yeah. And
now we've got someone who's watching in Cambodia.
No way.
Kampot in Cambodia.
Okay, wonderful.
He says, a Hampshire fan and have been listening to your commentary all day from Kampot in Cambodia. Unbiased and enjoyable commentary. And he says, I guess Felix the Cat Organ still has 6 lives left for the second innings, which is very good. Dennis, well done, Dennis. And he asked the question, why did Northants put Hans into bat? Well, with hindsight, it's a good question, but actually, you may not have seen any of it, Dennis, but the wicket did significantly more just a few days ago when Middlesex were the visitors. And I think that's what informed Luke Proctor's decision.
Yeah, as Gubbins comes back for another couple. All eyes now, really, isn't there? Get rid of these 9 balls from Northamptonshire as quick as they possibly can. Obviously, if they can take one of these 2 with them before the new ball gets taken on 80 overs, brilliant. But otherwise, get through to that new ball, take it straight away, get Ben Sanderson back, get Jack White back. And from a Northants perspective, let's really try and put some pressure back on these 2 guys that have batted so well for Hampshire throughout this afternoon. As that one is pushed into the covers by Nick Gubbins for just a single. James Vince looked for a second there, as I think there was a slight misfield out in the deep, but just the one. 244 for 2 now. I almost feel like I'm counting down the balls, I think, before we can...
Well, I think the Northants field is probably doing something pretty similar. Field is reasonably well spread now. About containment, like you say, for the next 8 deliveries.
And defended once again, back to Ben Sanderson, who I just caught out the corner of my eye, having a little bit of a warm-up as well, so... And a little stretch there as we can see. So it's not too far away.
Peter is very much enjoying the Hampshire batting. Peter has emailed in. He's watching from his hotel in Berlin whilst on a European interrailing holiday.
Wow.
I mean...
There's a lot of people not in the UK watching this.
Well, that's the beauty of the internet.
And that is pulled with authority by James Vince, but just for a single out to deep square. That's well fielded. Is that Jack White down there at deep square? I think it might be the way that he's kind of trudging his way back over.
I hope he isn't hurt, because that would slightly undermine this plan.
I hope not. I haven't seen much of Jack White, obviously, in my career, kind of around the outfield, but I don't think he hasn't moved that much quicker than that.
I hope it's just a slight blow from the ball, which was hit very sweetly.
Do you think maybe with the emails that come in, it's kind of a nicer brag to say that you're sat on a beach or in a hotel? Or
yeah, I'm in an office in Winchester is less sort of worth writing in about, but you're very welcome to.
Yeah, of course. Played into the leg side.
I just love the idea that Pete's on this once-in-a-lifetime interrailing journey. He's in Berlin, Brandenburg Gate.
Yeah, the wall.
Yeah, all this rich history. Live stream, please. And who can blame him, especially if you're a Hampshire fan. His final stop is Venice before he catches the plane back to Bournemouth.
Lovely. Played into the offside there. 3 dot balls here from Rob Keogh so far in what I think everybody can safely assume will be the last over with this old ball. I've got some great news. Great news is we've got a cricketer in the wild, and this comes from Mervyn. And it says, I'll read this out after Rob Keogh's delivery, as that's defended once again. Guys, my son and I bumped into Steve Waugh as he came out of a portable toilet at Downpatrick in Northern Ireland when he was playing for Ireland. My son nailed him for an autograph. Love it. And
it's a great leveller, cricket.
It really is, isn't it? Yeah. That is a dot ball to finish what I would assume is the last that we'll see from Rob Keogh, possibly for today, at least for a while.
And just looking for the emergence of a juicy new cherry.
Yeah.
Surely that's what we'll be seeing.
I don't know whether... Do the umpires take it out with them at tee? Or do
I can... actually, I can see James Middlebrook with it in his left hand, and he waves it at the scorer to let them know.
You think if it's been in his pocket for the last hour, they just could have given it to him a bit earlier, couldn't you, really? A bit selfish to kind of keep it in his pocket.
I think probably because it was the end of the over, the scorers have a bit of sort of tidying up to do, so you don't want to rush the wave over to the scorebox and catch them unawares. So
very true. But Ben Sanderson will take the new ball from the David Capel end, sponsored by Wentworth. Alexander, career best there, 8 for 73 as well for Ben Sanderson, and bowled like an absolute dream last week here, funnily enough, against Middlesex. And we'll be hoping to call on some of that experience from last week and get a bit of inspiration. We need an inspirational spell here from one of these Northants bowlers with this new ball, and really kind of fight their way back into this contest now, Sam.
Yeah, I know we've been kindly complimented on our impartiality.
Yes.
But can you allow me a come on, Ben?
Yeah, of course you can, yeah.
Yeah, come on, Sando. But, you know, we will stay as impartial as we can. But, yeah, big moment in the game.
But if you could nick Vincey off now, that'd be brilliant. As he leaves that one well alone. Not a great deal of carry there, was there, from Ben Sanderson with that new ball?
Just getting warmed up, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Slips close once again. We were talking about that earlier, and again with James Coyne, who joined us very kindly for a lengthy stint in the afternoon session, about how when, well, the Northamptonshire cordon does need to be reasonably close, which obviously then makes catching it a little bit harder. But given the pace of Sanderson and White, it's sort of an occupational hazard.
Yeah, down the crease from Vince as he flicks that one off his pads for 4 runs. James Vince now into the 90s. 9 runs away from his first 100, and that brings up Hampshire's 250 off 80 overs and has taken them the 304 minutes since 11 o'clock this morning.
That's the first batting bonus point of the season here at Wantage Road.
Yeah.
Didn't see any last week, which was a very different game.
Absolutely, oh, yeah.
I think we'd had
chalk and cheese really so far, hasn't it, between the two of them?
Probably had 11 wickets by this stage.
I'm pretty sure Northants were batting, and I know we lost Vasco for not very many, didn't we? I think he went for 9 off 12 balls, so I suspect we might have been at least 1, if not 2 more past 11. Another couple for James Vince as he moves to 93 now. Going to try have a real kind of focus on these next 3 balls from Ben Sanderson and see what kind of movement he can get through the air and off the seam with this brand new Dukes. You'd say so far in this over there still hasn't been a vast amount of movement with this new ball, Sam, either.
Yeah, it's difficult from where we are. We're situated at fine leg to the left-hander Nick Gubbins, so it's difficult to see through the air. Obviously on the stream we get a better idea, and you'll be seeing that with the camera behind the bowler's arm. It looked like maybe it was the balls that Vince played off his legs. Sanderson was obviously trying to get them to swing away.
That one there defended by Nick Gubbins into the leg side, and that is the 81st over of the day completed as Jack White takes his cap off. replaces that with his headband.
If there's any justice in the world.
Oh, I thought you were going to start singing to me then. Who was that? Was that Lamar? I think it might have been.
I don't know.
Okay.
I think it was a cover though, wasn't it? Oh no, maybe not.
I don't know.
Lamar. Yeah. Anyway, what I was trying to say was that, yeah, if there is any justice in the world, something will happen for Jack White here.
Yeah. Takes 6 for.
And change the complexion of the game.
As he does a practice amble to the crease. Jack White there, career best 6 for 38. And the 526th player to play for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. And he will take the new ball, the second new ball of this innings from the Lynn Wilson centre ends, with, at the moment, 2 slips and a gully. I don't know whether we're going to get another one. There is almost a 4-player meeting going on at the end of Jack White's run up here, figuring out exactly how they want to set that field. And it looks like we'll stick with 2 slips, a gully, a fielder at deep point, short cover, mid-off, a deep square leg, and a man down at fine leg as well. Jack White comes into bowl to James Vince, who defends that one to gully. James Vince now on 94. And I think everybody watching this from a Northamptonshire perspective, as Sam made comment to a moment ago, will be hoping that some of this justice is repaid to Jack White here and picks up a couple of wickets with this new ball, as James Vince gets in behind that one and defends that one back into the offside as well. Both of these guys bowling high 70s. So we'll be looking for as much assistance as they can get off the pitch and through the air as well to beat these 2 Hampshire batters. As that one's worked into the leg side by James Vince, who is looking for a second and gets exactly that. So moves now onto 96. Another single. Three away now for James Vince, the Hampshire captain. That breeze, as strong as ever, blowing across the ground. It does look like we've got a slight bank of clouds building up away to our left as we look at the ground from this end, from the end that Jack White is bowling from. So the first time that we've really seen as Jack White gets that one to seam away from Nick Gubbins, and who plays and misses at that one for what is the 4th time of his 234 balls at the crease. Just a little bit of shape away, little seam away from Jack White, which is undoubtedly going to give him heaps of encouragement and hopefully fire up the Northants bowlers to break this partnership that has been a real test for them this afternoon, as Nick Gubbins takes a single off the last ball of the over. none for 40 so far for Ben Sanderson today, 1 for 53 for Jack White at the other end. Nick Gubbins on strike, currently 118 not out, and he drives that one into the covers for no run. Fielded by Gareth Berg, done enough there to stop the single. Tucked into the leg side for 1, which brings Vince back on strike. Sam, only seen 1 so far from Jack White that's seamed away and beat Nick Gubbins in the last over, so not quite been as productive as what I think Northants would have hoped for. I think they would have been hoping for an instant impact from this new ball, but still a little bit of encouragement there for these bowlers, that there is some life in the pitch for them. James Vince down the pitch to Ben Sanderson and picks up another single into the leg side there. James Vince now on 98. As Jack White makes the steady jog from fine leg to fine leg. I'd love to know the actual data on some of these guys come the end of the day. Like Jack White, the amount of distance and the steps that he would have put in and covered over today, going from with this partnership, this left-hand, right-hand partnership. Stuff like that just interests me.
Yeah,
Sam.
no, well, it interests the teams as well, because a lot of them have GPS tracking now, especially for the bowlers, you know, with workload management. But yeah, it is interesting that Jack White is currently got that role, especially given that he's bowling with the new ball. But yeah, he's covered almost as much ground moving from right hand to left hand fine leg as he has running into bowl.
Defended once again. Be about a 3-hour-long montage today, I think, of us two saying defended by Gubbins.
Yeah, he's it's been a real feat of concentration. It's not as if there's been loads of buffet bowling to feast on. He's had to work hard for his runs, and he's deserved every single one of them.
Tucked into the leg side for another single. And the other thing as well, I mean, obviously we've been impartial and unbiased. Let's not turn this into a Hampshire love-in by any stretch. We are here as Northants' commentary team. But I mean, it's at no slouch of a rate either. I mean, the strike rate is 50, 120 off 240 balls. Like Vince's strike rate is 59, close to, well, near enough 60. It's not exactly like it's been watchful, but it's also been fluent as well when it's had to be. The runs, they have come. I don't know what I'm trying to say here, but it's kind of been quite free, but also incredibly difficult to score the runs.
Yeah, they've run really well.
They have.
James Vince in particular has had the odd moment of luck, although he's looked more and more accomplished as his innings has gone on.
Into the leg side there. Jack White just angling in on middle and off stump and hoping when the ball hits the seam it's going to seam away from Nick Gubbins there, similar to what we saw in the last over. I think we could be hoping that this bank of cloud to our left hand side, Sam, makes its way over the ground, and this second Duke starts talking slightly more than the first one, as it's defended by James Vince into the offside. I don't think they'll be upset in the slightest if the overheads change.
No, and I guess that's the sort of start of the weather we're expecting tomorrow, more changeable. It has been a beautiful day, but yeah, there is a There is a wall of fairly high cloud at this stage, but cloud nonetheless. And I guess at this stage, Northamptonshire's bowlers will take any assistance they can get.
That's cut away as James Vince goes to his first 100 of the 2023 County Championship. 102 runs off 167 balls, strike rate just over 60, including 13 fours. And similarly to Nick Gubbins' innings, that's been a real pleasure to watch and to talk about throughout the day as well.
Yep, given a life when he was on 26, but he has made Northants pay. Yeah, certainly the first half of the innings wasn't a typical James Vince innings full of stroke play. He's had to work hard, but I guess he'd had a tough start to the year. Previous to this innings, his top score in the championship so far, I think, was 18 this year. So he's knuckled down, and he's got his reward, even if there was a little bit of luck when he was dropped off Chris Tremaine. And that is his first 100 since April last year in first-class cricket, or championship cricket at least.
Wow.
Yeah, that was his only 100 in 2022.
Blimey.
They'll be hoping that's not the case for the April 2023 century he's just notched up.
That's certainly not a stat that you associate with someone that's, I mean, what's he got? 11,000 first-class runs now.
Yeah.
It certainly isn't a stat that you would expect to be talking about on last year's season. Wonder whether we'll see any kind of change here from these two now that they've both gone past 100. Whether there are another couple of gears that they might try and go through that might kind of offer Northants an opportunity, or do you think it will just be status quo through for the remaining? What have we got? Blimey, there's only 12 overs left in the day, Sam. That's how quick this day's gone by. And a big appeal, but I think there's a big inside edge on that one. Go back in towards James Vince's pads. Vince doesn't look interested in the slightest, and neither does the standing umpire. I think there was quite a distinct noise through on the effects mic there as well. And yeah, I think that confirms it, that replay. But that makes it 265 for 2. Gubbins 121, Vince 102, and Sanderson from the David Capel end. Couple more tweets have come in. Julian Humphreys: I am a Hampshire fan exiled in Surrey, and I'm listening to your excellent commentary while writing an article about the Wars of the Roses.
Appropriate for this one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've just finished writing about the Battle of Northampton, giving our respective badges. I guess we could call this game a Roses match.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, this is the real Roses match. Forget any of that Lancashire-Yorkshire stuff.
Yeah. That's the Pennines derby anyway, isn't it?
Just a little bit of statistical interest. This is now the highest third wicket partnership for Hampshire against Northants in first-class cricket. 193 it is worth.
Wow.
And that beats the 192 scored at the old county ground in Southampton in 1927.
Oh, so it stood for some time.
Yeah, nearly 100 years old, that record. 96 years old. Jack Newman.
Oh, yeah.
And Phil Mead.
Yeah, good players.
Phil Mead, of course, played 17 tests for England, if I recall correctly.
I'm not convinced you're recalling that, Sam, I will say. But that looks like another boundary for Hampshire there. Down through mid-on this time. Gubbins adds another to his tally.
Yeah, he didn't quite time it, but it had enough on it to race away towards the Curo Lounge beneath the media area at the David Capel end. Yeah, and after a very impressive, well, he was getting rewards for his bowling last week, Ben Sanderson, but no such luck so far here against Hampshire. 17.4 overs, none for 47 for Ben Sanderson. Mike Martin has been in touch again. Had a few emails from Mike today. Thank you, Mike, for watching and for getting involved. We really appreciate both of those things. Short ball from Sanderson. Effort ball, as you heard.
The Sharapova style
grunt. Yeah, Mike, we were asking for cricketers in the wild.
Yes.
And Mike's got a very Hampshire centric one as drinks come onto the field. Mike was on the Victoria line in London in about 2001 when I saw Hampshire batter Will Kendall. I went up for a chat and saw behind him Lawrence Prettypaul, Chris Tremlett, Jason Laney, Adrian Ames and Jimmy Adams. Realised they'd stumbled on the Hampshire team on their way to the Oval for a one-day match. Those are the days, travelling on the Victoria line.
On the tube, yeah.
So I imagine train up from Southampton or Portsmouth.
Yeah. Up into Waterloo.
Yeah, and then I'm just trying to think how they ended up on the Victoria. Anyway, that's irrelevant. But
yes, okay.
I was thinking they would have been at Victoria and gone one stop down to Vauxhall, but details. He realised he'd stumbled on the Hampshire team on their way to the Oval for a one-day match, and he asked Will Kendall if we were going to thrash Surrey, and he said, "Gosh, I hope so." And then Mike says, "Wonder why we lost." Wow, that's when you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cricketers in the wild at once.
True. I mean that's an experience. I tell you what, you wouldn't get much of Chris Tremlett nowadays in one of those
on the Victoria line
carriages. No, he is an absolute man mountain.
Yeah, well, and just height-wise as well, he'd be squeezed in by the doors.
I'm no fitness freak myself, but either the upper body strength isn't conducive for fast bowling, or my alternative theory is the fact that he's now going to be able to bowl 150 miles an hour.
Yeah, he's a big lad. He was a great bowler. Big part in that 2010-11 Ashes victory down under as Jack White continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 1 for 58 from his 15.1 overs. He's got a slip, a gully, man, that deep point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and then 2 men on the fence, 1 at deep square leg and 1 at long leg. Yeah, interestingly, both Vince and Gubbins' first 100 since April last year, when Gubbins scored 100 in both innings, I think against Lancashire in a drawn match for Hampshire. And I guess beyond just the current scorecard, 269 for 2, is that there's a lot of batting still to come for Hampshire. Not to be too negative about Northampton's prospects. Things can change very quickly with an inspired spell or an inspired moment in the field. So we'll keep our hopes up. It's been a very productive area for Hampshire throughout the day. Certainly the afternoon is just dropping into the gap both on the on and offside, picking up ones and twos. Intelligent batting. Ooh, and Gubbins has a little nibble there. Bit of encouragement for Jack White. First sign maybe of a lapse in concentration from the first of these two Hampshire men to reach their century. Interesting to ask whoever we speak to after the close of play. Oh, and that one is spat up, and it's a fantastic catch. Unfortunately, yes, he's gone. He has gone. Jack White gets his reward. That is a sensational catch from Ricardo Vasconcelos. Let's just have a look at the replay of that, because he dived full stretch to his left, one-handed. And the ball kind of ballooned off whatever it's hit, bat or glove. Vasconcelos had to run a few steps to his left and then dive and take a fabulous catch. Well, that ends in some style a brilliant innings from Nick Gubbins. He's frustrated with himself. We said he would have wanted to go on and make hay, but he'd had a nibble the ball before, little lapse of concentration, and then Jack White, I think, hit the seam, got the ball just to lift. And we'll just hear the applause for Nick Gubbins here, because that was a fantastic innings. There's a sizable Hampshire contingent in the county ground today, but applause from supporters of both colours, and rightly so, because it was a brilliant knock, really. And until that point, I think it's fair to say chanceless. So we're going to get a night watchman, James Fuller, coming in at 5. Record third wicket partnership for Hampshire before Nick Gubbins was dismissed for 125, and Dan, who popped out for a quick breather, his absence has bought the wicket.
Sounds like I need to do that more often, doesn't it? Probably for more reasons than one. But hey, I mean, if every time I take a wander downstairs, Northants pick up a wicket, I mean, how many overs have we got left? 10. I could do that another couple of times in between now and the end of the day's play. Yeah,
10 overs left in the day, and they sent a night watch out.
I mean, he's no mug with the bat,
No,
James
sure. But interesting that I suppose it was Tom Prest carded.
Yes.
And, you know, a young cricketer.
Yeah.
Why not send the guy with a bit more experience?
Yeah.
Just protect. Especially, the other factor, of course, is Tom Prest will have been sat there for a number of hours with his pads on.
Yeah.
And sometimes it actually does no one any favours to then send them in fatigued from having to sort of be on ready to bat for that long.
Pad rash, I think, is what they call it in the game, in the trade. But no, I think you're right, and to be honest, I think that middle order is probably fairly interchangeable, to be honest with you, with Dawson, Brown and Prest. I mean, I think all of them have kind of had a dip at number 5 at points. I think Dawson might have batted 5 last week at Surrey, I believe.
Trying to remember now. Yes, he did. Because Vince at 4
and Brown.
Oh, that's quick work from McManus. Big appeal, but I think more in sort of honour of some really smart work down the leg side by the former Hampshire man, now Northance's. Have a look at this again. It's sharp work, isn't it?
Yeah, no, that's incredibly impressive.
That would have been a good way to get James Vince. Might have to rely on something smart like that. The clouds have now enveloped the county ground. And there's just, as you would expect after that wicket, just a little bit of extra energy in the field from Northampton. Yeah, and those clouds, I don't think threatening rain, but sort of dark in colour, and they're still pretty high, but could be exactly what Northampton need for these final 9 or so overs.
Oh my word, that has come in quite quick, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's got dark.
There could be a train of thought with James Fuller that potentially watchman might be the wrong choice of words. Hawk might be more appropriate.
Well, that would be interesting.
T20 strike rate of 142, List A strike rate of 103, and I mean a first-class strike rate of 68.
Yeah.
So he doesn't hang around at the best of times. So why start now?
Oh, that would be interesting.
I suppose when you kind of start kind of thinking a little bit more about it after the seed's been planted, you kind of think, well, if there is some weather about, and you look around and you look just quite how dark that's got from the left-hand side, from where we're sat, the right-hand side to which Ben Sanderson's bowling from the David Capel end. Bit of weather around. Hampshire can accelerate the game here. They've got an opportunity to do so. Potentially gives them as much chance to attempt to win this game with the weather forecast and with what they might perceive that they might lose over the next 3 days as well.
Maybe, yeah.
But it make for a fun 9 overs if James Fuller has got a licence to go out there and give it the long handle.
A maiden from Ben Sanderson as another Ben. Our camera operator just pans across those bruised skies here in Northampton. And yeah, it's farewell to the sun for now, and it looks more like an April day. And the floodlights, in fact, are coming on. The umpires have requested those. It does look very dark over towards the east.
50p in the metre.
I tell you what, I think county treasurers, or finance directors as they're probably called now, the floodlights going on is, I think they must hate it. It's not cheap. It's timed nicely by Fuller.
You wouldn't have said right at this moment it would be the point where they'd go, oh, it's getting a bit dark out there. I don't think anyway.
I think maybe it's an anticipation.
I think he could be right. And I think in which case the treasurers, tough. Keep the guys on the field and keep playing for as long as you possibly can.
You haven't met enough treasurers.
And if you've got to go delving down the back of the sofa to find whatever you need to pay the electricity bill, then so be it. We want to watch more cricket.
Oh, it's a lovely shot from James Fuller, and Dan described him as a potential night hawk. Well, that was not the shot of someone just looking to survive. A glorious cut for 4.
Yeah, mullered. As I say, could be a fun 8 overs, couldn't it? That has got a real feel that could absolutely chuck it down in a minute as well.
Yeah, it's not forecast to, but
no.
Well, let's see if Northampton can take advantage of these potentially favourable conditions. That's 4 more. 4 more for James Fuller. This time on the onside. And I think you might have called it, Dan.
Well, I've had some inside info from Emily Windsor, who also does the Hampshire commentary down at the Aegeus Bowl. So I can't sit here and take all the credit, but I feel like I might have layered up slightly. I mean, it's a contest, isn't it? Jack White, Ben Sanderson against a James Fuller with a licence.
Yeah, I think the scoreboard.
I think we might be giving James Vince runs here, mightn't we? I think
James Vince is taking it easy at the non-striker's end. Oh, there we go. I think things have been corrected. I've worked with Emily in the past. What a good egg she is.
Certainly knows her stuff, that's for sure.
Yeah.
She's called this one.
She's a her company is very enjoyable, and like you say, good commentator as well as a pretty decent cricketer as well. So plenty of bows to Winnie's strings to her bow, even other way around.
Yeah. Let's not pay too many more compliments to the Hampshire staff though. I think they've had a good enough day as it is, Sam, without us two sitting here telling them how good they all are. 7 overs to go. Yeah, I mean, apart from putting some mowers away, the ground staff don't seem particularly kind of interested or bothered about what's going on overhead. That's remarkable how dark that's got quite so quickly, isn't it? And maybe there is a real opportunity now with these overheads, with the lights on, for Northampton to strike and pick up a couple of wickets here in these 8 overs left, and take a few more with them. I mean, Hampshire 5 down here, say 290 for 5, 300 for 5 looks like a lot more inviting of a prospect than obviously 300 for 3 or whatever that might be. Particularly if James Fuller does have this license to thrill.
Lots of email traffic from Hampshire fans that do speak up, Northants fans. We want to hear the home angle as well.
That does surprise me, that there's been more.
Tell us how Northants win the game from here. Let's have some positivity for the home side. Email from Andy. He's a Hampshire fan in Kent, thoroughly enjoying the coverage. The fact that Gubbins and Vince are on the verge of the first double-century partnership in this year's Division 1 is helping somewhat. Well, you've put the kibosh on there.
Yeah.
Andy,
send them in. Keep sending them in if that's how it's going to work. Luke Proctor's just had a little bit of a warm up at mid-on. Whether we're going to see the captain have a go before the end of the day.
Yeah, I wonder whether we might see more of, especially now we've got a hard ball. Let Chris Tremaine loose.
Yeah.
At this end, the Liam Wilson centre end, and see if he can get a top edge. Andy's meant to be writing a sermon. Well, I'll leave that, Andy. Keep sending emails in. The partnership breaker, Andy Potter. Imagine the Reverend Andy Potter. We'll call the partnership breaker for Northants.
I think Ben Sanderson's starting to get a touch more movement now with these changing conditions.
Yeah, those emails coming in through to the address stream at nccc.co.uk. Wow, and that is massive from James Fuller. He has dispatched that out of the ground for 6, and yeah, Nighthawk indeed. He advanced down the track.
Dosh.
And walloped it over the coffee van. The sort of start of Wantage Road.
Yeah, there's some dejected-looking Northants cricketers out there at the moment, is there? I'm not sure you're going to be able to pick one that hasn't got their hands in their pockets. As I look around, a couple more tweets have come in. Phil is watching from the Netherlands. Lived at Harpole for a few years. Great pubs around the area, so if we need a tipple, could be the place to go. And I'm not reading the next one out because, well, I think my ego, I think we'd probably need another couple of chairs, I think, after that one.
Bottom! Well, the Nighthawks' visit to the crease has ended. He'll go back to the nest. And Ben Sanderson picks up his first wicket. Just shot a little low, and James Fuller, I think, was certainly not looking to defend it. Well, he was actually. It shot through the ground. He was sort of anticipating to be able to play it through the onside, but he's got nowhere near it. Off stump, out of the ground. Fuller gone for 16 from just 9 balls, including 2 4s and a 6. Well, if his job was to come out and score quick runs, he's done that. It'll be interesting to see who comes in next.
Yeah, handy innings by James Fuller. The thing is as well is when you go out and bat like that, you never. I don't think you're ever going to be satisfied, because you're always going to be thinking, well, another kind of 10 minutes, another 10 balls could have been even better. But to get 16 off 9, including that 6 strike, well, 177, he's done exactly what he's been asked to do, hasn't he? And he has moved the score along just that little bit. And I mean,
the only thing is, Dan, is it does open an end.
True.
And it does look like Tom Prest, who is coming out.
Indeed.
A young batter in his first game of the season. If Northampton can get him, then your 287 for 5 is on.
True.
And yeah, so.
But we have changed the scoring system around in the county championship this year to encourage more attacking and potentially more exciting first-class cricket as well. So potentially, in order to get those maximum batting points, that was a decision that the Hampshire coaching staff wanted to take. And maybe it wasn't kind of contextual with regards to the weather around. Maybe it was kind of, let's make sure we get a few more points on the board. Obviously, Northampton have obviously picked their first bonus point up as well. And as well, I think he probably counted himself a little bit unlucky with the way that ball kept low as well.
Yeah, so it's a good point in that we now have 21.1 overs left of bonus point cricket. Maximum you can get for batting is 5, but this year it's 450 rather than 400, so you've got to score at a fair lick. So maybe, that was a move just to move things along. That's a really good point from Dan. Anyway, it's Tom Prest facing up to Ben Sanderson, the young academy graduate. And he safely navigates his first ball with a chorus of oohs from the Northamptonshire fielders as they willed him to miss that first delivery, but he safely navigates it. He joins James Vince on 104. It's interesting, it is very dark now, and I think one of the substitute fielders maybe brought a light meter out.
I think so.
Yeah.
It's amazing how quick that's changed.
Yeah, it was a glorious day. Anyway, Northants have taken advantage of this changing conditions, so credit to the bowlers who have actually kept at it all day in increasingly hard conditions until about 20 minutes ago, and they're just starting to get their rewards now as Jack White continues. How they'd love to get James Vince tonight.
It'd be a massive bonus, wouldn't it?
I think we are.
But yeah, I was going to say I'm not convinced not convinced they're going to get an opportunity to do so.
Yeah, the umpire's having a chat off camera at the moment. It is very, very dark indeed, and you can see the shadows around the players.
Is that
and I think we're going off, which is not great news for Northants. It's a shame. We could have.
Yeah, and that 6.5 overs left of the day could have proved really, really handy, couldn't it, for Northampton, as you said, try and pick up James Vince before the end of the day, or potentially pick up the new guy in Tom Prest as well.
Yeah, well, so obviously they take a reading now, and that is the reference point for the remainder of the game, the point at which play will be suspended.
Yeah,
it's very dark. Actually looks a little bit lighter in the northeast. I mean, it's still only 5:45, and we were playing until nearly 7 o'clock on a couple of days last week.
Yeah, we were, weren't we?
Someone with a more in-depth knowledge of the rules and regulations will perhaps tell us at what point they can't come back on, whether that is you can't restart after 6. I don't know. but we'll keep you updated. Anyway, at the break in play, the last 20 minutes have been Northamptonshire's with 2 wickets. A little flurry, cameo from the Nighthawk, James Fuller, but they have got rid of him, and before that, Centurion Nick Gubbins, who played a fine innings. But James Vince is still there, the Hampshire captain on 104. Tom Prest, making his first championship appearance of the season, is on 0 not out. Hampshire 287 for 4.
Yeah, the roll-on cover's going on as well, so
that suggests
or
that
getting close at least. Whether they're going on or not, we don't know. Obviously, stumps hasn't been called yet for the day, so we will pop this on a little bit of a break, Sam. And once we hear any more, we will come back and let you know. I mean, as you said, it does look slightly lighter past the houses, but whether that's going to be light enough to come back or not, only time will tell.
Yeah, the umpires haven't left the middle, which gives us some hope. But like Dan says, we'll keep you updated. Well, if you are still with us, you may have just heard on the effects mic the PA announcer here at Wantage Road confirm that there will be no further play today on the first day of this LV Insurance County Championship match between Northamptonshire and Hampshire. Hampshire's day, 287 for 4 at the close, 2 Centurions, one of them not out, James Vince on 104, and earlier Nick Gubbins went for 125, and they both batted absolutely beautifully today. I think probably Nick Gubbins nicks it for my money in terms of innings of the day, just because it was largely chanceless.
Yep.
But James Vince, after surviving a drop on 26, has looked increasingly at home for his first century of the campaign. And unfortunately, yeah, for Northants, a few drop catches today, which just halted their progress with the ball. The bowlers, however, have bowled pretty well in conditions that were much harder than they were for them just a few days ago in that match against Middlesex. So they stuck at their task, and Dan, I guess a few wickets early doors tomorrow, and they're by no means out of this game.
Yeah, of course. I think a brilliant day for Hampshire. Fantastic day if you're a Hampshire fan, and if you've joined us with this live stream, no doubt you've enjoyed yourself no end. A day of missed opportunities and rude chances for Northants, as you alluded to. One, of course, that I'm sure they won't dwell on, but a performance in the field that they certainly won't look back on with any fond memory. As you said, an opportunity with a still relatively new ball tomorrow morning in order to take some wickets. There is some weather about. I'm just looking at the weather forecast now, but weather permitting, we will be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning here at Wantage Road. And this stream, yeah, brought to you by Daffabet. And it's been another really good day, Sam.
Yeah, thanks so much for your company, and indeed for all the correspondence we've had, both on Twitter and to the email address. We'll hopefully have many more tomorrow, assuming we get plenty of cricket. The forecast a bit mixed, as Dan says, but we will keep our fingers crossed for another day of engrossing county championship cricket here on the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club live stream, powered by Daffabet.